A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
You? Is anybody?
There's Molly, folks. That means your friends the Goldbergs are here. Brought to you by Does, the new kind of soap for everything in your wash. First, let's drop in on the Dozen family. Well, there's Dickie Dozen out in the kitchen talking to his sister Daisy.
Gee whiz, Daisy, why have I got to apologize to old Miss Hatchet?
Because, Marty, Ma says you gotta.
Oh, keep still. Old Miss Hatchet didn't know what Does is.
Oh, she knew Does is a new kind of soap.
Not till I told her. I said, Does everything in our wash. But she said, what's a little boy like you know about soap?
That when you fast her back?
Heck, no. I just told her I'd watched Ma does my overalls and Pa's work shirts and towels and your pink rayon lingerie and everything.
Oh, Ma wouldn't make you apologize for that, Dickie. Ma says Does gets Pa's work shirts clean easy, without any hard scrubbing or fussing with the bar soap. Why, Does gets dirt out all by itself. She must have said something bad.
Oh, I told Miss Hatchet it's no fun smudging up the towels now because Does gets them so doggone white.
That's right. Ma says no soap gets her towels and sheets more dazzling white. But come on now, why is Ma making you apologize?
I tell you, I don't know. It couldn't be what I said about Does being so swell for colors. I only said Ma's rayon dresses she washes stay pretty longer with Does. Yet it's a regular Tarzan for the tough dirt. That's all I said, honest.
Cross your heart?
Well, I did say, if you weren't such an old dope, Miss Hatchet, you'd see Does everything.
Oh, well, I guess Miss Hatchet will get that apology. But cross my heart, all I want to say is, compared to other leading granulated wash day soaps, Does gives longer life to colors, plus unsurpassed whiteness and real cleaning power for the grimiest clothes. Try Does, D-U-Z. It does everything in the wash. And now the Goldbergs. Well, it seems that all Molly Goldberg has to do is touch a little lever to reveal that Anne Franklin is a liar. Now, this is important because it's Anne who is evidently high-pressuring David's daughter into a divorce. Molly feels if she can remove Anne's influence from Florence, there is still a chance to reunite Florence and her husband. So, Molly is out to push that lever, and we can watch her do it. Listen.
I'm taking it. I hear it. I got it. I'm answering. Hello? Yes. Yes, David. Yeah. So?
Who is this?
It's nonsense. Jake is asking to who am I? Yeah, but tell me quickly. You called Eugene's office, yeah? So what did the girl say? That's what. Yeah, that I know. She wouldn't give you Eugene's whereabouts there. Uh-huh. I told you. Didn't I told you? Yeah. And did she say again Anne knows where Eugene is? Mm-hmm. Of course. All right, David, please don't get hysterical. Only don't get hysterical and be smarter than smart. Please, David, remember what I told you. We have to be smart, and we have to remember that we have to be very nice to Anne. I'm going to think. I don't know yet. But Eugene's address and where he is, I'm going to try my best. I'll find out. I'm going to try my best. Anne knows where Eugene is. And now it's not only so important to know where he is, as that Anne don't want us to know. That's the important, that's the essential. David, don't get hysterical. All right, darling. Don't worry. All right, David. Bye.
Who is it?
It's non-essential, Jake. Non-essential. David called.
What did he want?
If I need something, if I want something, if the children... Florence, Anne, poor Madeline. Come down, come by Aunt Molly inside. Come. Why is everybody sitting in the cold parlor when we can be in the hot kitchen? come, darling. I'll fix tea. I'll make cocoa. And where are you? Come, everybody.
Molly.
Yes?
What is that inward excitement I observe?
Inward who?
I'm talking about you.
Me?
You.
I feel wonderful.
Molly. Molly.
Grandpa go? But where did Grandpa go? Grandpa went for a stroll in the village. He just called me. He's passing the grocery store if I want something which is what. He likes to stroll in the village. He likes to talk to the blacksmith.
Blacksmith?
Surely. The blacksmith used to have a garage, and now with so many horses in the neighborhood, he opened up his grandfather's blacksmith place. I'll take you to Marty. Yes, Paul? Yes, Marilyn? Huh?
You got a spreading chestnut tree, too?
I think so. Where's Anne?
She's upstairs. She'll be down in a minute, I guess.
Anne, coffee, tea, milk, cocoa, rich, what?
Anything that you make.
Oh, cold milk, cocoa.
Uh-huh.
What, uh-huh?
Yes, I'll take some milk.
Oh, very well.
Cocoa for me.
And cocoa for you. Marilyn, Paul, did you write to your father? I mean, a little note would be so nice to write to your father, huh?
I haven't got a pencil. You don't write letters in pencil? I haven't got a pen.
Molly.
So why don't you ask Aunt Molly? Come here, darling. I got paper, beautiful paper, and I got a pencil, and I got a pen. Jake, where's your fountain? Give it to Marilyn.
Here, be careful.
Be careful.
Okay.
Here, right. And be very careful. Don't break.
What will you write?
Huh?
Don't say we. I know what to write.
Well, what is to write? So you write to your papa. So you write, dear, Daddy, dear, then we will see you again.
Molly.
I know what to write.
So write down and write him how you like the school.
How do you spell lonesome?
Lonesome.
L.
Lonesome, you spell L-O-L-O. Marilyn, darling, you don't know how to spell lonesome.
Of course I do.
So let me see if you do.
She's a worse speller than I am. Well, if you can spell it, why don't you do it?
So sharp, please. You don't have to write lonesome. You can write dear, Daddy, dear Father, I miss you, M-I-S-S, and you is Y-O-U. Say lonesome, you said Y-O-U. Florence?
You're writing the father. Is it all right? Is it, Ma? Is it?
Yes, darling. I think that would be nice.
We don't have to show our letters to Anne, do we? What letters?
The children are writing to Eugene, Anne.
But where will they mail it? To what address?
Mail it to the office, and when he gets back...
Oh, it will be so much nicer to send it to where he is.
But nobody knows where he is.
I know, Jake. I'm just saying.
I can't think if you all talk. You can listen to the radio, though, when you're doing your homework. I do,
Oh, stop it, children. Look, come on upstairs. You write your letter upstairs.
Anne, I think maybe I'll call Eugene's office just in case. Maybe Eugene calls. Maybe they know where he is now, maybe.
I don't think you should do that. If he wanted...
But I'll just see.
Mrs. Goldberg.
And what harm can it be?
I think you'd better
I'll
wait.
just try.
Mrs. Goldberg,
hello. I want Chelsea 69970.
Let me have it. I'll talk to you.
Yes, please.
I'll speak to the girl in the office.
It's all right, Anne. I don't mind.
Goldberg, you're just trying to...
Not at
Molly.
all. Hello.
Mrs. Goldberg,
Quiet, please. Quiet. I'm talking quiet, Florence. Just a minute. Hello. I'm speaking for Mr. Cronin's children.
Molly.
Just a minute, Florence. I can't hear. I'm on the phone. Just Mr. Cronin's children, and they're writing a letter to their father.
Why don't you let...
Where can we send the letters?
Mrs. Goldberg.
Yes, just a minute, please. I
All right,
can't.
Molly,
Just a minute,
please.
please, Florence. Just a minute. The children. Yes. Just where can we send it? Because the children are writing to their father. Sit down, Anne. I'll spin you in a minute. Yes. Oh. Thank you very much. Funny. You said that you're the only one that knows where Mr. Cronin is, eh?
Anne. Anne, why didn't you tell me if you knew? You said you didn't know where Eugene was. Did you want me to tell you he didn't want you to know where he was? He didn't want to hear any more conditions and offers and compromises? Did you want me to tell you that he said he was sick of them? Do you think I'll find any pleasure in telling you what Eugene said?
Anne.
Is that what you wanted me to tell you? Is that what Mrs. Goldberg wanted me to tell you? I don't understand at all the position Mrs. Goldberg's trying to put me in. I'm doing what I can for you, Florence. If you don't want me to, I'll leave. I'll leave right now.
And didn't Eugene say...
He said more. But we don't have to repeat it. Unless Mrs. Goldberg is curious to hear. All I know is that it was easier for me to say I didn't know than to tell you what I'd been forced to reveal. I asked you to let the children send their letters to the office. I'd have seen to it that they were forwarded. But Mrs. Goldberg wanted the truth. Well, you have it now. Is it any better than my little lie? Is it?
Well, Molly played her little psychological trick. And as a result, she can have the address now. But Molly may have to pay for this by forfeiting her plan to reunite husband and wife. You know, a listener writes that from beginning to end, she wouldn't miss a word of this program. And that reminds me of something Pa Dusum said. He told me...
I believe in seeing a job through to the finish. And Ma says that's exactly what those Does suds do for dishes.
That's right, Pa. Besides doing everything in the wash, Does has everything for dishes, too. You see, this new kind of soap makes suds that stand up till the last dish is done. Cuts grease like 60, yet it's kinder to hands than any other leading granulated wash day soap. Honestly, Does suds stand up through every greasy pan. No need to keep adding soap. And it's amazing how Does cuts grease without hard scouring. Yet Does leaves hands feeling beautifully soft and smooth. That Does with everything for dishes. And remember, soap contains vital war materials, so if your dealer's out of Does one day, try him the next. His supply is on its way. Meantime, don't waste Does. See that every bit of Does you use does more. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. At last, Molly determines that if there is a key, that key is Anne. And therefore, Anne must be found out for what she is and for what she wants before Florence will have the chance to be herself. This is Clayton Collier speaking and reminding you to do as the Dusums do. Let Does, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody.
Later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly. So if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight's Lights Out presents a psychological drama, a play in which the principal part is taken not by the character himself, but by his thoughts. But first, Frank Martin.
If vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's keeping you thin and run down, jittery and always tired, here's a simple way you can help yourself. Ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances, both vitamin B1 and iron. Yes, and they're an absolute cinch to take. Cost but a few pennies a day, and they've worked wonders for so many who only needed more of these substances. Today, these folks tell how ironized yeast Help them gain glorious new pep and strength, new needed pounds, new enjoyment of life. Yes, the name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. Make a note of it now. And now?
Lights out. Everybody.
The voice you are about to hear is that of the thoughts of one Darrell Hall, accused murderer. He sits in a courtroom awaiting the return of a jury which is to decide whether he is to live or die. And as he waits, the thoughts in his mind seethe and swirl,
Guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty. Oh, why don't I stop thinking those words? Words those jurymen are saying.
He's guilty. He's not guilty. He's guilty. Not guilty.
No,
Guilty.
no, I've got to stop thinking of what's going on in that room. The jurymen, I've got to stop thinking of them. I've got to keep my head clear. I've got to figure things out. When did all this start? Yes, I remember. That night Wayne and I were sitting in my room talking about dreams. I remember he said...
Oh, come on, Darrell. Don't expect me to believe that one.
I'm certainly telling you the truth.
A fellow with your imagination wasting his time teaching biology to a bunch of co-ed nitwits? No, sir. You should be writing fiction.
Well, I assure you, my dear Wayne, I've told you the truth.
Here, are you really serious?
I am.
You actually mean that in all your life you've never had a dream?
Never.
Not even when you were a child?
To my knowledge, I've never had a dream in all my life.
Oh, how do you like that?
I like it very well. I close my eyes, oblivion. And then I wake up. No nightmare hangovers, thank you.
No, wait a minute, Darrell. Let me get this straight. You mean you've never even had a dream after, eating a Welsh rarebit at midnight or surrounding a dozen green apples or anything like that?
Believe me, Wayne, I've never had a dream of any shape, form, or description in all my life. A dream to me is just a word, something that happens to other people, but never to me.
Oh, but everyone was a dream.
Well, just so happens that my subconscious doesn't work that way. I tell you again, I've never dreamt.
Oh, what do you know about that? It's just unbelievable. I tell you, unbelievable.
Yes, that's what he said. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable that I'd never dreamt. And then after a while he went away and left me there. It was early evening, but I remember that somehow, strangely, I was very tired. I sat down in the easy chair. I was so tired. I closed my eyes. I slept. And then it happened. A strange murmuring in my head. Yes, that's how it started. A murmuring as if in warning. And then in the darkness around me, strange faces lifting and falling. White faces, faces without hope. Their eyes full of horror. Their white bloodless lips pleading wordlessly in a way that made the heart in me cry out in pity. And suddenly I knew I was asleep and dreaming. Yes, dreaming for the first time in my life, and these faces I was seeing were things of a dream. And even as I knew that, the dream was gone. Blackness. And yet I knew that I was still asleep, and in me there was a terrible feeling of foreboding, of a horror to come in that dream. What? How? I didn't know, but I wanted to stop sleeping. I wanted to open my eyes quickly before... And then I saw her. In my dream, I tell you, I saw her moving slowly toward me out of the darkness that was my dream. At first, a white wraith-like thing, and then I saw it was a woman. Yes, the body of a woman, but the face... That face... Gross. Unclean. The thick, bestial brows. The wrinkles of... The lecherous writhings of thin crimson lips that lifted from teeth bright and pointed and flecked with blood. Closer, closer to me, and then she spoke. One word. Kill. Yes, that's what she said, kill. And as she said it, she moved closer. Her hands went out and her eyes. And in my dream I screamed... I awoke. I remember just at that second the clock on the mantel began striking. 5, 6, 7. I counted each chime in happiness, since the hearing of it meant that I was awake out of the horror of that dream. When the clock had stopped chiming, I sat there. My one thought was, if that's dreaming, may I never dream again. I heard a sound. What was that? I sat still, afraid to move. And then I laughed. It was my own heart still pounding with fright at what I had seen in my first dream. Oh, why do I sit here thinking of what has been? The jury in there, they've got to hang me.
He's guilty, not guilty.
No,
guilty,
no, I mustn't think of them. Better to keep my thoughts on how it all started. Better to figure things out. Where was I? Yes. Sitting there, listening to the beat of my heart, thinking of the horror of that dream. And then suddenly that wordless, pitiful murmur I heard in my dream was whispering in my head again. As quickly as it began, it was gone. How could this be? I was awake. This was no dream. Then why had I heard that same sound that had come from those pitiful white faces that had floated before me while I slept? Why? I heard it, a sound behind me. Who? Yes, my friend Wayne, it must be. He come into the room standing behind my chair thinking I was asleep. I turned around and I said, "Wayne, is that you?" Why, ah! Yes. I screamed. I screamed so loudly there was blood in my throat. For it was she again, that woman out of my dream. But this wasn't a dream. She was standing there, I tell you, she was standing there close to me, looking at me, and those devil's lips said that one word. Kill. I jumped to my feet. No one in the room, no one. I tell you, I remember standing there, my head reeling. Who was she? Where had she come from? But there was no one in the room. Had there been anyone there? I didn't sleep that night. And by morning, I had it all figured out. 2 dreams, that's what it had been. And the second had been more vivid than the first. Yes, of course, I had never dreamed before, and of course my first dream would seem reality. And yet, some measure of uncertainty remained with me. Mary saw it in my face when I had dinner with her that night. I remember she said...
Darryl, do you mind if I ask you something?
What a question. Of course not.
Is there something wrong?
You mean with the dinner? Why, you know this is my favorite restaurant.
With you, dear. Has something gone wrong at the university?
Why do you ask that?
The worry in your eyes.
Oh?
What is it, dear?
Oh, nothing important.
Changed your mind about loving me?
Mary.
Oh, then tell me what it is, please.
All right. It's really nothing to concern yourself over, just a dream.
Dream? Darryl, you dreamt?
Yes, last night.
Oh, how marvelous. Now you're normal even when you sleep.
That's right, isn't it? I'm back to normalcy, am I not?
Oh, and here I thought from the expression on your face that it was something really important.
Oh, yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
And I suppose in your first dream you dreamt of the glorious, seductive woman? Well, didn't you?
No, Mary.
Oh, so you had a nightmare.
If you don't mind, let's not talk about it anymore. Shall we have our dessert now? I suggest the hot green apple pie with cheese and...
Darryl, was it as bad as all that?
Horrible.
Oh, that's cruel. Your very first dream, an unhappy one. Oh, well, I'm sure that if you dream again, you've more interesting times ahead. Oh, Darryl, look at the time. 7:01. We promised the Armstrongs we'd pick them up at 7:15. Darryl, what is it? Your face.
Do you hear it?
Hear what?
You do hear it, don't you, the voices?
Voice? Darryl, what are you talking about? Why, the people in this restaurant are most well behaved.
Gone. Just the way it was before.
Oh, Darryl, please. If it's a joke, please tell it to me. Darryl, what is it? What are you staring at? What's behind my chair? What's there, Daryl? Tell me what. Daryl, the table. Why did you throw over the table? Daryl, what is it? What is it? Why did you scream? Why?
Ladies and gentlemen, a moment's time for breathtaking in this amazing story of Daryl Hall, accused murderer. A moment to get back to the realities of our everyday life and the problems of those unusual times which confront you and me and that man and wife who may be your next-door neighbor. Are you short on vitamin B1 and iron? If so, this may be you saying...
Oh, tomorrow's another day. The work's piling up on my desk, and I'm so tired out and jumpy and all in, I haven't a chance to catch up with it.
Don't be so sure of that, my friend. If, like so many Americans today, you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, here's an easy way to get them. Take ironized yeast tablets. They're the famous two-way preparation that gives you both vitamin B1 and iron. And believe me, you must have enough of both. Because when you don't get enough vitamin B1 in your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need. Or you may not get all the good out of your food. And when you don't get enough iron from what you eat, you may be weak and pale and feel all in.
Mm-hmm. And you say ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron? Maybe I should try them.
By all means do, if you need more of these substances. See if pleasant little ironized yeast tablets don't help you as they've helped so many others with these deficiencies. See if pretty soon you aren't saying...
Man, oh man, I feel great. I've gained pounds. I've got my old pep back thanks to ironized yeast. Yep, I just breeze through my work these days.
And now back to the thoughts of Daryl Hall, accused murderer, as he sits in the courtroom awaiting the return of a jury, which is to decide whether he is to live or die.
Yes, she wanted to know why I had done it. Screamed, thrown over the table. They all wanted to know. But how could I tell them? Tell them of her, standing behind Mary's chair, that thing of degradation, and those lips saying, kill. I went home. Mary thought I was overworked.
It's your nerves, darling. You've been working so hard. Go home and rest, darling. That's all you need.
Rest. What good was rest? I had to reason things out. All my life I'd lived with reason, and now this horror. Hallucination. Yes, that was it. I had been working hard. They paid so little at the university and expected so much. And so I rested through the next day. It was quite dark when I awoke. The phone rang. It was Mary calling to find out how I felt.
Are you sure you're all right, Daryl?
Oh, yes, Mary. Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
You sound all right.
Your advice was good, dear. Rest apparently was just what I needed.
Then go along back to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, dearest, and thanks for calling.
Goodbye, Daryl. Sleep well tonight.
I hung up the receiver. And then the clock on the mantel behind me began striking.
Always at 7.
Yes, that was true. Both times at 7 o'clock was when that horror had happened, and then, with the last chime of the clock, I realized it was 7 again. 7. Would I see her again? I stood there back against the wall, waiting. So quiet. I could hear the clock ticking away the seconds. Would it happen again, this hallucination of mine? I waited. I heard no pitiful murmur of voices. Just quiet. The tick, tick, tick of the clock. So dark in the room, I could see the shadowy emptiness of a chair near the other wall. And then the chair was no longer empty. There was someone in it, and I said, "Who's there?" There was no answer, and I said, "Answer me, who's there?" No answer. A strange darkness in the room. Deeper and deeper, I could see nothing, and then 2 swirling pools of flame-red light, closer and closer. I stood there. I couldn't move. A rumbling began in my head. Fear, I tell you, fear tearing at my brain. Louder and louder, while those red circles of light came closer and closer. What was it? What was it? What? And then I knew. It was her eyes. Her eyes burning close into mine, into the brain of me, pounding one thought into me. Kill. Why did she say that? Why? Kill whom? Why should I kill? Why should I kill? If I had known then. The jury coming back, the verdict, what? No, not yet. Still out. They've got to find me guilty. I've got to hang if I live. Oh, but I mustn't think of that. I must think of what happened. What happened? Well, where was I? Yes, that woman, her eyes pounding that word into me, and then gone again. But this time as real as the breath in me. I knew it. I knew it. And with that realization, a coldness as of a wind blew around me and clutched at my heart. For if she was reality, somehow I knew I was lost. And so it began. Night after night at the stroke of 7, first that wailing dirge of those lost souls, and then her writhing lips. Kill. Those words began pounding in my head so that even when she wasn't there, I heard them. I hid in my rooms. I didn't go out. People would see this madness that had come over me. I went nowhere. And soon I knew they were talking of me, my friends.
I tell you, I don't know what's come over Darryl. Hyde's in his rooms, won't even talk to me. Something is wrong. Where are you?
And Mary.
Please, Darryl, you've got to let me see you. There's talking over the phone. Oh, Darryl, what's wrong? What's wrong?
And night after night, the horror of... And the greater horror of... Kill. Mary pleaded with me.
Darryl, if you love me, please let me see you, talk to you. Come over to my house tonight, please, Darryl. Perhaps I can help you. Please, darling, please.
I didn't want to go, but I went. That night, perhaps she could help. Yes, help me understand the madness of those wailing voices and drifting white faces. Understand the horror of that woman and that maddening word. Mary, so understanding, so gentle, she could help me. Clear my head of the madness.
Oh, Darryl, you're here at last.
Mary, help me. You will help me.
Oh, Darryl, you're faint.
Mary,
Don't talk yet. Sit here.
I'm
Rest.
sane, Mary. Believe me, I'm sane.
Of course, dearest. Of course you are.
It's that madness outside of me, those white, drifting faces moaning
Rest,
at me.
darling.
And that woman out of hell.
Woman?
Her eyes and her lips telling me to... The time? What time is it?
Why, 7. Darryl, what is it?
I didn't know. I lost track. I've got to get out of here.
Darryl, wait. Don't go, don't.
Too late.
Darryl, what is it?
You hear them, don't you, Mary?
I'll call a doctor.
Listen to them. Their voices are so loud tonight. Listen, Mary. Listen,
Oh,
listen.
don't.
You hear
There's
them.
no
You
one
must
here.
hear them. What are they saying? Louder and louder, trying to tell me something. What are you saying out there? What are you telling me?
Darryl, stop.
They're gone. Faces, voices gone. Now she'll be here.
Oh, Darryl, please. You're frightening me.
You hear her, Mary? You hear her?
No. No.
Louder and
Darryl,
louder.
please.
I can't see her, but I hear, where is she? Thing out of hell. Go back, I tell you, back. Louder and louder. Make her stop, Mary. Make her stop pounding in my head. Stop it. She never knew what he wanted me. Stop it. Stop it. I can't stand it anymore. Yes, go away and I'll kill.
Don't. I never... Don't kill me. Darryl. No.
Kill. Mary. Yes, I had killed her. My sweet, gentle little Mary killed her with my own hands. I opened my hands. She fell to the floor. I went out into the street. People all around me, hurrying. I was in no hurry. What that woman had wanted, I had done. I had killed. I walked all night, it didn't matter where, and in the morning I found myself on the campus of the school before the very building in which a class was waiting for my lecture. I went in. I walked up on the platform and looked down into their faces, and I said to them, "Ladies and gentlemen, my lecture for today will be on the subject of the indeterminate factor and the evolutionary..." I stopped, a murmur in the air, those voices again. But it was broad daylight. I had never heard those voices in daylight before. What did they want of me? What were they saying? There was a strangeness in their pitiful voices, yes, like a dirge of tears and sorrow for someone, for me. Yes, for me. And then her voice. Laughing, triumphant, and then I understood. For the first time I understood everything. She had triumphed over me. That was why those lost souls were wailing a dirge over me. I was hers. Hers forever. I turned and ran out of there like a madman. Ran, and as I ran, those voices of the damned were talking to me.
You are doomed as we are doomed.
And all who murder are doomed. We listened to her and murdered.
Now you are one of us.
No peace for those who murder. No rest through all eternity.
No rest for those who murder.
Through all eternity.
I covered my ears with my hands as I ran. No use. I heard them.
Only one hope for you, man. One hope.
Expiate your crime.
On the gallows.
Pay for what you have done.
Die on the gallows, and you shall have rest. One hope, man. One hope.
So that was it. If I paid society for my crime, she would fail. I would be free of her, that thing, that essence of evil, that siren who called men to murder her so that their souls would be slaves to her for all eternity. Yes, I would pay for my crime. I ran on back to Mary's house. Yes, I would pay, and gladly with my life to have peace and the rest of oblivion. I went back into the house. Yes, Mary was still there. Cold. I lifted her. Those same hands that had crushed the life out of her lifted her and carried her out into the sun. My eyes were so filled with tears that I could hardly see where I walked. People began milling around me.
Hey, look at that guy. He's got a woman in his arms.
Where's he carrying her?
Hey, he must have fainted.
No. Look. She's dead.
Hey, who killed her? Hey, who killed her, mister? Who killed her?
I did. I killed her with my own hands. I killed her, and please, I want to die for that. And then the trial. My friends, they wanted to save me. Clever attorneys and sanity commissions and twists of the laws. But I wanted to die. I tell you, I had to die. If they set me free, if I lived and died as most men die, whose death they call a natural one, then she would have me. No, I want to hang by the neck until dead. I want that noose around my neck, the trap beneath my feet. The jailer pulls a switch. My feet dancing in air, the noose murdering me the way my hands committed murder. Oblivion. And I'd be free of that horror with the writhing lips and the blood-stained teeth. The jury, they're coming in. Guilty. They've got to find me guilty. Guilty. Find me guilty.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Guilty! You hear that? You sing the devil guilty! And they'll hang me by the neck until dead, and I'll be free of you. I'll have my peace. You failed. You fiend, you. I'll pay for my crime. You'll never get me. You'll never get...
Hey, he's fainted. The defendant's fainted. Get a doctor, someone. Ambulance. Call an ambulance.
It's no use. This man is dead. Heart attack.
Holy. Would you take a look at his face? As if he was looking at the devil himself.
Now, Mr. Oboler, you mean there's a power of evil loose in the world?
That's an interesting question, Frank, because a statement of that very sort was the reason I wrote tonight's story. Someone said to me, how is it possible for so much evil to be done in the world unless there's a power for evil? But let's talk more about that and about a very exciting program next week after you've had your say.
Friends, If vitamin B1 and iron deficiency is what's keeping you thin, jumpy, tired, worn out, why go on that way? Remember, friends, little ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances. Of course, there are cases where a rundown condition may be due to some serious organic disturbance. If you're in any doubt, by all means, see your physician. But if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to feel better, and to sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what about this living power of evil, Mr. Oboler?
Well, my own belief is that no such power exists. I believe that the evil that men do may be caused by outside influences, poverty, the will to power, the wrongful examples of others. But as to the evil being a living monster, well, supposing we call tonight's story a parable of a man who really wanted to kill and saw the evil intent within himself personalized so vividly that he thought it actually existed outside of himself.
Well, that explanation satisfies me. Now, what about next week?
About next week, Frank? Well, I'm going to say that I think we have one of the most unusual and timely lights-out plays so far. We're particularly anxious that you hear this story. It's a quite different one, I promise you. Execution's the title. And if you've ever wondered what might happen in a village square when a Nazi maniac faces a fight beyond the understanding of his indoctrinated mind, then listen next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's Execution. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Here's how to step ahead in caring for your white shoes. Now that shoe rationing's here, and you want to keep your shoes in good wearing condition all the time, get Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable, only the very whitest. It spreads over your shoes easily, evenly, helps to keep them as white and neat-looking as they can possibly be. That means more satisfactory wear from those precious white shoes of yours. So remember, for the best of care for the white shoes you wear, get Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
It's nice to have friends, and I can count quite a few of my own. Most people consider me to be a very good fellow to know. Well, if you'll pardon a bit of boasting on my part, they find that their time is enjoyable, and the minutes and hours of their lives are valuable things indeed. To these people, working towards an end for themselves and their families, time provides them with the opportunity to relax, to do a job, and to build for the future. Yes, I count myself lucky to have so many friends. But I also have some enemies. Who are my enemies? I'll tell you who they are. They're the inmates of prisons throughout the world. They're the misfits and the socially outcast. Many of them can be reclaimed. Many of them serve out their terms, pay their debt to society, and later begin anew. But there are a few, a very few, who will never change. These are the hardened types, the killers to whom human life is cheap. These are the ones who watch my hands as they slowly turn year after year, who watch my face knowing that for them, time has no rewards. These are the ones, my friends, who hate me and who despise the world.
Wait.
You got the rods?
Here's yours. Stick it under your shirt, quick. Duke slipped them to me about an hour ago. We were going into the yard.
The Duke's all right. He comes alone.
He gave me the dope in the hash house. We go east to the river, and we cut across to the bay. We hide out on the beach, and Joe will pick us up there on the fast boat.
I got it.
When do we make the break?
Now.
Now?
Yeah. All I was waiting for was to get my fingers on a rod.
But I figured that we
I'm
would
running
go...
the show, Smiley, just like I always run it.
Oh, sure, Red. We know.
Everything's worked out. We can't lose, and we can't wait. We start the panic as they start taking us back inside. I'll short-circuit the lights by firing into the switch box. We pick up the guard and march.
Right.
Look, Smiley, this is it. I don't want to be grabbed, see? We either get out of here on our feet, or we get carried out in a box. Understand?
Yeah, and I'll duel anybody who stands in our way.
Okay. Cut the Duke off. Here comes the guard.
All right, men. Time's up. Line up to file back to yourselves. Forward, march.
Fire! The gun's on fire!
Stand where you are. Nobody move. Stand where you are, or I'll shoot.
You want to live, Screw? What? Start getting us out of here. You know the way in the dark, start moving fast before you get off. Smiley.
I'm here, Red.
Duke. Right behind you, old man. You did a nice job, Screw.
You let me go now, won't you? You're free. There's the car, Red. Don't let it like you said.
Yeah, come on. Wait a minute. Where you going, Screw?
I thought you were taking me with you.
We ain't got no room. We can't take you, and we can't leave you behind. Come, huh?
No. Over the line.
Now, let's get out of here fast. What time you got, Smiley?
10:05.
Yeah, he's late.
I tell you, ain't coming, Red. Look at that pug out there in the water. He couldn't find his beach if he tried.
Do we come this far, then lose out?
Don't irritate yourself, my boy. Joe's a man to be trusted. He'll be here.
Yeah, when?
When the fog lifts. Tomorrow night, perhaps. Remember what he told us. We're to keep the same rendezvous every night at this time until he shows up with the boat.
And while we're waiting, what do we do? Stand here on the beach until we're spotted?
I must admit we didn't allow for that contingency.
Hey, Red, look.
At what?
On the other side of the beach, in that cove.
That's a house.
You anyone can see?
There you are. We can help ourselves to shelter, so to speak.
How do we know who's in there?
What difference does it make? We take over, that's all.
Yeah, take over. Okay, come on. Let's go.
These are the facts as we have learned them up to now. One of the most daring jailbreaks of all time. The prisoners escaped through sheer nerve, brutally killing a guard as they left. It is uncertain as to what direction they took, but all state police have been alerted.
Hello, Anne.
Finished work, Dad?
Oh, yes.
I was just getting some more news about the amazing jailbreak that happened this afternoon.
Now, what did I do with my glasses?
On the table, Dad.
Oh, yes.
It was simply fantastic. They forced a guard to lead them right out of the prison. And then they killed him.
Oh, who did?
Darling, don't you ever listen to anything I say?
I'm sorry, my dear. What were you saying about a prison?
Never mind. Can never get you to listen unless I talk about bugs and test tubes.
Well, I had quite a day today in the lab.
Really?
I've developed a new medium for my cultures. It ought to prove extremely satisfactory.
You know, darling, I'm glad we bought this old house here on the beach.
Are you?
Oh, it's so pleasant for you. And you're so happy here.
Yes, I'm very happy, Anne. It's nice to have a laboratory right inside the house and to be free of all outside disturbances. But what about you? Are you happy here?
Of course I am.
You know, perhaps it was selfish of me to bring you all the way out here to this deserted spot. You're young and you want excitement and company.
Oh, I get plenty of company when I go into town twice a week. And as for excitement, I'd much rather help you win the next Nobel Prize.
Nobel Prizes aren't just given away. I've got a lot of work ahead of me.
One day, Dad, you're going to be a famous man.
Am I?
One day, when people mention the name of Dr. William Carter, they'll...
Now, who on earth can that be?
I don't know.
Who might be someone looking for directions?
I'll see who it is. Yes?
Inside.
Dad!
Inside, I said.
Dad!
Well, what's going on here? Smiley, take a look through that door.
Okay.
Is this a hold-up?
Not exactly, young lady. If you'd like an explanation...
Shut up, Duke. Who else is in this dump outside of you two?
No one.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure.
The joint's empty, Red.
That's good. Take care of the phone.
Dad, he's tearing the phone from the wall.
Well, that's the smartest thing to do under the circumstances.
Wait! I know who they are. They're the three escaped convicts. I remember their description on the radio.
Pipe down, baby. Everything's all right, honey. Now, just keep your head.
Permit me to introduce myself and my colleagues. My name is Bowen, Charles Bowen, but I'm more widely known as the Duke. This gentleman on my left is Red Fulton. You may have heard of him. He's been serving a life term for murder.
You talk too much, Duke.
Smiley, the gentleman on his right, is another genius at homicide. How many do you have to your credit, Smiley?
4. Red's got me, Beatty. He's got 8.
Candy Gav. Are you?
Me?
You got anything to eat in this dump?
There's a little cold meat in the icebox.
Get it out.
What?
I said get it out. Hey, what goes with you? Can't you hear? Go on, Anne. Prepare some sandwiches for our guests. Soak, go with her.
The pleasure is all mine, after you ladies.
What's your name, mister? Carter. Dr. Carter. Doctor of medicine, retired. The dame your daughter? Yes. All right. Sit down. Thank you. Look, Doc. Let me get something straight in your head before we go any further. My pals and I want it, and want it bad. This is only a stopover as far as we know. And we'll be getting out of here tomorrow night. I see. Now, just so you remember, we got a rap over our skulls. That means the chair if we're caught. So we ain't going to be bashful about adding a couple more to the list we already have. You mean you'll kill us in cold blood if it becomes necessary?
You catch on fast, Doc.
If you take it easy, don't try any gags. Maybe we'll walk out of here like we came in. Quiet. If not, you and your daughter better figure to get yourselves measured for a couple of kimonos. Wooden ones. I think I understand. Make sure you do, Doc. How many rooms you got in this shack? 5.
Well, I only counted 4, Red.
Where's the last one, Doc? Downstairs, in the cellar. I use it as a laboratory. Let's go down and look. I assure you there's nothing down there, but we'll look anyway. Go on, move.
Hey, it's an opening in the floor.
This trapdoor leads to the cellar. There are stairs going down. Smiley, you first. The Doc next. I'm last. I assure you there's nothing down here that would interest you. Then you got nothing to worry about by showing it to us. Please be careful. I have several valuable specimens in the test tubes that are important to me. What are you reaching for? The light switch, of course.
Hey, wait. Get a load of this place.
Yeah. What's all the glassware for, Doc? Those are flasks and test tubes. I'm a bacteriologist. What? I work with infectious diseases. I try to find vaccines that will prevent or cure them. Does it pay off? In satisfaction, yes. Nuts.
Hey, Red, look at this. You got a rabbit in here.
That's not a rabbit. It's a guinea pig. What's the idea? I use them for experiments.
Well, he looks like he eats good. Look how fat he is, Red.
Yeah. He certainly is fat. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pick him up, please. I want to try a little experiment on my own. I want to see if he can breathe when I squeeze his neck. You're strangling him.
Red's always good for a laugh.
You've killed him. You've strangled him to death.
Sure. Just so you remember, Doc, there ain't no difference between his neck and yours.
The ocean tides can be depended on to rise and fall according to a fixed schedule of time. But mist and fog, the soupy fog that billows in from the high seas and hovers over the beaches like a curtain of oil, that can never be relied upon to leave, and even the threats of 3 armed killers have no effect upon its arrival or departure.
What's the matter with that fog? How many nights we got to hang out in this hole?
Joe won't be around tonight, Brad. I just took a look at the beach. Worse than yesterday.
As Mark Twain once said, everyone talks about the weather, but no one seems to be able to do anything about it.
Shut up, Duke.
The Doc's downstairs, playing with his bugs.
And the dame?
In the kitchen. Red, what happens when we leave?
What do you mean, what happens?
Joe's going to pull us off that beach in a motorboat. He takes us to a tanker 12 miles out, and we head for South America.
So what?
What Smiley is trying to tell you is that the plan is perfect, provided no one else is aware of it.
That's what I mean.
If we happen to leave anyone behind who can notify the Coast Guard, that tanker won't get very far.
We ain't leaving nobody behind who can talk.
Wait.
Look. What are you doing in here?
I wanted to go into the laboratory. My father hasn't had his dinner yet. I'm bringing it down to him.
You're sure nice to your old man, baby. You ever like to be nice to anybody else?
Take your hands off me.
Take it easy going down them steps, baby. Them pins of yours are too cute to be busted.
Do you think the girl heard what we said about getting rid of them?
And if she did there, so what? It ain't gonna do either of them any good. Wait, dinner? Oh, that's sweet of you, my dear.
Dad, I want to tell you something. I just heard them talking upstairs. They're going to kill us before they leave, Father. They're afraid we know too much about their plans.
What's going on down there?
Nothing.
It's sure taking a long time to park that hash.
They're coming down.
Don't be nervous, Annie. What are you two cooking up? Oh, we've just been talking.
Yeah?
You spend too much time down here, Doc. I don't like it. I have work to do. That's so.
Everything.
Sure. You got nothing to work with now, so you got no work to do. And no reason to be down here. You shouldn't have done that. No. You'll regret it. Yeah! You're getting too smart, Doc. Next time you'll have a mouthful of teeth.
Hey, Wade, you got some of that stuff on your clothes.
What stuff?
That junk that was in them tubes. Some of it's spilled on me, too. Here, let me brush it.
That won't do you any good.
What?
The bacilli in those tubes were among the most dangerous known to man, and they strike very quickly. Well, what's he talking about?
I don't know.
Have you ever heard of bubonic plague? Stop dishing out them fancy words. Speak English. I've been working on bubonic plague for years. It's one of the most horrible diseases in creation. In a day or two, perhaps you'll begin to know what I mean. What are you trying to do? Put a scare into us, Doc? We'll see when the time arrives. Come on, get moving. From now on, you and the dame stay inside the bedroom. And you don't come out, see? Unless you're asked.
Time seems to stand still for my enemies, Red, Smiley, and Duke. But let's see what happens.
The fog's still as bad as ever. There's no sign of Joe.
Maybe tomorrow night.
Hey, Duke.
Yes, old boy?
You're a smart guy.
Brilliant is the word.
Yeah. What's bubonic plague?
A disease.
It ain't bad, though. Is it?
My dear Red, in the Middle Ages, bubonic plague killed people like flies. It's a frightful contamination. Frightful. Why do you ask?
Well, yesterday we busted up the old man's glass factory.
Now, we got some stuff in our clothes, too.
He said it was bubonic plague. What are you looking at?
Bubonic plague?
Stop looking at me like that and talk.
I don't know what to say.
How can he have a disease cooped up in a test tube? He was lying, wasn't he?
I don't know. If he was working with the bacilli...
That's the word he used. Hey, what are you moving away for?
I want to sit down. Over here. Away from you.
What are you sniffling about, Smiley? You've been doing that for an hour.
I don't know. I got an itch in my nose.
An itch?
Yeah, and my chest feels kind of funny.
You mean you feel sick?
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't get no disease, am I right?
Keep away from me. Keep away.
Duke, are you nuts?
Bubonic plague. I'd rather be dead than have bubonic plague.
Funny. Get the doc in here, Smiley.
Come inside, Doc.
Why, yes. What is it? Now listen, Doc. And listen hard. Don't lie to me, or I'll stitch your ribs with slugs. How do you know when you get this bubonic plague? The symptoms are very easy to recognize. Yeah? Itching nose, heaviness in the chest. That's the beginning.
Red, I got it.
The nose itches because the bacilli enter the body that way. Later, the pains in the chest become more painful. And circulation ceases in the extremities. Yes, the extremities. What does that mean?
It means your arms and legs can fall off.
It's a slow death. One of the most painful known to civilization. Take a look at Smiley and see if he got it. I know he has.
Oh, don't say that, Doc.
But I'm looking at you now, Red. Me? Yes. Does your nose itch? No. I'm sure it does. How does your chest feel? Is it heavy? I'll kill you for that. Red, don't touch him.
He may be your only chance.
And yours, too. Martin? You can't help contracting the disease. Those broken test tubes have made this place a death house. What about you and your daughter? If we get it, you get it, too. Oh, no. I told you I was working on it. I've found a vaccine for it. We've been injected. We're immune.
Hey, can you give us an injection, too?
Shut up. Of course I can if you want it. You ain't giving us nothing. Now get back into that room. All right. Just as you say.
Look, Red, you've got to be reasonable.
He's lying. He's trying to scare us. When Joe shows up, I'll knock the two of them off myself. He can't scare me, not Red Fulton. I'm tough, see? I'm as hard as nails. And I'm top man around here, understand?
We'll be finished in a couple of days if the doc don't help us. Call him in, Red.
Shut up.
It's 2-1. You don't have to take the injection if you don't want to, but we will.
Yeah, we will. I have the hypodermics ready, gentlemen. If you stop bickering and you want to live, I can give you the vaccine.
I'm ready, Doc.
All right, roll up your sleeve.
So am I.
Well, Red? Will it hurt? Not very much, just a pinprick. Which sleeve should I roll? Either one will do. Just hold steady. It'll all be over in a moment. Hey! There.
Me next, Doc.
All right. There. And you?
If you please, Doctor.
All right. There we are. I haven't poisoned you, if that's what you're afraid of. I suggest you all sit down now and relax to give the solution a chance to go through your bodies.
You know, I feel better already.
So do I.
The pain in my chest is gone away. It'll be completely gone in just a moment, Red.
Oh, gee. See, that's funny. I feel...
Tired?
Yeah. It's hard.
Hey, you ain't kidding. I can hardly keep my... Wait a minute. Smiley. He's asleep, Red. And the Duke will be with him in just a second.
Asleep. Hey, what did my rod... Where's my...
You'd be too weak even to lift it, Red. Just relax and go to sleep.
Father!
It's all right, Anne. Everything's fine.
They're all fast asleep.
Yes. Morphine, my dear, is a wonderful thing. Don't you think?
Well, Doc, I've got to hand it to you.
Officer, I trust my recent guests are safely behind bars, where they belong.
They're our guests now, but it's only temporary. They're getting the chair for the murder of that guard.
And what about their accomplice, the man with the boat?
He showed up just as you said he would. It'll be a long time before he goes for a boat ride again.
Well, that seems to conclude just about everything.
There's only one thing we can't figure out, Doc.
What's that?
Red and Smiley kept saying something about bubonic plague. They were scared stiff when they woke up in the squad car. And the other one, the Duke, he kept complaining about an itchy nose and a pain in his chest.
Oh, yes. You see, they smashed some of my equipment. And there were certain viruses in some of the test tubes.
Bubonic plague?
Oh, no, not bubonic plague. I'm working on something else.
They kept saying you didn't cure them. They said you didn't do them any good.
I'm afraid they're right. You see, I've been working on it for a long time, officer. But so far, I've still been unable to find a cure for the common cold.
Yes, I find I have many friends, like Dr. Carter, for instance. In his own quiet way, he makes good use of time. And as for my enemies, well, surprisingly enough, I know of 3 in particular who have lately become my friends. They are watching the clock now with eager concentration and hope. They're watching for a reprieve which will never come and which they don't deserve. I can bring them no reprieve, my friends, for that is beyond my power. But as my hands go round and the seconds tick slowly off, sooner or later I will be able to bring them justice.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. This program was written by Lawrence Klee and starred Hart McGuire as the Clock. Also heard were Frank Waters as Red, Beryl Marshall as Anne, Ozzie Wenburn as Smiley, Leonard Bullen as Dr. Carter, together with Gordon Chater and Gordon Glenwright. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Dark Future.
The feeling of foreboding Hal Parker had felt when he'd entered the fortune teller's tent was stronger than ever when he left. And as he shouldered his way down the tan-bark lane between the carnival concessions, he tried to put his finger on it. After all, he was in the clear, comfortable and sure of himself in one of the new suits he purchased, and there was still well over $29,000 in new bills back in his hotel room. 29 out of the 30,000 he'd withdrawn from the Midland Bank. So it was ridiculous to feel this way. Crazy to imagine he saw something strange and accusing in the dark eyes of Jaru, the Hindu fortune teller. But as he walked up to Millie at the orangeade stand, the nervous, depressed feeling was still there.
Put some orange in.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, why?
You look like some bad man stole all your marbles. How about some orangeade? Extra special tonight.
We're using orange. Okay.
Do you want a Cupid doll?
Yeah, it cost me $5. You want it?
Thanks. Here you are. $1.
Okay. Oh, gosh, you seem to be out of change. Can you break a 10?
Yeah, I guess so. The carnival keeps us in change. They have to. The customers sure don't. 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10.
Millie.
Yeah?
About our date tonight. Would it be all right to make it tomorrow night instead?
Oh, I thought you had something on your mind.
It's a business appointment. I'm sorry to do it.
Oh, don't mind me, Angel. I'll make out. Laron and I will go to our room together, and she can tell my fortune. Ought to be an exciting evening.
Of course, you couldn't tell her what made it so important, could you, Hal? That when Jaru, the crystal gazer, suggested you see him after closing time, there was a look in his eyes, something in his deep, quiet voice that cut through the gloom of his tent like one of the oriental daggers hanging on the wall. The lights of the carnival concessions are winking out, one by one, when you walk up to the entrance to find Jaru waiting.
Salam, Sahib Parker. I am grateful you have decided to honor me once more.
You said you had something more to tell me.
Yes. Here is the inner chamber. You will sit on the chair, please.
What is it, Jaru?
Perhaps it is not important, but then that is for the crystal to tell.
Go on.
As you wish, Sahib. When you were here before, I tell you many things. I see in the crystal a house of money.
Is that so important?
Patient, Sahib. Also, crystal gave me a name of bank. A name like Midland Bank, yes?
The crystal? Why don't you be honest, Jaru? I mentioned to Millie Olmsted. She told her roommate, Marana. Marana told you. So let's forget the hocus-pocus about the crystal, shall we?
Your manner has changed since you were here before, Sahib. But we will go on. I see now in crystal the face of another man who worked in the same bank. I see also a name like, how you say, Macy.
John Macy? What about him?
He is being punished for stealing much money, $30,000.
Yeah. That was in the paper 6 months ago. So what?
You spend much money, Sahib. Too much for man who work for other men. That is funny thing, yes?
Is that all you have to tell me?
For the present. But Jaru is hopeful you will be interested in further readings. The crystal never rests.
Are you asking me to come back?
Tomorrow night, at this hour.
Sorry, Jaru. I'm afraid
You will be here tomorrow night, Sahib?
I see. What do I owe you for the reading?
Nothing, Sahib. This is, how you say, on the house?
You manage to appear calm as you leave the tent, hoping somehow that Jaru doesn't realize how close he is to the truth. It's unbelievable, Hal, that now, 6 months after you told yourself it was all over, 6 months after you watched John Macy go to prison for the money you embezzled, this man can smile across the table and tell you things that no one, even at the height of Macy's trial, even suspected. Almost as if Jaru actually saw it in the crystal ball. The next afternoon at the bank, Mr. Wilsey, the manager, calls you into his office, and you find there's a more concrete basis for Jaru's revelation.
Yes, Mr. Wilsey.
Oh, Hal, this is Inspector Dale. How do you do?
Inspector?
And Mrs. John Macy.
Mrs. Macy? Yes, how do you do?
My husband, John, he told me a great deal about you, Mr. Parker.
Yes, we were good friends.
I know. That's why I suggested to Mr. Wilsey that you'd be the best one to help us.
Oh?
Inspector Dale here has run onto something, Hal. I want you to take this list of serial numbers, have it mimeographed, and distributed to all the tellers.
Yes, sir.
Now, you don't have to tell them why, but all occurrences to be checked against the list immediately. And if any bills are taken in carrying those numbers, I'm to be notified right away.
Of course. Mr. Wilsey, I don't mean to be inquisitive, but...
Oh, I'm sorry, Hal. We didn't intend hiding anything from you. These serial numbers were taken from some of the stolen bills. The first we've been able to locate.
Don't you see, Mr. Parker? If we can find out who turned them in or trace them back to him some way, John will be cleared.
Well, I hope so, Mrs. Macy, especially for your sake. But frankly, I went over your husband's records myself at the time. And the evidence was so conclusive.
The record with doctors. Someone else right here at the bank must have...
Now, Mrs. Macy, please. We're all trying to help. The inspector here is working hard on the case, and Hal and I will do everything we can to help. Won't we, Hal?
Yes. I will personally take care of everything, Mrs. Macy. We'll do everything we can.
With the prologue of Dark Future, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now here's some hot weather mathematics for drivers. Take the temperature of the day, add 2,800 degrees, the temperature inside the cylinder head of the average motor. That adds up to a lot of heat. Good reason why the cooling system of your car has to be in top condition for summer driving. If yours hasn't been checked recently, why not drop by your Signal dealers for an inspection? Perhaps your radiator has become choked with sludge and rust. If so, Signal stations have special radiator cleaning compound to restore cooling efficiency. To stop small leaks, Signal dealers have radiator sealer. And even new cars should add rust preventive to the radiator to guard against future corrosion. Also, Signal dealers have finest quality fan belts and radiator hoses and will install them while you wait. You see, Signal stations are much more than places to fill up with Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and Signal Premium Motor Oil. Wherever you see Signal's circle sign in yellow and black, there you'll also find complete Signal service and fine quality accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Hal. There was a better explanation for Jaru's vision in the crystal ball, wasn't there? A more concrete one involving the discovery of several of the bills you passed in a nearby town when you bought those clothes. And a small item in the newspaper Jaru must have seen before he called you in for the private reading. Yes, Hal, you were careful. And you're still pretty sure that the bills you spent in other cities cannot be traced back to you. You leave the corridor outside Mr. Wilsey's office, walk back toward your teller's cage, and then with your hand on the door, it hits you. The bill, Hal. That $10 bill you gave to Millie last night. The only stolen bill directly traceable to you.
It's Connor.
Yes, Mr. Parker?
If anyone asks for me, tell them I'll be back in a few minutes. Get Reeves to take over.
The carnival is just beginning to come to life, making preparations for opening when you arrive 15 minutes later and run up to the orangeade stand.
Millie!
Wow, what are you doing here in the daytime?
Millie, will you do me a favor?
Huh?
You remember the orangeade I brought here last night?
Yeah.
I paid for it with a $10 bill.
Oh, broke, huh? Well, it serves
No,
you right...
No, listen, I've got to have it back, that bill. I'll give you singles for it.
But I don't carry cash around with me.
What did you do with it? Hey, Millie, what did you do with it?
All right, I'm trying. 3, that's 10. Oh, I know. I gave it to Marana.
Marana? Your roommate, you gave it to her.
Well, what's so terrible about that? She had a lot of change and she wanted to change it for a 10.
Why?
How should I know? Why not ask her? Here she is now. Marana, you want to speak with me, Mem Said? Yes, Marana. Remember that 10 spot I gave you last night? 10 spot?
The $10 bill.
Oh, yes.
Have you got it with you?
No, Said.
Where is it?
I give it to Jaru, Said.
Jaru?
He asked me for it, Said. Is it something wrong?
No. It's nothing. I'll ask Jaru himself about it. If I see him tonight.
Well, Sahib, you have honored me for third time. I'm grateful.
You asked me to come back. Suppose we don't waste time on this Hindu magic. What do you got to tell me?
I will not, as you say, waste time. It is my business to read future in crystal, but...
Yeah.
But in your case, Sahib, I find future is not clear. You see, trouble is not child of future. She is child of past. And crystal shows past very clearly.
I see.
Much more clear than last night, Sahib. I see last night man taking money. Perhaps man was Macy. Perhaps man was you, Sahib. Now it is clear. Man was you.
You might be making a bad guess, Jaru.
No, Sahib. Jaru only tells what he sees.
Is that all you have to tell me?
Perhaps. I think, Sahib, police will have more faith in crystal than you.
Sorry, I'm not playing. Is this reading on the house, too?
No, Sahib. There is a charge.
How much?
$15,000.
You must be crazy.
For such money, crystal will show brighter future for you.
I don't know what they call this in India, but it's blackmail here. Over here, you got to have more to go on than a crystal ball.
I have more than crystal balls, Sahib.
Oh?
I have $10 bill. In late paper tonight, you will find list of numbers. The police are seeking further clues, Sahib. Perhaps this will...
All right, wait a minute. All right, you win. When do you want the money?
Perhaps at an early hour tomorrow.
I'll have it here tomorrow night. What about 7 o'clock?
That would be a quiet time. We could be alone.
Is this the end of it now? How do I know you won't be back at me again?
You know that? Because you trust me. Yes, Sahib. In the crystal I see after tomorrow night, for you there is bright future.
You haven't much choice, have you, Hal? Jaru knows as surely as if he actually could look into the past. And that means you must pay him $15,000 to buy his silence. It's on your mind the next day at the bank. You're nervous, jittery, almost unable to do your work. But somehow you get through the day. And that night at 7, you arrive at Jaru's tent as agreed. The evening rush has not yet started, and the carnival grounds are almost deserted. You have the money under your arm in a cardboard shoebox as you slip into the tent, and Jaru rises to greet you.
Salam, Sahib. For the fourth time you have honored Jaru.
Yes, Jaru. For the fourth and last time.
Yes, the last time, if everything is as agreed.
The money is here in the box, $15,000. I hope you'll never live to spend a penny of it.
You should not hate Jaru. He has been, how you say, very reasonable. You stole $30,000, Sahib.
Yeah, hey, 15,000 in new bills. Count them. I want to be sure you get every last dollar.
New bills? But no, Sahib. These are the same bills you embezzled.
Naturally.
But I cannot accept these.
What?
I cannot be in possession of stolen money, Sahib. I could never stand it. No, Sahib, this will not do.
Well, it'll have to do. I can't pay any other way.
I'm afraid you must find another way, Sahib.
How? Where can I get $15,000 in different bills?
In the bank where you work. You can make, how you say, an exchange.
What do you take me for? That'll be a dead giveaway in my finish. No, that's out.
It is the only way, unless you desire to go to prison.
Oh, if I don't do as you say, you'll go to the police.
You leave me no choice, Sahib.
You've gone too far, Jaru. I'm caught either way. You give me no choice.
Sahib, no, put down that knife.
Convenient to you to have these daggers hanging around your tent, Jaru. Perfect for what I have to do.
Stop, you are insane. Get away.
Oh, Jaru, you saw too much in that crystal ball. Much too much. No,
You've done it, Hal. Added murder to theft. And you stand there trying to collect your senses. You gaze around vacantly, then wipe your fingerprints from the knife, put it back in its scabbard, and all the while your mind gropes for a way out of this, a means of escape. Suddenly you remember your date with Millie. You were to pick her up at 7:30, drive her to the carnival grounds. You look at your watch, your mind forming an idea. You stoop down, take the incriminating $10 bill from Jaru's pocket, toss it into the shoebox with the new bills Jaru refused. As you slip outside and walk to your car, you know exactly what you must do. And speeding toward Millie's apartment, you pray that you can get away with it. At 7:30, you stop the car a block away from Millie's apartment and hurry into a drugstore phone booth. This is the important step, Hal, the move that will count the most.
Hello?
I wish to please talk with Sahib, Mirana.
Mirana? Oh, sure, just a minute. Mirana is for you. I think it's Jaru. For me? Thank you. Hello? This is Mirana.
Salam, Sahib, Mirana. This is Jaru.
Jaru?
Yes, Sahib. I'm calling from what you call drugstore. The one near the carnival.
Yes?
I have appointment with Sahib Parker for crystal reading at 7 o'clock.
Oh?
It is now 1/2 the hour. Have you seen him, Marana?
No, Sahib. But he is to be here soon.
Then Sahib Parker did not intend to keep appointment. Jaru does not like it.
Shall I say you called?
It is of no matter. Goodbye, Sahib.
You smile as you hang up, don't you, Hal? Because the trick, your imitation of the dead Jaru, seemed to work perfectly. And you've established the fact that Jaru was alive at 7:30. It could be impossible for you to have killed him and then call for Millie far across town only a few minutes later. You hurry to your car, drive the 1 block to Millie's apartment. Your hand trembles as you knock on the door. If Millie and Marana are convinced that it was Jaru they spoke to, you've nothing to worry about.
Oh, come in, Hal. I'm almost ready.
Ah.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Oh, you coming along, Marana?
No, I have called for taxi cab.
What for? There's plenty of room in the car for 3.
Outside. You have proverb here. 2 is company, 3 is crowd. Mirana take taxi. It will be here soon. Mirana's pleased with you, Hal.
Oh? What is it? What have I done?
Tell him, Mirana. To me, Saeed, you have done nothing. To Jaru, you have failed to keep appointment. He's angry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I forgot, and then I had something to do with my apartment, and before I knew it, it was past 7. I barely had time to make it here.
Jaru phoned Mirana a few minutes ago. He said you didn't intend to keep the appointment.
Oh, well, I'll apologize when I see him.
I will leave you now. Taxi will be waiting. Okay, Mirana. See you in about half an hour.
You know, Millie, they're funny people. Mirana and Jaru.
I wouldn't worry about him. You said you were sorry.
Yeah. What have you told Marana about me?
Oh, this is to work at the Midland Bank. She didn't know what a teller was. I had to draw a picture. Put you in a cage.
How well do you know Marana?
Oh, just since the carnival came here. I got the soft drink concession by offering to share my apartment with Marana. Sort of a bribe, but with rooms as scarce as they are.
What kind of a girl is she?
Hard to tell. Doesn't say much. Sensitive about her accent, I guess. Anyway, she goes her way and I go mine. Oh, here we are.
Yeah, 8 o'clock on the dot.
Hal, look over there. What's wrong?
Huh?
By Giroux's tent. There's a crowd gathered. Business can't be that good. I wonder... Hey, come on, let's get over there. Please, will you let us through? Thank you. Come on, Hal, inside.
Right with you, Millie.
Well, hello.
What is it? What's happened?
You're Millie, eh?
Millie Olmsted, that's right.
And you're, Parker?
Yeah, why? What's it all about?
I'm Lieutenant Adams, homicide. There's been a murder.
Murder? Not Giroux.
Yeah, that's his name. He was stabbed with one of these Oriental daggers. Happened sometime within the past hour, as far as we can tell right now. I understand you people knew him pretty well.
Who told you that? I never knew him before the carnival got here.
I know. Your roommate, that Marana, told us about you. How about you, Parker?
Oh, I didn't know him very well either. He gave me a couple of readings, that's all.
Uh-huh.
As a matter of fact, I had an appointment with him tonight at 7. I didn't keep it.
No? Can you prove that?
Of course he can. Called for me at 7:30. He wouldn't have had time for a reading and then drive all the way to my place.
Yeah, and Giroux was alive at 7:30, Lieutenant.
How do you know that?
Well, when I got to Millie's, he just phoned. Millie spoke to him. So did Marana.
I see. Well, that leaves us exactly nowhere. And I'm afraid we won't find the answer to Giroux's murder in a crystal ball.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since most of us do a lot more driving during this warm summer weather, I'd like to say a word about an item that has a lot to do with your driving pleasure: gasoline. Wherever you travel on the Pacific coast, from Canada to Mexico, you'll find Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Almost 2,000 friendly dealer-owned Signal stations stand ready to serve you and honor your Signal credit card. And remember, when you power your car with Signal, you not only enjoy Signal's famous mileage, but also the thing which makes that mileage possible: extra engine efficiency. And, of course, extra engine efficiency means more thrilling performance from your car. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 points to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It's almost over, isn't it, Hal? The terrible nightmare you've been going through since the first time you talked to Giroux. Discovered that he knew of your embezzlement at the Midland Bank. That he would turn you over to the police unless you gave him $15,000. A little more than an hour ago, you were here in the tent with Giroux. But Lieutenant Adams doesn't know that. And you're certain that he never will know, aren't you, Hal? Because your imitation of Giroux's voice in a phone call to Millie and Marana brought the dead crystal gazer to life. Placed the time of his murder a half hour later than when you actually killed him. And that half hour gave you time to get back across town to pick up Millie. And so you've won, Hal. The lieutenant has eliminated you as a suspect. You stand by calmly, watching as he continues his routine check. The lieutenant leaves, and you talk quietly with Millie. Then the lieutenant returns with Marana.
Oh, glad you waited, Parker. I have a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Now, on this appointment you had with Giroux, why didn't you keep it?
Well, I was late. I had to be at Miller's by 7:30.
Uh-huh.
He was there right on time, Lieutenant.
At 7:30 sharp, huh? Just before Giroux was murdered.
That's right. Like I said, Giroux called Millie and Marana here. He was talking to them practically as I arrived. Isn't that so, Marana?
It would seem to be so, Sahib.
What do you mean, seem? You were annoyed at me because of what Giroux said. You wouldn't even ride down here with us.
Marana was more than annoyed, Parker. She was puzzled. After that call, she wanted time to think. Figure things out for herself.
That is right, Sahib. I have to know why this was done.
Why what was done? What are you saying, Marana? You talked to Giroux, didn't you?
No, Sahib. I talked to you. What?
Me? I don't talk like Giroux.
You did on the telephone, Parker. What was it he said, Marana?
He say, like Giroux always talks, Salam, Mem Sahib Marana. I am calling from what you call drugstore.
But Hal doesn't talk like that. What are you telling us, Marana?
Yes, that's ridiculous. Couldn't have been anyone else but Giroux.
You better explain, Marana.
All these people, Sahib, you will make them step back.
Sure. Jim. Yeah? Move the crowd back, will you? Get them away from here.
I don't know what this is all about. What Giroux said, that's exactly how he talks, isn't it, Marana?
Sure, to the general public, but not to me, you dope. All this lingo's been an act with us. He's never talked like that to me. His name wasn't Giroux, it's Joe Thompson, and he was my uncle.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life. Possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Stanley Waxman. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Gene Fromhurst, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Whispered Verdict.
She sat at the big, shiny table, nervous, fighting a closed-in feeling that made it hard for her to breathe, sensing always the hundreds of eyes boring into the back of her head, the low, suspicious whisperings from the townsfolk in the spectators' gallery. And she knew that this time she couldn't shrug it off, that the chips were down, and she, Edith Glenby, was on trial for her life.
The prosecution has established that not only did Edith Glenby have a motive for murdering her husband, but also an opportunity. Carl Glenby was killed with a knife, probably the bone-handled knife missing from the Glenby carving set. We are unable to produce that knife for the excellent reason that the murderer realized its importance and took especial pains to get rid of it. But the fact remains that Carl Glenby was killed with a knife. And you have all heard testimony stating Edith Glenby threatened to kill him in exactly that way.
No, I didn't. That's a lie.
Mrs. Glenby, this sort of thing won't help you.
Well, I don't care. You can't let him say those things. I didn't threaten him. I didn't.
When the defendant has regained control of herself, we will proceed with the summation.
But it isn't easy to control yourself, Edith. With the scales of justice teetering back and forth, and your own life in the balance, you try and settle down, telling yourself your turn will come when Charlie Jackson, your lawyer, has his say.
The prosecution has established that Mrs. Glenby quarreled with her husband. Yes, this woman you see before you, stunned with grief, miserable at this cruel and unwarranted accusation, is on trial for the murder of her husband, simply because she quarreled with him. Let the one who can honestly say there has never been a marital squabble in his family cast the first stone, or the first ballot for conviction.
You were smart to retain Charlie Jackson, weren't you, Edith? His young, honest face, his candid eyes, the sincere delivery that's so important now as he sums up to the jury. And you were shrewd with Charlie, Edith, about that last quarrel. He knows just what he ought to know, nothing more. The jury is retired now, and you begin to feel confident. Manage to appear casual as you glance around at the spectators. The people Carl was so proud to introduce you to just a year ago, when he brought you to the big white house on Manfred Street as his bride. There's Andy, the gardener, sitting next to the cook, a plump, middle-aged Irish woman named Kate.
That Mr. Jackson's a fine lawyer, Andy. He'll get her off. You wait and see.
Oh, I do hope so, Kate. The poor woman. Look at her there, so pale and pitiful she is.
And on the other side of the courtroom, John Selden, the executor of Carl Glenby's estate, muttering something to his wife, Agnes.
I wish I knew what to make of that woman, Agnes.
It's pretty simple to me. She married Carl for his money. When she found he wouldn't hold still for it, she put a knife in him.
Well, I suppose that's for the jury to decide. Fortunately, though, I can make my own decision about the money.
It seems an age before the door to the jury room opens, and the 12 most important people in the world take their places in the box.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will you hand it to the clerk, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Not guilty.
Where am I?
In the judge's chambers, Mrs. Glenby. You collapsed when the verdict was announced.
Oh, Charlie. They acquitted me. You did it. I'm safe.
I never had a moment's doubt you would be.
It's really over. They can't try me again.
No?
No matter what they find out?
Is there something to find out?
No. I only meant if somebody should trump up a piece of evidence.
Like the murder knife, I suppose?
Well, maybe.
You know, Mrs. Glenby, there's another court, higher than the one that just cleared you. It's public opinion. Sometimes its verdict carries heavier penalties than the one you've just escaped.
Well, I don't care what people think of me in this town.
You don't intend to stay here?
After the way these yokels have treated me, the sooner I can sell the house and clear out, the better I'll like it.
Under the circumstances, I think you're wise.
What does that mean, Charlie?
Whatever you want it to mean, Mrs. Glenby. Good day.
Well, Edith, you can tell from the set look on Charlie Jackson's face that now, for the first time since you came to him, he suspects the truth, that the woman he defended so ably was guilty. But it doesn't bother you now, does it? The things that really count are the real reasons you murdered your husband. The big white house, the fortune and gilt-edged securities, the insurance policies. And you know now that everything will depend on John Selden, Carl's executor. You're a widow now, Edith. A wealthy widow. The next evening when you arrive at John Selden's home, you're hoping he will understand that fact.
Hello, Agnes. Good evening. Is your husband in? I'd like to talk to him about Carl's estate. Sit down, won't you? Thanks.
John, Mrs. Glenby is here.
Be there in a minute.
Oh, thank you, Agnes. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to speak to you after the trial.
Don't apologize. I'm rather glad you didn't.
Why, Agnes, what do you
I'm
mean?
sorry. You may as well know how I feel.
What do you mean?
Well, Edith, I've lost a great deal of faith in the courts.
Agnes, can't possibly think I was guilty. Not after the
It
jury...
isn't only what I think. It's what everybody thinks. It's all over town, Edith. If your innocence had been clearly established, so many people wouldn't feel that...
Good evening.
I only dropped in for a moment, John, to see how soon you could arrange for the sale of the house.
You're very prompt.
Apparently, you've lost confidence in the jury system, too.
Perhaps. However, as executor of Carl's estate, I'm forced to treat your late husband's affairs as a matter of sound business, Mrs. Glenby.
I'm aware of that.
Good. Then you're also aware that all of his property, all of it, including the house, has been left in trust for you. A trust not likely to be dissipated.
That's for me to decide. As his
I
beneficiary...
haven't finished. As you know, Carl and I had been friends for a great many years. At the time of your marriage, he drew up a trust agreement, which leaves the administration of his estate entirely up to my discretion. I intend to carry out his instructions to the letter.
Where does that leave me? I simply got to have...
There will be a stated amount coming to you on the first of every month. Ample for your needs here.
You still think I killed him?
I didn't say that.
The man who killed my husband is still at large somewhere, John. He'll be caught sooner or later, and you'll be very sorry for what you've said.
When that happens, you'll find me very ready to apologize, Mrs. Glenby.
To put it bluntly, then, I don't get the money until you're...
Until I'm completely convinced of your innocence. Exactly.
Very well, John. I guess the next move is up to me.
With the prologue of Whispered Verdicts, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You regular Whistler fans have all heard me speak of the more thorough, more conscientious service cars get at dealer-owned Signal service stations. But the really important thing is what customers say about it. That's why we're so happy to receive letters such as this one I have with me tonight.
It's from J. Edward Keating of Los Angeles, who writes, "The first tank full of Signal gasoline I ever tried was at the station owned by Jerry Holtzmaster. Well, it took just that one experience to convince me that Signal gasoline not only deserves its growing popularity, but also that Signal dealers are quite different from the usual station managers. Mr. Holtzmaster showed a genuine eagerness to please by giving many little unasked-for services that make such a big difference in driving pleasure. And I found I could place complete confidence in his recommendations. Since then, although a change in location has placed me out of Jerry Holtzmaster's neighborhood, I gladly drive out of my way to get his kind of service, which means I'm a steady Signal customer and I like it. Well, Mr. Keating, if Jerry was listening to your very kind words in the Whistler just now, I'm sure he was as happy and appreciative as we at Signal Oil Company were when we received your letter. It's such commendation from customers that we're constantly receiving, which makes Signal dealers strive to do an ever better job of making today's cars run better and last longer. Now, back to the Whistler.
It's taken a strange turn, hasn't it? You were so sure that the one thing that stood between you and the thing you killed for was the verdict of the jury. But there's another verdict, a whispered one voiced in the stores, in the churches, wherever the townspeople congregate. And you know until you're acquitted in the mind of your husband's executor, John Selden, your legacy is out of reach. So it's up to you, Edith. The next move is yours. It's several days later when you finally arrive at the answer. You call Kate in one evening before dinner as you sit at your dressing table.
Kate?
Yes, Mrs. Glenby.
Have you seen anything of that gold necklace of mine, the one with the little round locket?
Your necklace? Why, no, Mrs. Glenby. It's gone.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure it's been mislaid.
But there hasn't been anyone in the house except me and Andy, Mrs. Glenby. Not since
Mr. Glenby was killed. Or perhaps not. But there was someone here that night.
I didn't know anything was missing since the trouble. That is, except Mr. Glenby's wallet.
If that man broke into the house to rob, he just might have taken along a piece of jewelry as well as the wallet.
Of course, 'tis possible. Too bad you couldn't give the police a better description of the robber you said killed your husband.
Well, if the light had been on, I might have. Oh, goodness. I hope I didn't brush it off into a wastebasket or something.
I think I'd have seen it if you had.
Unless it was mixed in with some papers or something. Tell me, Kate, do you always burn the rubbish out in the incinerator?
No. Andy usually does that, but I
Kate, if you don't mind, would you rummage around in the ashes out there sometimes? You know, just in case.
It started, isn't it, Edith? Your move to divert their suspicion. Yes. You know the missing necklace won't be in with that burned rubbish. But Kate might run across something else. Something that will turn the pointing fingers in another direction. Reverse the whispered verdict which stands against you. You wait patiently until later that afternoon, and then...
Mrs. Glenby.
What is it, Kate?
Mrs. Glenby, I looked out in the incinerator for your necklace.
You found
No,
it?
I didn't. But I did find this.
What? Oh, little bits of gold and leather.
Yes. Like they put on the corners of gentlemen's wallets sometimes.
I don't understand, Kate. How could you find them out there unless...
I know exactly what you're thinking, ma'am. Mr. Glenby's wallet was the same kind of a gold binding.
But if it was in our incinerator and if Andy usually does the burning...
I know, ma'am. I could scarcely believe it myself. I've known Andy for 7 years. He wouldn't steal anything. Why, I'd sooner believe he stuck that carving knife into poor Mr. Glenby's back.
Oh, it's simply unthinkable. Kate, We mustn't say anything about it. I know how unreasonable people can be, how unfair. I'd hate myself if they started to suspect Andy.
You're trembling with excitement now because your plan is working. You said just enough to Kate, showed the right amount of surprise, then left her alone with her thoughts. You've something else to attend to now, Edith. The carving knife buried in the garden. The knife you used to kill your husband. You slip outside to make certain that it's exactly where you left it, so that it'll be ready when you decide the time is right to plant it in Andy's room. You move down the gravel path toward the rose hedge, and then you stop and stare in disbelief. Here, at the very spot where you buried the knife, someone has been digging.
Oh, Mrs. Glenn.
Oh, Andy. Oh, you gave me such a start.
I guess you surprised me, too, ma'am. Not used to seeing you here out in the garden.
Oh, Mr. Glendy thought so much of these tea roses. Goodness, who's been digging around them so?
Oh, Goldie, I expect. That collie sometimes forgets where he's buried some old chunk of bone, so he goes hunting for it.
Oh, but Andy, he shouldn't be rooting up Carl's favorite roses. I simply won't permit it.
Well, I do the best I can to keep him out of them, ma'am.
You'll have to do more than that, I'm afraid. Why, it's a sacrilege. Andy, I'm afraid you'll just have to get rid of Goldie.
Oh, now, ma'am. Mr. Glenby was fond of the dog.
Well, I don't care, Andy. But I don't expect you to put the animal out of the way yourself. You can take him to the veterinary. Have it done.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't ask that, ma'am. I'm almighty fond of that collie myself, and I know Mr. Glenby wouldn't like it.
You do as I say, Andy. My mind's made up. Here's some money for the vet.
Oh, but, ma'am, $50? Ma'am, it won't cost $50, even if...
You can have it changed at the bank. It's all I have with me now. And I want this done right away, Andy. This instant. I won't have any more digging up of these roses. Understand?
You leave Andy staring after you in hurt bewilderment. And as you walk down the path, you're thinking that the carving knife couldn't be in a better place. It was only the dog that did the digging, and he didn't dig deep. The knife will be there when you want it, won't it, Edith? Right now, there's something else to attend to. So you hurry across town to the Feldons' home.
Oh, Mrs. Glenby. Agnes, I must talk to you. I need advice. I believe my husband has paid a salary to dig. Look at this, Agnes. Gold and bits of burnt leather. I don't understand. But they are the corners off Carl's wallet. The one he had when that robber killed him. Kate just found it in the ashes of our incinerator. Your incinerator? Who could have burned it there? Well, Kate blurted out that it must have been Andy. Of course, he's the only one on the place besides Kate and me, but I simply cannot believe it. The burnt wallet. Yes. If it had been Andy, that would account for nobody seeing any strangers near your house that night. Well, it would, yes. But Andy said he wasn't around either. Well, we haven't any proof except these burned bits of leather. Still, I'm so distressed about it, Agnes. I wish I knew what to do. Kate thinks we ought to notify the police. I know she does. But until there's something more definite, I'd hate to mix poor Andy up in this. He's been so faithful and all. I know. Look, why don't you let me call John at the bank? He won't be there now, but I can reach him later. Oh, would you ask John? I'm sure he'll know what to do. After all, it's to all our interests. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. Oh, Edith, I don't quite know how to say it, but perhaps John and I have been rather hasty in our judgment, but you see... Of course, dear, it doesn't matter. All that's important now is that we straighten this thing out. I'll be waiting for your call, Agnes, at home.
Yes, Edith. You'll be waiting for Agnes to call. To tell you John has decided that the only thing to do is notify the police. You're certain he'll do that. John Selden is such a cautious, practical man. And when he does give the word, you'll know that it's safe to hide the knife somewhere in Andy's room. That Andy won't have time to stumble across it himself before the police arrive. It's late when you return home, but Kate tells you no one has telephoned. She also tells you something else.
Station, I'm glad you're home, ma'am. Seems like things are always coming up when folks are away.
Well, what did it take?
The plumbers, ma'am. They were here while you was over to the Felding.
Plumbers? What for, Kate? I didn't send...
Andy sent for 'em. Pipes in the garage are all clogged up.
Well, he didn't say anything to me about it.
But he had something else on his mind. Anyway, I didn't want to let them go ahead digging up the garden where the pipes go until they'd given you some idea what it would cost.
Well, I should say not. I don't want people all over the place digging everything up.
Well, that's just what I just said to him, ma'am. But you see that...
Oh, we'll talk about it later, Kate.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's Mrs. Selden calling. Hello?
Edith, I just talked to John. He's working late at the bank tonight.
What does he think we should do?
Well, he insists on calling the police right away. He wants them to make a search of Andy's things.
Oh, Agnes, I hate to let them do that. They mustn't. I'd feel simply terrible if
you won't have a single thing to do with it, Edith. John is sending the officers entirely on his own responsibility because...
Yes?
Well, Andy came into the bank this afternoon with a very hangdog expression and asked to have a $50 bill changed.
A $50 bill?
It's a lot of money for Andy to be carrying. And John wondered if Carl had any 50s in his wallet that night, Agnes. Would you remember?
No, I wouldn't. He carried large amounts of cash from time to time, but
don't you fret about it. The police will find out.
Oh, Agnes, can't we at least wait until Andy comes home? It doesn't seem right going into his room.
Well, if they don't find anything, he may not even have to know, Edith. Now, you leave it all up to John. He knows the district attorney personally.
Oh, I feel terrible about it, Agnes. I don't want to be here if they arrest him. If you don't mind, I'd like to come over and be with you.
Come right ahead, Edith. I understand.
I'll leave right away.
Yes, Edith, you'll leave right away. That is, after you take care of one more detail. The trap is all set for Andy, but now it must be baited. That part will be simple, won't it, Edith? All you have to do is get the knife from the spot where you buried it near the rose hedge and hide it in Andy's room. John Selden and the district attorney will do the rest. They'll fit the parts together. You know there won't be any doubt of Andy's guilt as you think of the district attorney's words in the courtroom.
The murderer realized the importance of the knife, and because of that fact, took especial pains to get rid of it.
That's all they need, isn't it, Edith? All they need to find the murderer is to find the person with a knife.
Going out again, ma'am.
But I'll have to run back to the Feldings for a few minutes, Kate.
Oh?
Now, let's see. Did I drive the car into the garage?
I think you did, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll have to get it. When Andy gets back, Kate, would you ask him to wait here in the house for me? I want to talk to him.
Well, begging your pardon, ma'am, I don't think Andy will be back.
You don't?
No.
Well, why, Kate? Why don't you think so?
Something he said when he went away with Goldie, ma'am, the collie dog. Something about if there wasn't a place here for the master's dog, there wasn't room for his gardener either.
Oh.
He said nobody should be too surprised if he didn't show up around here again. I'd have told you before, only there were other things on my mind. And
Kate, I wish Andy hadn't done that. People are so likely to misunderstand his running away. Oh, well, we'll know more about it before long. Good night, Kate.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word to you drivers who want to be sure you're getting the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. Just consider the facts. The only way any gasoline can put superior performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you get better mileage. So better quality in gasoline not only means better performance, but also better mileage. That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage. And it's why we say, to be sure of tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to the Whistlers.
So there were two verdicts in the case of the state versus Edith Glenby, weren't there, Edith? The juries and the public. And you're sure now that in a matter of hours, the suspicious whisperings around town will become apologies, with John Felden the most humble of all. Yes, Edith. Once the all-important knife is found in Andy's room over the garage, it'll be all over. You leave Kate in the house, start back for the garage, by way of the rose hedge, of course. And you're wondering, Edith, if your timing is right, hoping John Felden is on his way.
You know, D.A., if the gardener killed Glenby, we're going to look like a couple of fools.
It's still only a theory, Felden.
We might have to do a lot of apologizing to Mrs. Glenby.
Yes, I admit I could have been more careful with that gardener. But if it develops that an apology is in order, I certainly be the first one to do it, and in public.
Well, here we are. I can't help feeling I've been unjust to her. Somehow I don't think...
Is that you?
Yes?
Mr. Felden, I hope you'd get here. Come quickly.
What's the matter?
I called you right away. No one answered. Then I called a doctor.
What are you talking about, Katie?
Here we are, only watch where you step.
Oh, I can't see.
Well, I have a match.
Why, it's Edith.
Yes, Mrs. Glenby. I told her the plumbers dug a trench out here. I guess she didn't pay much attention.
Why, she's hurt. Badly.
She's dead.
But what was she doing out here in the garden?
Oh, look. There at the V of her dress.
It's a missing knife. The knife from our carving set. She must have been holding it when she fell.
The missing carving knife. Then she had it all along.
Oh, wait. Don't touch it. I'd better get in touch with my office. And offhand, Felden, I'd say we won't have to apologize to anybody.
Let that whistle be your signal. For the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Miss Irene Tedrow. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Stuart Sterling, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Bond. You would think that a man going home after more than half a year here in a little town in France would be happy. I came over here in November on one of those post-war jobs. I've been here in Vignecourt ever since. The house here was built in 1341, and the old cemetery out near the abandoned airfield can tell you how many generations of Rocheforts have lived and died here. It was, of course, the oddest kind of coincidence that I, Andrew Pierre Etienne Rochefort, whose family had been American since the days of Lafayette, should return to his ancestral home. I am the first Rochefort who has stepped inside this house since the First World War, when Colonel Paul-Marie Rochefort died at Chemin des Dames. Madame Simone, who owns the house now, has been a most satisfactory doyenne to me and to Ahmed Ali ibn Musa, my Algerian assistant. Even if she does have difficulty comprehending my French, and I hers. I have succeeded in having the ancient piano tuned. There's an American cook here in town who was a piano tuner in civilian life. And Ahmed Ali and I have spent some pleasant evenings, alternately at the piano and in long and complicated discussions of Christian and Mohammedan theology. Ahmed shares with me an inordinate admiration for the works of Ravel, and in particular the one called Pavane pour une enfant défunte, Pavane for a dead princess. You remember? I remember that this night we'd been talking about the curious quality of fatalism that colors the whole life of the Mohammedan.
It's all prescribed for us, the prophet said, before we're born, you see.
But you do admit that individuals can alter the patterns of their own lives and of others, don't you, Ahmed?
We only think we alter them, Andrew. Whatever we may do is merely bringing to life the cosmic play script that is already written for us. We're bound by the script as actors are. As a matter of fact, we are actors, playing parts in a drama.
Or a comedy.
Yes, or a comedy that we've never rehearsed. That unfolds for us, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day.
Yeah, it's reducing life to a pretty uninteresting formula, Ahmed.
Oh, no, by all means, no. On the contrary, I find it provides me, at least, with a consuming curiosity to see what's on the next page.
Well, it certainly simplifies things, doesn't it?
It occasionally provides a surprise.
Such as the fact that I'm not going to play the Pavane again for you tonight.
What is written is written.
In that case, I'll just cross up the prophet and play it for you then. See who it is, will you, Ahmed?
Of course.
Sorry, Andrew. What's the matter?
Well, it seems the old gentleman is in some kind of trouble and needs me again.
Can't he get through one evening without calling for help?
I'm sorry. I'll really have to go, you know.
Well, all right. See you in the morning, then. Right. Good night. Ahmed.
Yeah?
Was that written, too? Turn out the lights, will you, Ahmed? Thanks.
Right.
Who's that? Who are you?
What? It's sweet princess.
What?
I am the princess.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm sorry. I heard you playing my song. And I wanted to see you. You play very nicely.
Well, thank you. Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm right here. I can see you.
I'll turn on the light.
Oh, no.
What? Well, why not?
Well, if you turn on the light, I'd have to go away.
Go away? Go home, you mean?
It isn't exactly home. It's where I'm staying.
Did you run away from your mother?
No. I don't have any mother.
Oh.
Could you play some more?
Why? What would you like to hear?
My song, please.
The one I was playing?
Yes, please.
Why do you call it your song?
Because I'm the princess. I think.
You have a name, though.
Oh, yes. Joan. In French, it's Jean.
That's a very pretty name.
Yes. Please play.
All right. There now.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Well, thank you.
I must go now.
Wouldn't you like a chocolate bar to take with you?
I don't know what that is.
It's nice to eat.
No, thank you.
Well, maybe your folks would like it.
I don't have any folks. Do you have?
Me? Oh, yes. I have a wife.
You don't have a little girl?
No. Not yet.
I could be a little girl if you wanted me to.
You could.
Maybe you wouldn't want me to.
Well, I don't know, Joan. I haven't seen you yet.
Well, someday you can see me. If you really want to.
I'd like to very much.
But now I have to go.
Would you like me to go with you? It's awfully dark out. And it's late.
Oh, no. I'm not afraid of the dark. I will kiss him now.
In the dark, I felt the touch of the child's lips on my forehead. And I was conscious of a sweetness and a sadness that was almost a physical blow. And she spoke again in the darkness.
Well, what?
I called to her. Joan, wait. Wait, child.
Play my song some other night and I'll come back.
And then the door closed, and I was alone. I sat for a long time in the dark, thinking of what the war had done to so many thousands of children. Nameless, homeless, hopeless. And it was a long time before I began suddenly to wonder. This little girl, this little princess spoke English. Where did she learn that? And where did she learn the name of the song? Why was she afraid of the light? And I smiled to myself as I thought vaguely of a little girl ghost. But my dreams when I'd gone to bed in the dark were of a little girl who skipped by my side and called me father, but who faded into nothingness when I reached for her hand. I questioned Ahmed about her. He knew nearly all the unhappy, skinny children of Vinya Court.
None of that description, Andrew. I'm sure I remember.
I asked Miss Lewis, the Quaker girl at the little hospital.
No. I'm certain I've never seen a child that answers to that. You say her name is Joan?
Joan. That's right. I've never seen her.
Well, new children appear almost every day. I'll watch for her, Andrew.
I watched the children of the town from my office window. I found myself paying only half-hearted attention to the ponderous trivialities the town dignitaries brought to my desk. I found myself listening for a certain voice in the clamor of children playing somberly in the street. You will pardon me, I am sure. I've always considered myself a practical, down-to-earth person. And I wish you to consider the effect such an occurrence has upon such a man. You can understand, I am sure, that I was forced to two almost inescapable conclusions. The first, that I had seen a ghost, I discarded at once. Almost at once. The second, that I had had an extraordinarily vivid dream. This conclusion I accepted. But Ahmed,
I'm not so sure you're right, Andrew. There's a way, you know, to make sure.
I had almost forgotten that.
Play my song some other night and I'll come back.
It wasn't merely curiosity. Something about this sweet, childish voice had aroused sentiments in me that I didn't know I possessed. Margaret and I have been married 7 years. We had resigned ourselves to the fact that we should probably always be childless. But Joan, the homeless, fatherless, motherless waif who had come to me in the darkness, might she not be the child Margaret and I wished we could have? I determined to try to bring her back. Yes, I admit I felt foolish as I sat down in the dark at the piano. And I placed my flashlight beside the keyboard. I was to regret that. It was very dark and very quiet as I began. Where did you come from?
I just came in.
Where have you been all this time, child?
Oh, out there.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
But you didn't play my song?
I was afraid it wouldn't bring you.
Did you really want me?
I wanted you very much.
I'm very glad. I was afraid nobody would want me.
Joan, where do you live?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm just not sure. I don't remember very well.
Well, Joan, haven't you any parents?
Parents? No.
Are they?
Well, they're not dead. They're just not.
I don't understand you, dear.
Why did you call me dear?
Well,
Is it because you love me?
Why?
Is it? Do you love me?
Yes, Joan.
Do you have a little girl of your own?
No.
I wish I could be a little girl.
Well, perhaps you could.
I could call you Mom.
Why, yes.
And I would have a mama, too?
Oh, yes.
I would like it. Oh, I would like it very much.
Shall I turn on the lights now so we can see each other?
No. You couldn't see me if you turned on the light. Are you afraid I'm not pretty?
I'm sure you're pretty.
I don't know.
You'd have blue eyes and dark hair.
Yes.
And you'd have a pretty little snub nose.
With freckles?
With freckles.
Is that the way you want me?
Exactly.
Would my mama love me, too?
As much as I do, darling.
You might not love me if you knew all about me.
Oh, yes, I would.
I would love you and Mama very much. All my life I would love you.
Then it's settled. Now, let's have a look at you. Shall we? I picked up my flashlight and pressed the switch. I called, Joan! Joan! But there was no answer. I sprang up and flicked the wall switch. The bare bulb hanging from the ceiling threw every object in the room into bright relief. I was alone. And as I stood there, dazed in the sudden brightness, I heard a small sound. of bitterness in my heart when I realized what I had done. I need not tell you of the agony that sent me racing into the night outside, calling frantically for the child. I needn't tell you of the doubt and wonder, the wild thoughts that clutched at me. Was it a dream? It couldn't have been a dream. Was it a ghost I had seen? I couldn't bring myself to believe that. And yet, I took leave of absence. Achman and I and Miss Lewis searched every corner of the town. We took long trips into the country, delved into ancient, deserted houses, questioned hundreds of people.
There is another single place to look, Andrew.
It was a dream, Andrew.
But I knew it couldn't have been a dream. And though my friends tried their best to dissuade me, I could not give up my search. Night after night, I sat at the piano. But never the sound of a softly opening door, never anything but silence and solitude and an overpowering sense of guilt. And I fell ill. Ahmed and Miss Lewis were with me a great deal.
Can we drink this, Andrew?
Watching me, nursing me, stilling my delirium. At last the fever passed, and I opened my eyes to the same dingy, ancient room in the house of my forefathers. Then, lying alone in my bed at night, I came to the final, inescapable conclusion. Joan did not exist. Joan had lived in this house in some other time. Joan did not exist. This was a haunted house. And I remember how I wept alone in the dark one night, thinking how I had banished her from me forever. I whispered her name in the darkness.
Joan. I was afraid you didn't want me, really.
You did come back.
Do you want me?
I don't know how we can do without you, darling.
I know. I heard you crying in the night.
I did cry, Joan.
I know. I cried, too.
You know what I thought? You know why I cried?
Yes. You thought I was a ghost.
But you're not.
No. Father.
And you are going to be our little girl.
You're sure you want me?
More than anything else in the world.
Would you swear it?
Yes.
No matter what happens?
No matter what happens.
And you'll always love me?
Always.
And you won't mind if you can't see me for a little while?
Whatever you say, Joan, I can't lose you again.
And if I'm different when you see me?
How old are you, Joan?
Why, I'm not old at all.
You're... Well, I don't understand you. Of course you're not old.
No, I don't mean that.
My darling, I don't understand.
Well, you see, you have to take me the way I am. If you really want to.
Of course. You sound like a grown-up when you said that.
I know what is written.
Joan.
Then you take me for your very own, no matter what happens.
And I spoke with all the deep sincerity of a man entering into a solemn compact involving the lives of 3 people. I do, Joan.
I will love you as long as I live.
Now turn on the lights and let me see my little girl.
No,
Why not, darling?
because if you turn on the light, you can't see me.
But why can't I?
Why? Because I'm not born yet, you see.
Joan.
But I will be. I'll be your really, truly own little girl.
Is this true, child?
Yes. It's true. Now I can tell you the rest of it.
The rest? What?
You said I would be your little girl. No matter what happened.
Yes. I meant it.
You have to mean it. You said it. I couldn't tell you before.
Tell me what? Darling, what?
Oh, Father, I loved you so much, and I deceived you. I wanted you to be my father.
Oh, what is it? Child, what is it?
I'll be your little girl. But not for so very long.
Well, what do you mean by that?
It is written, Father. I have to die when I'm 8 years old.
And it was the next morning that Ahmed brought me the cablegram from Margaret. He read it to me.
Our daughter born this morning, 7 o'clock. 7 pounds, dark-haired, blue-eyed loveliness. How do you like Joan for a name? Love, Margaret.
You would think that a man going home after 8 months in a little town in France would be a happy man. Going home to see a newborn daughter. You think so? Wouldn't you? And directed by Willis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Joan Laser played Joan. Donald Briggs was Ahmed Ali. And Ann Seymour was Miss Lewis. Albert Berman played the music for Quiet Please. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week, after more than 2 years, this series of Quiet Please comes to an end. And for our show next week, number 107... I'm giving you a play based on the title of the series, Quiet Please.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by the makers of Carter's Little Liver Pills, the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Good evening, friends. This is Raymond, your host, welcoming you again to the Inner Sanctum. Come in, Lonesome. Why am I smiling? Oh, but I always smile when I open the creaking door on Sunday night. You see, each week when I say good evening, I think to myself, good evening for what? And, of course, there's only one answer to that question. A good evening for a murder.
Tonight, the Inner Sanctum Mysteries brings you The Island of Death, an original radio mystery drama written by Robert Newman and presented for your entertainment by the makers of Carter's Little Liver Pills. Friends, a pleasant disposition shouldn't be just a once-in-a-while affair. It ought to be a regular thing. See if you can't make it regular by encouraging regularity with Carter's Little Liver Pills. Let them wake up the flow of one of your most vital digestive juices and prove to yourself that Carter's Little Liver Pills are the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Now I think we're ready to begin. Ready to begin as strange and terrible a tale as ever turned a man's hair gray overnight. A tale of voodoo, conjuring, black magic. Oh, now you're smiling. You don't believe in voodoo, huh? Good. Now turn down the lights, pull your chair up close, and listen to the story of the Island of Death. Come with me to the Dark Island, the secret magic island, Haiti. It is night. A fierce tropical storm is raging. The car drives slowly down the road with a cane field on one side of it, the jungle on the other.
Now which way?
I don't know, John.
Last Brandon. Why did he let us go off alone? How are we going to get back there?
But he told us not to go off alone, John. John, look.
Where?
Ahead there. That old maid is walking up the road. Oh, maybe he can...
Yeah. Hey, you. Hey! Now, what's the matter with him? Is he deaf? Now, you keep blowing the horn while I put my coat on and go after him, Muriel.
All right, John. There's something wrong with it.
Hey?
It doesn't work.
Well, it was working just a minute ago. Now, what's the name of...
Something, monsieur.
So you did hear me. Why didn't you come when I called you?
I am not in the habit of coming when I'm called that way, monsieur. Besides, though I am an old man, my ears are very sensitive. The noise of your horn pained me. That's why I stopped it.
You stopped it? Why, you... Well, okay. We're looking for the plantation of St. Jackson. Are we on the right road?
You are on the right road for many things, Monsieur Good.
Hey, how did you know my name?
It was told me.
Oh. Well, how do we get there?
If you go down this road 1 mile, you see it on your right. And when you get there, well, perhaps we will meet again.
If we do, I'll... Hey, where did he go to?
Oh, I don't know. He just disappeared.
Step back off the road into the jungle. Well, at least we know where we are now.
Yes. John.
Hey.
Do you suppose he was a papaloy, a witch doctor?
What on earth makes you think that?
I don't know. The way he looked and talked. And after all, the horn did stop working.
Coach? Is that you, Coach?
No, Alan. It's me.
You're... All right. Sorry, this is Coach.
Alan, you have to make things even more difficult than they are already.
Would it make things any easier if I pretended that we were just old friends? It didn't matter to me that you'd married him instead of me.
No, Alan, I guess not.
I'm sorry, Muriel. I shouldn't say that. Hello, Alan. Order me a drink, will you? Of course. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Coach.
Yes, Monsieur Randall. How was it?
Did you find out what was wrong with the horn?
Yeah, one of the wires had come loose.
Not an old native on the road, and Muriel's convinced that he was a witch doctor.
But it's just that he was so strange, and, well, even though I know that there are no such things...
What we know or believe isn't terribly important. What is important is what the natives believe. They don't like being laughed at.
You mean they really still believe in voodoo, stuff like that?
Well, your days, monsieur.
Yeah. Do you believe in voodoo?
But not really, monsieur.
Oh, this is funny. This is really funny. Hey, what's that?
The drum. Nothing, monsieur. Just the steel hands doing the Congo.
Oh. Well, they can't have done a hard day's work if they've got enough energy to dance at night. I think maybe I'll go down there.
Oh, no, monsieur. No.
What do you mean I must not?
I am sorry, monsieur. I just meant, well, if you are interested in voodoo conjuring, perhaps I could show you something.
You, Pierre?
Oh, I am no papalois, Monsieur Bandon. I have some skill with the knuckle bone, telling fortunes. And if Monsieur Coates would like...
No, why not? Go ahead, Pierre.
Very well, Monsieur. There. An arrow 9 times. That means unhappiness.
For whom?
I see a city far away from here. I see 2 men, both in love with the same woman.
Yeah, easy, Alan. Let him finish. Go on, Pierre.
One of the men is rich, powerful. The other is not. The one who is rich has his rival sent away, and in his absence marries the girl. She knows she is making a mistake.
Oh, she does she? Why, you ain't telling her.
John, stop.
You coach. How dare you hit him for 2 cents?
All right, Mr. Bandon. He did not hurt me.
Oh? Well, I haven't even started yet. You're fired.
Just a second, Coach.
Oh, Brandon. I had a hunch you weren't getting as much as you could out of the natives, that you were too soft with them. Now I know it. You're fired, too.
John, so that's why you insisted I come down here with you.
Of course. Don't you think I know that you're still in love with him?
Okay, Coach, you asked for it.
Oh, no, you're not, Alan.
I've got a gun here. Now, you stay where you are.
I'm going down the field hand cut and really show them who's boss.
Alan. Oh, Alan.
It's all right, John. Being fired doesn't bother me. But the other things, are they true?
That is really you are loved. Maybe even I.
Monsieur Bandon, excuse me, but I think you should know. The drum, it is not the Dutch Congo. It is the service paper. The Marron is down at the Dutch.
What?
Where is P. Marron?
He's the most famous witch doctor on the island. John may be a swine, but we think with him. Listen, Muriel, you stay here with Pierre. I'm going after John. Oh, yes, I'm looking for a man named Cimarron. You are Cimarron, aren't you?
I am.
Another white man came down here a few minutes ago, Cimarron. Do you know where he is?
Yes, monsieur. He said he would pay well to see some voodoo. He said this petrol. He's in the Humpor, the temple.
What? There's no temple here in the village.
There is not. Come with me into this hut. That iron ring there, lift it up.
What's that door?
Now down the steps. Here is the Humpor. There is it.
Oh, John.
What do you want, Alan?
You've got to get out of here right away.
That's exactly what I've been looking for. The place where they hold their spookaroo.
Listen, John, I never did like you much, and I shouldn't really care what happens to you, but the white-haired native that brought me in here, you know who he is?
Sure. The old coot I met on the road earlier this evening.
He happens to be Cimarron, the most powerful papaloy in Haiti.
Yeah? Well, when I get finished with him, he won't show his face around this plantation again in a hurry. But...
We are ready to be free. Hackman, I warn you, Miramiengo himself will be here, and there is no telling what shape he will take. whose body he will follow.
Never mind the warning. Go ahead.
Very well. Happy, come back. The drum. From on high, from little air, from the jungles of the night, come ye back, come, see the body, loose its soul, point this way, and come ye back, come, there. He has taken the body, he's coming, quick back. The war workers, figures on the ground in front of the altar.
Hey, what is this all about? What do they think they're doing?
The bells of death. He's coming. Neither comes.
Listen, you hear them? Something is coming. What do you mean, something? Listen, you hear? You see who or what it is? Not yet, you guys. The pair of bare feet and an holy smoke. There. They're white.
Either yonder come. Down.
A woman. A white woman. Walking as if she were asleep or in a trance. As soon as she gets to the altar, we'll be able to see. Oh! A great Scott. No!
John Coates insisted there was no such thing as voodoo. Dared the witch doctor to invoke the god Yiranyango. And when the god did appear, he found he'd taken possession of the body of his wife. Very unusual. But not any more annoying than when a simple thing like a mean, sulky, gloomy disposition takes possession of us. All kinds of irregularity is entirely to blame. So the sensible thing to do is to get right after it with Carter's little liver pills. Now, don't let the gloom of irregularity hold you back. Keep you from enjoying life and getting ahead in the world. Wake up the flow of one of your most vital digestive juices with Carter's little liver pills. Let them help you to feel up and that and bubbling with enthusiasm and alive with the glorious feeling that goes with regularity. Just give Carter's little liver pills a trial. And I think you'll agree that Carter's little liver pills can really be the best friend to your sunny disposition. All right. Do you still think voodoo is all nonsense? Oh, you're not so sure now. But you still want me to go on with our story. Very well. Just a moment later now. And Alan Brandon and John Coates are still sitting in the subterranean temple and fixed with horror.
Serious. But we left her up at the house. It can't be. But it is.
She's in some kind of a trance.
Blast that witch doctor. I'm going to...
The fool. He's in the ring now, but he's playing up with that.
Wait a minute. We call him.
Look, they're all kneeling. Bowing to her.
Near you, body, with the power we've given you, let us see the Yankapum by night and by day, through the 4 seasons, as the green things grow, watch over us, Lord, and bless us.
Look, she's raising her hands. She's blessing them.
And now, the image, the goat without horn, take it in your hand, leader. Breathe your spirit into it.
Look, that image. She's picking it up. Putting it to her lips. Oh, you black devil, I'll teach you. You idiot, what have you done? What I should have done before. Killed him. Probably killed not only him, but Muriel, too. Look. Yeah, she's just fainted. Let's get her out of here. What's the house now, quick? outside here. Put her on the couch. Yeah, she's still unconscious. Her pulse is pretty weak. Here, some brandy. Hurry.
Yes, monsieur.
Why did they let us go like that? Not even try and stop us. All of them just sitting there. I don't know, but I'd have been happier here.
You are, monsieur. What happened to madame?
That blasted witch doctor came around some kind of a ceremony with a goat.
The blessing of the goats without horns.
He must have hypnotized her or something like that. But he won't try any more of his voodoo tricks on her or anybody else. I killed him.
Killed him? Killed Cimarron?
Yeah, hold her head, Brandy, while I give her some of this brandy. All right.
Brandy. I am afraid that will not help, monsieur. You do not give brandy to someone who is dead.
Dead? What are you talking about?
Her heart is still beating, yes. But she is not really alive. You see, her soul left her body when Cimarron called to her. When you killed him, it could not find its way back. It is out there somewhere. Now, wandering around, lost in the night.
Why, no, John, haven't you done enough harm already? Well, we've got to get a doctor for her. Right away.
Yes, monsieur. For if her soul does not find its way back soon, it will never come back. But there is no white doctor that can help her.
Will you shut up? Where's the nearest one, Alan? Dr. Ghosty, about 9 miles up the road. I'll show you the way. All right. Well, come on. You stay here and watch up, yeah? And if anything happens to her...
Yes, monsieur. I will stay.
Are you coming, John? Hurry up. Yes, all right. Soul is gone, wandering around somewhere in the night. She's fainted, that's all. Maybe it's a fever and she's out of her head. Well, which way? Shortest way is that way there. You mean through the jungle? But it's dark. We won't be able to see her. Listen, Coach. You may not know it, you may not care, but Muriel's life is in danger. I'm not sure a doctor can help her. But I'm going to get one if I have to crawl on my hands and knees. Alan. Wait. Oh, how much further? Are we going to have to go? I don't know. Can't be much further. Yeah. That's what you've been saying for the last hour. We're lost. That's what we are. Lost somewhere here in the jungle. Listen. Don't. Yeah. And I don't care what you do. But I've had enough of this. I'm going that way. Oh, no, wait. Come here. Don't you realize it? No. Alan, look. Hot. A fire. We're out of the jungle. Hey, it's a village.
Oh, Coach. Not a village. The village. The native quarter of the plantation.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, we've been walking in a circle and we're back where we started from.
Why, it's impossible.
No, monsieur. It is not impossible. It is true.
Yeah. What are you doing here?
I knew this is where you would end up, so I came down here to wait for you.
It's a trick, that's what it is. You did this, the two of you.
No, monsieur. It was not us. It was he, Cimarron.
But he's dead.
Yes, monsieur. He's dead. But come over here.
Cimarron. Lying in state.
Yes, monsieur. And there, in his right hand, an egg. It is the fast catch conjure. Monsieur Coates, your life is in that egg. And as long as he holds it, you can never leave here.
Never leave? But I've got to. I can't stand anymore. Ever since I shot him. Those drums. The jungle surrounding us. Waiting. Now listen, Pierre. I don't care what it costs. I don't even care about Muriel. But I gotta get away from here.
Oh, but that is very easy, monsieur. The egg. If you will take the egg from Cimarron's fingers,
smash it, you will be able to go.
Take it? But that means that I'd have to touch him. Well, all right. I'll do it. He's holding it so tightly, almost as if... There. Ah. Here it is.
Drop it. Break it.
There. Now, can I go?
In just a moment, monsieur.
But you said that
Yes, monsieur. But I would not advise you to move at just this moment. Turn around. Slowly.
Snake. Bushman. Deadliest snake there is.
Not just a bushmaster. It is Damballa. Look well at his face, oh Damballa. Look well so you will know it again.
That's for you, Damballa. I've had enough of this. Now I'm getting out of here and I'm taking Muriel with me. Start walking, both of you. Back to the house. All right. Now you stop right there. Now you listen. I'm going to get the car and back it up here. You're going into the house, and you're going to bring Muriel out here. Coach, she shouldn't be moved now, so you do as I say.
Perhaps we had better. Come, Mrs. Duncan.
All right. Yeah, just a second.
Yes, monsieur.
I'm asking you this as a friend. Isn't there anything that can be done? Any way she can be saved? You see, I love her.
I know, monsieur. But you know what is written. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. A life for a life.
You mean Maroon, but she didn't have anything to do with it.
No, monsieur. That is why I think she will recall it. Now that what had to be done has been done.
Muriel, darling, are you all right?
Oh, yes, Helen. I just feel terribly tired and weak. Is it... What happened?
You don't remember?
Oh, the last thing I remember was John going down to the native quarter and you going after him. Where is John?
He's outside getting the car. Should never have brought you down here with him. He's going to take you away.
Away? Oh, Alan, no.
After all, he is your husband.
I don't care. I hate him. I hate him.
Madame was not alone in hating him. And, well, I do not think she need worry about him anymore.
What do you mean?
Somehow, I have the feeling that... Listen.
Hey there, Muriel. We'll go. Come on, here. There's his car, but where is he? There he is.
Yes, monsieur.
John, what happened? Oh. Good Lord, he's dead.
Yes, monsieur.
But what killed him?
Look there, monsieur. Crawling back into the jungle.
A bushmaster. The same one that... The scent is the same one he shot at.
Perhaps it is the mate of the one he shot.
Wait. There's only one way the snake could have bitten. If it was in the car. How could it get him? Yeah. You did it.
I? No, monsieur. The egg in Cimarron's hand. The egg with his life in it. Have you forgotten that he broke that himself? How do you believe in voodoo? You don't? Oh, no. Come here. Come here a little closer. I'll whisper something in your ear. Neither do I.
And let me whisper this in your ear, folks. There are just 15 shopping days until Christmas.
full of rush, hurry, and crowd. About all you can do is face things armed with a good disposition. So don't let irregularity get you down. Get after that low-gauge, cross, irritable feeling with Carter's Little Liver Pills. Let them wake up the flow of one of your most important digestive juices and help turn those 15 shopping days into 15 topping days, full of a glorious, glad-to-be-alive feeling that goes with regularity. Remember the name, Carter's Little Liver Pills. Yes, and remember this, too. Christmas comes but once a year. But year-round, Carter's Little Liver Pills can be the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Well, this is Raymond, your host again, getting ready to close that creaking door to the inner sanctum until the same time next week. And don't forget, there's safety in numbers, so be sure to have all your friends listen with you. Remember, all names of characters used on the Inner Sanctum Mystery broadcast are entirely fictitious. Now, if you should happen to get into an argument with anyone about whether the dead come back from the grave, about ghosts without horns, black magic, and conjuring, whatnot, remember the old saying, voodoo unto others, as you would have them voodoo to you. Had you read this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel, Trial by Fury, by Craig Rice, on sale at your favorite bookstore? Good night. Sweet dreams.
Listeners, be on guard. Don't let it sneak up on you like a thief in the night. What is it? Listen to this report from the Harris home as Mrs. Harris says to her maid.
Hannah, I'll never get another party. I'm going straight to bed.
Oh, before dinner, ma'am.
I'm exhausted. All those chatty, noisy women depress me so.
I wouldn't go too quick to blame the guests, ma'am. You've been kind of edgy and cross all week. Not like yourself at all.
Oh, you're right, Hannah. I'm sorry.
Oh, I know how it is. And when I get to feeling that way, I know it's time to try Carter's Little Liver Pills.
Right. And when you don't feel good, try Carter's Little Liver Pills. They do the work of calomel, but have no calomel in them. For they are simple pills made of vegetable drugs. They wake up the flow of one of our most vital digestive juices. When this vital juice flows at the rate of 2 pints a day, it helps to digest our food and bring back the glorious feeling that goes with regularity. Then most folks feel like happy days are here again. But be sure you get the genuine Carter's Little Liver Pills. 25 cents at all drugstores. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. This week I've selected for our drama case history number 129 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Has Blue Eyes.
And now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake in the first act of
Mystery is my hobby.
Why doesn't Mike answer? Mike! Mike, where are you? Why don't you answer the phone? Must have gone out. Holy smoke, 11 o'clock in the morning. I guess it's up to me. Where's my... Oh, slippers. Here they are. All right.
Barton Drake.
Yes?
The Barton Drake.
Oh, who's this?
Leslie Fraser. Remember me? We went to have some at Dad's party.
Huh?
You must forgive me for calling you, but...
I didn't get your name.
Fraser, darling. Leslie Fraser. Now, don't tell me you forgot me. I couldn't take that, not on top of everything
Oh,
else.
yes, Miss Fraser. I'm sorry that you woke me out of a sound sleep.
Well, that's inexcusable, I know, but really, darling, this is an emergency.
Yes, well, this might help some if you tell me about it.
Yes, of course, right. I'm in a sort of embarrassing predicament. I think I'm going to need your help, sadly.
Yeah? Well, go on.
Well, it appears that last night I murdered my stepfather.
As I dressed, I tried to recall what I knew about Leslie Fraser. Leslie was a spoiled product of too many finishing schools, trips abroad, winters in Florida and summers in Newport. The boys who write those things would call her a glamorous Deb. She wore that familiar vicious pout on her mouth, and her manner and clothes were the ultimate in detached, cut crystal casualness. A show of emotion was something to be scorned and never to be indulged in. Well, that was about all a man could learn at a party, and I'd never cared enough to study the matter further. Leslie must have been watching for me, for it was she herself who opened the door.
But you are a beautiful hunk of man. I'd forgotten, Blue Eyes.
Yes, well, we'll go into that later. What's this about you killing your stepfather?
Silly, isn't it?
Murder is never silly.
You're the only one I could think of to turn to, boss.
What do you want me to do?
I thought maybe you could give me some answers.
Me give you answers? You should have those yourself.
I'm afraid I haven't.
Did you kill your stepfather or didn't you?
That's just the point. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I didn't have that much against the old coot. I don't see how I could have done it. On the other hand, there doesn't seem to be any other answer.
Go on.
Well, I had a few too many cocktails last night, and I came home late. I remember coming home. I remember that much. But after that, everything's a blank.
Yes, that sometimes happens.
Well, this morning when I staggered to my shower, there he was on the floor of my bedroom with a knife in his back. Knife was mine. The door to my suite was locked. Nobody else had the key but me, so there you are. Can't see how anyone else could have done it to you.
On the face of it, no.
But you will help me, won't you, Bart? Please, darling, do I?
Listen. Not unless you stop talking that way.
I'm sorry, Bart.
All right, that's better.
I suppose you'd like to take a look at the body?
No, not until the police get here.
The police?
Of course, you've notified the police, haven't you?
Well, no, I thought there was you.
My dear Miss Fraser, this is homicide. The police should have been called in first. Where's your phone?
Right here in the hall.
Thank you very much. I'll call headquarters. And while we're waiting, get your family together. Maybe we can have this cleared up by the time they arrive.
Got a lot of nerve, Leslie, calling us in here like this.
I'll say you have. I've got to get out to the track.
Mr. Drake insisted we all get together.
Drake? Who's Drake?
That's me, gentlemen.
I called him in to investigate the case.
I wouldn't advise any of you to leave until after the police get here. At the moment, you're all under suspicion.
We are? The body was found in Leslie's room, Mr. Drake.
Murderers are supposed to have motives, aren't they, Drake? Or are the detective stories all wrong?
That's exactly what I want to find out. What motive each of you might have. Miss Fraser, I think it might help matters if you'd introduce me to these people.
This is Ted McCrae, my foster brother.
Your foster brother?
Yes, I came along with Ballard when he married Leslie's mother.
Oh, and who is Ballard?
Ballard McCrae, my stepfather. The body, you know.
Oh, yes. And who's this gentleman?
No, I'm Wendell Nash, a cousin. A poor relation, if you please. And don't you believe they all don't let me know it.
Oh, don't be an ass, Wendell.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm proud to say that I haven't any use for any one of this family. That is, except Leslie.
Well, I'm very glad to see that at least two of you are friends.
Yes, Leslie and I are engaged to be married.
Well...
Oh, that's a laugh. Ballard said if those two ever got married, he'd cut them off without a cent.
What was it you said about motives, Mr. Nash?
Ted, you're a louse. In a minute, I'll tell him about Mimi.
You do, and I'll knock your ears off.
I think I will anyway.
Why, you...
Now, just a minute. Just a minute. Wait, cut it out.
Ted, everything's on Wendell.
Oh, my.
The yellow bully. He couldn't have done that if he wasn't bigger than me.
We're all a bunch of spoiled brats, Bart.
Speak for yourself. You just sore because Dad cut your allowance down after your mother died.
Leave my mother out of this.
You're sore because Dad didn't approve of your drinking and partying.
Shut up, Ted. You're nothing but an imposter anyway.
How long has your mother been dead, Miss Fraser?
About a year.
I see. And when she died, she left all the family money in Mr. Ballard McCrae's hands to dole out to you folks as he saw fit?
Yes, that's right.
A stingy old so-and-so he was, too.
Tell me, do any of you know the terms of Mr. McCrae's will?
I'd say that we all do.
Well, what are they?
Ted and I, to get the most of it, a third share goes to Wendell.
Well, that settles the motive question in a general sort of way. The desire for money seems to fit all three of them.
You haven't proved a thing. Not a solitary thing.
And there's also hate.
And that fits all three of us, too, I'm afraid.
Yes, I'm afraid. Tell me, Leslie, when you came in last night, was anyone with you?
Yes, I met Ballard outside. We came in together.
Did you have your own key, or did someone let you in?
Well, I'm not sure. It's all quite vague, but I believe someone let us in.
No, I can answer that. I did.
You did? What was your sister's condition?
She was as drunk as a goat.
Did she and Ballard have any...
I'll say they were fighting like a couple of cats.
And where did this fight take place?
Well, I seem to remember that much. It was right outside my door. Ballard told me what a stinker I am. He went to his suite, and I went into mine. I went right to bed and passed out.
Passed out? Yeah. You could have both gone into your room. Had your fight in there. You could have killed him there.
I suppose that's the way it had to happen, only I'm certain he didn't come in.
And how did he get into your room?
I don't know. I have the only keys. They were lying on my dressing table this morning when I got up.
You say that the knife that killed your stepfather was yours?
Yes, it was a Japanese knife. Boy I knew in the South Pacific sent it to me.
What kind of a lock on the door?
Ordinary spring lock.
Then the murderer could have gone out and locked it by simply shutting the door.
Oh, anyone could have gotten out all right. It's the getting in that worries me. Nobody could have done that without having a key, so figure it any way you want to. It's still easy. Well, that must be the police. I'll go let them in. I'll leave this mess up to you, Blue Eyes.
Have them wait in the library. I'll be right down.
Hey, Bart, what are you doing here?
Good morning, Inspector.
None of that. How'd you find out about this?
Why, Miss Fraser called me, Inspector. She wants me to help her.
You going to?
Maybe. Come on, man. Let's go up to the murder room.
You, haven't touched anything, have you?
You know me better than that.
Well, you can't blame me for asking. Now, tell me everything you know.
I told all the facts when I called headquarters.
Yep, I got the report right here with me. Looks bad for the girl, Bart. Looks bad.
Yes. Well, let's reserve judgment until we look at the body, shall we? In here, Inspector. Well, there he is.
Yeah. That knife didn't do him any good.
Well, that's a bit strange.
What is?
No blood on the handle.
Maybe she wiped it off when she wiped off the fingerprints.
Oh, you're sure there were fingerprints with her?
Well, no, but most murderers wipe them off, don't they?
Oh, maybe you're right, Inspector. Maybe you're right.
Well, you've been around here for an hour, Bart. It'll save time if you catch me up.
Well, Inspector, Miss Fraser called me this morning about a message to it, Inspector. They all have motives, all the same one. But they'll have to be developed into something more serious than what has showed up so far.
You know, Bart, this is the first time I've ever known you to defend a murder.
Now, wait a minute. Listen, if Leslie's guilty, I'll be the first one to say so, Inspector.
But she is guilty. She said so herself.
Yes, I know. I'd agree if it weren't for that loss of memory. If she actually can't remember what happened after she came home, anything might have happened.
No, I think that part of it's a lot of hogwash. Any girl that drinks as much as she does doesn't blank out that easily. I think she's as guilty as sin.
I don't know, not for sure.
Of course, with her looks and her story, she'll probably only cop a charge of second degree.
No, Inspector. This is all too neat. It's a neat little package all tied up for the jury. There's something wrong with this picture, something terrible.
Bart, that gal calling you Blue Eyes has gotten under your skin.
You go on with your work, Inspector. And listen, be sure to examine that knife handle for fingerprints.
If there's any on it, I'm betting they're the girl.
Turn those around a bit more. I'm going to try to develop the motive.
Who is it?
Barton Drake, Ted. I'd like to speak to you a minute.
What do you want?
I'll tell you after I come in. Well, I see you have company,
What of it? Ted and I can talk if we want.
You and Ted have buried the hatchet, Wendell?
I don't see as it's any of your business, Snooper.
It might be very convenient. Both of you are suspects, so you join forces to hang Leslie. And it'd be just like this.
Now, look, we don't have to take that from you. You're not a cop. We don't have to stand for your prying around.
That's a pretty nice gun collection you have here, Ted. Is it yours?
Whose else would it be?
You know how to shoot them?
Do I? It's the only thing I do know how to do well.
Do you think Leslie killed Mr. McRae, Ted?
How should I know?
What about you, Wendell?
Look, Drake, I want to marry Leslie. And I'll admit I hate Ted's inside. I wouldn't pin a murder rap on Leslie if I thought she was guilty. But if you expect me to help you pin it on Ted, you're nuts.
Those your sentiments towards Wendell, Ted?
In the main, yes.
Wendell here mentioned that he was due at the track this afternoon. Do you suppose he's indebted to any of the bookies, Ted?
Ask him.
Thank you, I will. Yes, Wendell?
Oh, I suppose I might as well tell you. You'll snoop it out anyway. Yes, I am. I owe quite a pile.
What about this Mimi person that you threatened to tell about this morning?
That's Ted's business.
What's so important about Mimi, Ted?
Well, Mimi's an ex-girlfriend. She threatened to sue me for breach of promise.
Well, a bit of blackmail, eh?
You might call it that.
You both have pretty good motives for murder.
Well, for that matter, Leslie needs dough as badly as we do. Ask her.
Well, I intend to.
And I'll get out of here before we push your fate.
I never let myself get pushed around.
Grab him, Wendell. That side. You back. Come here.
It's not quite that easy, boys. I'm sorry, but... Oh. And here's yours, Wendell.
Brother, you pack lost.
You'll have to train on something besides nightclubs and booze before you'll be up to that sort of thing, my friend.
Now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and...
Mystery is my hobby.
Come on in, Blue Eyes. Close the door.
Drinking again, Leslie?
Oh, did the cocktail have one?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on, you'd be cute with a little gin.
Yes, well, I have other things to do at the moment.
Oh, forget about that mean old murder. Let's get some...
Stop it, Leslie. Can't you get us through that bird brain of yours if you're the number one suspect?
What do you expect me to do? Go hysterical, chew my fingernails down to my elbows? That's what I would do if I let myself go.
Did you kill Ballard McCrae?
Oh, I know. Probably I did. I must have.
Why?
Money, I suppose. But... all we've done this past year is fight over money. When Mother died, Ballard started dishing it out in nickels and dimes. That must have been why I killed him.
Funny thing. Wendell and Ted have the same motive.
It looks like they're out of it. No, I guess I'm elected.
I wouldn't give it up to you, will you?
Oh, what's the use? Inspector needs just one little thing to pin this on me. A good heart motive, and believe me, I've got one.
What's that? Go on.
I didn't tell him about this, but I'm telling you, Bob. I crossed up Ballard by opening charge accounts all over town. I thought he'd give in and pay the bills, only he didn't. Now I owe thousands, and they're getting tough about it. Did you ever have bill collectors breathing down your neck? Did you, Blue Eyes?
Something that bothers me about this case, Inspector.
Nothing bothers
I
me.
just had another talk with all three of the members of the family. They're all of them too willing to tell the world about how much money they own.
What do you mean?
I think I'll go out and make a few calls on the creditors, Inspector.
What on earth for?
Just to satisfy a hunch. Oh, by the way, whose fingerprints did you find on the knife?
The girl's? Was lousy.
Oh, good, Inspector, good. Now I'm almost positive that she isn't guilty.
Bog, the trouble with you is that you fall too quick for a pretty ankle. For a pretty face.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. And did you notice Leslie has both? How's it doing, huh? Let's thinking. How much is Wendell Nash in deal for?
Who?
Wendell Nash, you handled this bet from the ponies, didn't you?
Sure.
He says you welched on some bet. How much? I want to know the truth. What did you owe?
He's wrong, Mr. Drake. Nash don't owe me nothing. Not a red cent.
You're Mimi Lathrop, aren't you?
You bet I am.
You're a friend of Ted McCrae.
Are you a friend of Ted? Yes, well done.
Never mind that. How much you asking?
What for?
For that threatened breach of promise suit.
Oh, that I ain't asking of. I've already been paid.
Yes, Mr. Drake. Miss Fraser did owe us quite an amount. We were quite worried about the matter.
Did owe you? Does that mean she doesn't owe it now?
Well, Mr. Drake, I'm not supposed to tell this, but as long as Miss McCrae is dead, I guess it'll be all right.
Go on.
The bill was paid last week.
Did Miss Fraser pay it with cash?
Oh, Miss Fraser didn't pay it. Mr. Ballard McCrae did. Only we weren't supposed to let his daughter know.
I see.
Mr. McCrae was a fine man, a mighty fine man.
Back already, Bud?
Yes, Inspector.
What'd you find out?
Enough to convince me a tragic mistake's been made.
Yeah, what?
I think I'll be able to tell you after we've examined Mr. Ballard McCrae's room.
There's a bunch of papers, Barry.
Let me see. Yes, indeed.
What are they?
Here's a receipt signed by one Slinky Forbes, a gambling debt paid in full.
Yeah.
And here's a release from a breach of promise suit, settlement in full, signed by a Miss Mimi Lathrop. Here's a bunch of receipted bills from various department stores, bills made out to Miss Leslie Fraser.
Well, I'll be darned.
Go on, look some more, Inspector. You're doing fine.
Yeah.
Hey, look here, Inspector.
What have you got?
A gun.
Bart, are you nuts? McRae was killed with a knife.
I know, but don't you think it a bit strange, Inspector, that a gun should be lying around with the safety catch off?
Well, sure, but after all, there's a lot of time.
You guys still snooping around?
Come in, Ted, come in. I want to ask you some questions.
I can't tell you anymore.
Yes, I think you can. What was Ballard McRae wearing when he came in last night?
What? The suit you found him in. Why?
No hat, no coat?
Come to think of it, I guess he was wearing a hat. His gray hat and gray topcoat. Yes, that was.
No, just wait a minute, please. I want to look in the closet over here. Ted, these be the ones, Ted?
Yes, those are the ones.
Thank you, Ted. Inspector, this does it.
Well, I can't see
It
how.
proves conclusively that Ballard McRae did not go into Leslie's suite when they came in last night. It proves that he must have come in here first. Well, Inspector, I think now I can tell you how the murder was committed, and I also think I can tell you who did it.
Well, look here. If it wasn't Leslie, who was it?
I'm not so sure that you'll like the answer to that, Ted.
And now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and...
Mystery is my hobby.
Now, the way I see it, you all had a motive. A motive that was exactly the same in every case, the need of money.
You can say that again.
Ted here had a girl blackmailing him. Wendell, you went into hock to the bookies. And Leslie, you were in a charge account. Now, Leslie.
Yes, Bart?
You were overheard fighting with your stepfather. The body was found in your room with your knife in his back. That's pretty conclusive evidence for any jury.
I still don't believe I could kill anybody for money, drunk or sober.
You can put your mind at rest, my dear. You didn't.
But what did you
Who
do?
did? No, we've uncovered evidence that proves that Mr. McRae didn't go into your room last night, Leslie. After your argument, he came here, hung up his hat and coat, and here is where he was killed, right here in this room.
Well, thanks, Bart. It's really...
Try to play with your weapon. The murderer killed McKay right here and carried his body into your room. He tried to place the blame on you.
How could he? I had the only key.
Do you remember actually locking your door?
Well, no, but it was locked in the morning.
Yes, the murderer did that on his way out. In your condition, you were tight and angry, remember. So after your argument, you stormed into your room, leaving the door ajar. That's the way it had to happen.
I suppose I could have it, Dad.
Yes. So the murderer overheard the argument and spotted the open door. He went to Ballard McRae's rooms and threatened him. McRae pulled a gun, but he wasn't quick enough. He only had time to release the safety catch before he was killed with a knife.
Seems to me you're doing an awful lot of guessing, Drake.
The murderer then carried the body into Leslie's room. He removed his knife and substituted Leslie's in the wound and left, snapping the lock as he went out.
Wait a minute, Bart. That's carrying it a little too far.
Is it, Inspector? Don't you remember your police manual?
Huh?
Of course, Inspector. Your manual says that it's impossible to stab a man to death without getting blood on the murderer's hands, remember? And on the handle of the knife. That knife of Leslie's, or the handle at least, was as clean as a wife's baby face.
Well, yes, but...
And the fact that it was covered with Leslie's fingerprints proves that the murderer didn't even wipe them off.
That's a very pretty story.
He made two other mistakes, however. Mistakes that cleared Leslie completely.
The whole thing was a mistake, if you ask me.
He forgot about McRae's hat and topcoat. And although he wiped McRae's fingerprints from his gun, he neglected to put the safety catch back on.
Quit stalling, Bart. Who did it?
Well, the murderer, Inspector, is either Wendell Nash or Ted McRae.
I knew you'd be getting around to me.
Yes. You have the strongest motive, Ted. Your payoff to Mimi, your share of the family money, plus Leslie's share. She was convicted of murder.
You know, I always did think Ted was a rat.
What? Why, you sniffing little punk. You would try to pin this on me, wouldn't you? Well, let me tell you something. I haven't said one word against you, not yet. I was willing to let Leslie take the rap. Why not? Just as Drake says, I'd get her share, too. Besides, she never did anything for me. Why should I stick my neck out for her? You know, I think I'll push your dirty little face in.
No. Come on, none of that. Come on, dear.
Boy, then you did, Ralph.
I did not.
Here's something even you don't know yet, Drake. This little squirt here and Leslie had a fight. I overheard it. And Leslie told him off plenty. She told him she wouldn't marry him if she were Eve and he were Adam.
Is that correct, Leslie?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
It's been eating your insides out ever since, hasn't it, Wendell? So I suppose you tried to grab your cut of the dough and get even with Leslie all in one filthy jest.
Well, that's about it, Inspector. Wendell Nash is your man.
Now, wait just a minute. You haven't proved a thing against me, not a thing.
Oh, yes. I almost forgot. It's the safety catch that pointed at you, Wendell.
Safety catch?
Yes. The catch on Ballard McRae's gun. You see, it couldn't be Ted. Ted has a very fine gun collection. Also, Ted is a very fine shot. Maybe you didn't know it, Wendell, but a man who's accustomed to handling guns, like Ted, would never put a loaded gun down without first setting the safety catch.
All right, so I did. But it was either Ballard or me.
What do you mean?
But Ballard wouldn't give me any money. And I was up to my neck in gambling debt. Slinky Forbes out at the track was going to put me on the spot if I didn't pay up.
Yes, that's a tragic part of the whole affair. If you hadn't all been a bunch of wasteful brats, this never would have happened in the first place.
No.
Ballard McRae was much too good a man for any of you. He paid up all your debts just last week, each and every one of them.
Oh, no.
What?
Only when he paid, he insisted that none of you should know what he'd done.
Then Slinky wasn't after me anymore?
No, Wendell. You were all in the clear. Think that over while you're sitting in the chair.
Well, Martin, now that's over. I think I'll spend the rest of the day at the race.
You better stay away from Slinky Forbes, Inspector.
I don't need his tip. I get a sure thing in the fist.
Sure thing, yeah?
Yeah. A little filly named, Blue Eye.
All right, go ahead, Inspector. And listen, while you're at it, will you put $2 on her nose for me?
Why don't you come along? Place your own bet.
No, Inspector. Not today. Mystery is still my hobby.
Fred Langan will return in just a moment. Mystery is My Hobby is directed by Dave Titus and is written by Fred Howard. This episode is based on an original story by Lee Horton. Our original music was composed and played by Len Salvo. Included in our cast were Ken Christie as Inspector Datson, Betty Lou Gerson as Leslie Frazier, Jack Edwards Jr. as Wendell Nash, and Willard Waterman as Ted McRae. The events depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is purely coincidental. And now, here's Glenn Langan with a word about next week's story.
Thank you, Bruce Buell, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for bringing with us tonight. Next week, plan to join us again when I bring you case history number 130. It's a story of murder and dreams of adventure. I call it Death in a Chili Bowl. Until then, this is Glenn Langan saying adios.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And featuring tonight two of radio's most distinguished personalities, Santos Ortega and Richard Coogan, in No Grave Can Hold Me.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little as we travel tonight into the world of shadows, from which no man may return, and we learn the story of one who does return. It's a story I call No Grave Can Hold Me. My story starts in a court of law, where a man is on trial for his life. The courtroom is tense, for the jury is out deciding a prisoner's fate. But the prisoner himself, a tall man with glossy black hair and piercing eyes, sits calmly with his lawyer
his daughter, Nora, and his son-in-law, Harry Wilson, waiting for the fateful verdict.
Oh, dear, this one. Father, I think the jury is coming in now. They say it's a bad sign when the jury is out for such a short while.
You need not worry, either of you. I shall be free.
I certainly hope so, Randolph, but... Well, you know, you did admit you killed Clemens.
Because he insulted me. He called me a mountebank, a charlatan, a trickster. He called the great Randolph a faker. So he died.
There they come. Oh, Father, I'm frightened.
They're taking your places in the jury box now. You look awfully grim.
I repeat, have no fear for me.
Foreman of the jury, has the jury reached a verdict?
It has, Your Honor.
What is the verdict?
We find the defendant guilty as charged of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
It finds you guilty.
Fools. They, too, think that I'm an impostor, a trickster. They shall learn different. If I die, so shall they.
The prisoner will rise.
Father, you stand up.
The prisoner will rise.
Very well. I'll stand up, so that they will recognize my face again when they see it suddenly in the night, and know that death has come to claim them.
Maximilian Randolph, you have been found guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. It is the sentence of this court that you shall suffer the punishment of death on the night of June 6th at midnight. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Visitor for you, Mr. Randolph.
Thank you, Guard Miller.
You can see him for only 5 minutes, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, all right, Guard. Hello, Randolph.
Good evening, Harry. I see that my guard Miller managed to get you in to see me.
Yes, he did. Time is so short that... Well,
I know. It is almost midnight. And at midnight, I die. But Guard Miller has become a good friend. I knew he'd arrange it.
Nora and I saw the governor this afternoon. He refused to do a thing.
It does not matter. What is death but a new garment for the soul to wear?
Nora's waiting outside. You said you didn't want to see her tonight.
That is as I wished. You were my assistant. We were very close, you and I. And now there is a last promise you must make to me.
Anything, Randolph.
When you receive my body, the empty husk of the great Randolph, bury it in a vault with a bronze door which faces east.
A vault facing east. Yes, of course.
The door must be locked with a padlock of bronze. But it must be possible to open it from the inside without using a key.
Randolph, you...
The coffin must be locked shut as well. But I must be able to open it from the inside.
Randolph, sure you're not serious.
I never joke. All this and one thing more. Promise.
All right, I promise.
When I am buried, beneath my head must rest a notebook bearing the names and addresses of the 12 jurymen who found me guilty, of the prosecuting attorney, and of the judge.
But why, Randolph?
So that I may know where to seek my vengeance upon them. The vengeance I have sworn, which must be executed before my soul can sleep.
Oh, Randolph, that's madness.
You disbelieve. So do they. But in my studies, I have learned many things. And one of them is how to reach back from behind the dark curtain of death.
All right, time is up, sir.
Thank you, Miller. Goodbye, Harry. Just tell me one more thing. Is the full moon shining tonight?
Yes. It's a full moon tonight.
Good. And each time hereafter that it shines, one of my enemies will join me in death. And so the great Randolph went to his execution and was buried according to his instructions. After a few days, his case was forgotten. Forgotten by all but Harry Wilson, his son-in-law. Well, as the first month passed and the full moon again shone in the windows of his apartment, a strange restlessness possessed Harry.
Harry, what's wrong with you?
No, I'm sorry, Nora, but tonight's the night of the full moon. I'm nervous. I can't help it.
Oh, darling, you're not worrying about Father, are you? About his stress?
Yes, I am.
Oh, but that's absurd. Poor Father. Toward the end, I'm afraid he was suffering from delusions, and he was more than just an ordinary man. He wasn't entirely sane.
No, maybe not, but he was so sure of himself, so certain. And those instructions for the way he was to be buried. Oh, of course, I'm just being foolish.
Why don't you go out and walk for a while, Harry? It'll help calm you.
All right, I will. You want to come along tonight?
No, I think I'll stay here and read.
All right, I'll be back in an hour or so, dear. And if nothing happens tonight, I'll know that Randolph is just putting on an act.
But a little later, another man was also walking in the moonlight of a beautiful July evening. This one was short and stout. He was strolling homeward from a small poker party with his friends when in the dark shadows cast by the trees along the edge of the park, a tall figure stepped directly into his path.
Just a moment, Adam.
Who are you? What do you want?
Just to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to you. Get out of my way.
So fast, my friend. Look.
A gun. Say, what is this, a hold-up?
No, Adam. It is not the hold-up.
Then why are you threatening me with that gun? Why have you got that scar covering your face?
Because my face has changed in the months since I was executed and buried. It's rather frightening now.
What are you saying? Who are you, anyway?
You're beginning to recognize my voice, aren't you? You know who I am. You just don't want to admit it to yourself.
The great Randolph.
Whom you, as foreman of the jury, caused to be executed.
No, it's not possible. No one could come back from the dead.
No ordinary man. But the great Randolph has come back.
No, I don't believe it. There's a trick of some kind.
And is this a trick, Adam? Is it? Is this?
But tell me, is this?
Hello?
Hello, Nora. Is Harry there?
No, he's out for a walk. Who is this?
Don't you recognize my voice, Nora? Surely you heard it often enough.
Father. Oh, no, it can't be.
Strange how skeptical everyone is of me. Even my own daughter.
Father, it is you. What do you want?
I just want to tell Harry that I have claimed the first victim of my vengeance. Exactly on the stroke of midnight. The same minute when I died.
Oh, no, no.
And I wanted to warn him that he must do nothing to interfere with my plans. For if he does, I shall have to add him to my list of victims.
No, Nora, he telephoned here. You wanted to speak to me?
Yes, Harry, just a little after 12. He said that he...
Yes, I know. I heard the news. I was in the restaurant having coffee, and it came over the radio. Adams, the foreman of the jury, Found strangled in front of his home.
Oh, but it's impossible. And yet it was his voice, Harry. Father's voice.
Oh, we've got to do something. Nora, I've got to warn the others on that list. The other jurors, Baldwin, the district attorney, and Judge Dexter.
Yes, but he said if you tried to
I
interfere...
know, but that doesn't matter. In the morning, I'm going to District Attorney Baldwin. He'll believe me. He'll have to. Oh, but Mr. Baldwin, you've got to listen to me. You've got to warn the others. You've got to give them protection. Or they'll die, just as Adams did.
Wilson, I'm a busy man. I have enough on my mind without having to listen to wild-eyed stories like the one you just told me.
But it's true. Randolph's instructions about the way he wanted to be buried, the notebook that I put in the coffin with him.
Mere theatrical mummery. Adams was the victim of an ordinary street mugging. That's all there is to it. I have to ask you to leave. I have more important things to tend to.
Mr. Lord, you're a sensible man. You edit the biggest newspaper in this city. If you'll only print what I've told you, the authorities will have to take some action.
Wilson, my job is to print news for our readers, not ghost stories. If I ran your story, I'd be fired tomorrow.
Then you don't believe me.
Tell you what I will do. I'll make a story for the Sunday Supplement out.
Oh, that won't do any good. If it's in the Sunday Supplement, people will just smile at us. When they see it there, they'll know it's just a story.
And I'm afraid there's no use in talking any further, Wilson.
All right, I'll go to other papers. One of them will have to believe me.
I don't advise it. You run a shop, don't you, selling tricks and magic apparatus?
Yes, that's right. Why?
Just this. Newspapers don't believe in giving free publicity, and that's obviously what you're after. Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wilson, but Judge Dexter is unable to see you.
Oh, but, mister, you explain to him what it's about, how important it is.
The judge said if you cared to write him a letter, he'd give the matter his consideration.
Oh, that's no good. I got to talk to him.
I'm sorry. He's leaving today for his vacation, and he won't be back for a month. Perhaps he'll be able to see you then, but he simply can't see you now.
None of them would listen to me, Nora. They either thought I was crazy or... But I wanted publicity. They all told me to forget it.
They're right, Harry. That's the only thing to do to forget it.
But, Nora...
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Adam's death last night was just a coincidence. I'm sure Father had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no. He telephoned you. You heard his voice?
Well, I'm not sure now that I did. Maybe it was a dream, Harry. Maybe I just imagined it. Don't forget the whole thing. Please, Harry, for my sake, forget it. Oh, Harry, darling, it's no good just pacing up and down. Please sit down and try to relax.
I can't, Nora. I can't. Tonight's the second full moon since Randolph was executed. He'll be leaving his grave tonight, and someone else will die.
But, Harry...
There ought to be a guard over the vault he's buried in. I don't know if that wouldn't do any good if he came back to him dead. He wouldn't be bothered by a guard.
Please, Harry, you've done the best you can. And if it is true and you go on like this, well, you'll be in danger, too.
I don't care. That list, Nora, the names on it were alphabetical. And Adams, the foreman, was the first to die.
What are you driving at?
The second name on the list is Baldwin, the district attorney. Baldwin. Wouldn't listen to me last time, but tonight he's got to. I'm going to his home now while there's still time. Mr. Baldwin, you are in danger tonight. I'm sure of it. Deadly danger.
No, you mean it, I'm sure, Wilson.
Yes.
I thought it was some kind of a gag before. Now I can see you fully believe everything you've said.
Oh, then you will take precautions, at least for tonight?
I've been an officer of the law for 30 years. I've been threatened by a lot of convicted murderers, but not one of them has come back to get me yet.
But you don't understand. The great Randolph is different. He had powers that we know nothing about.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. Now, Wilson, I appreciate your warning, but I can't take it seriously.
Oh, then you won't guard yourself?
No more than usual. I'll lock the door presently. I'm sure that'll keep out any ghosts who may come this way.
Mr. Baldwin, please, it's almost midnight. At least let me stay with you for another hour.
I'm sorry, but I'm about ready to turn in. I expect to sleep well, too. Now, you go on home, do the same, because nobody's going to be harmed tonight by the great Randolph spook. I guarantee it.
Oh, no, I please, I wish you'd let me
I couldn't
stay.
think of it. Now, you can find your way out yourself, can't you? I'm sure.
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Baldwin, I won't bother you any longer. Good night.
Good night, Wilson.
Well, he's gone. Said the poor fellow needs to see a psychiatrist. Randolph's ghost. I only hope I never have anything worse to be afraid of than that.
Who's there? Who came in just now? Wilson, is that you again?
No, my friend. It is not Wilson. Who are you?
What the devil's the meaning of this?
You don't recognize me, then?
How can I in that cloak with the collar pulled up over your face?
That is to spare the world a sight that should remain forever hidden within the darkness of a coffin. But my voice? Surely you recognize that.
What are you talking about? Now, get out at once or I'll call for the police.
It would tax their powers to arrest me. They have no authority in the world to which I belong.
No, it can't be.
I see you have recognized me. You should have taken Wilson's warning, Baldwin, because I'm here, the great Randolph, at your service.
Oh, it's impossible.
That's been said of so many things, hasn't it? But I think I can convince you.
No. Now, stay away. Help!
That won't do you any good. By the time anyone comes, you will have joined me in the world of death.
Nora! Where are you? Nora!
Harry, I can hear you calling all the way down the hall.
Nora, where have you been?
I just went out to get the morning papers. Why?
Why? It's happened again. District Attorney Baldwin has been killed.
But how?
Exactly the same way Mr. Adams was killed, strangled, just at midnight.
Oh, no.
And Nora, I think I know the truth now.
What do you mean?
I don't believe it was your father at all. I think it was I that killed them. I killed them both. Oh, no, you've got to do it. There's a full moon tonight. You've got to lock me in this apartment.
Oh, but Harry, you couldn't possibly have killed those two men.
I could. I was near the scene at both times, and my mind, it wasn't clear. I don't remember doing it, but don't you see, if I'd been hypnotized, I wouldn't remember.
But, darling, Father couldn't have hypnotized you into committing murder. It's a law of hypnosis. The subject won't do anything he knows is wrong.
I know that, but I can't be sure. I believe that in those few minutes I was with him, somehow Randolph impressed on my mind orders to carry out his vengeance for him.
Oh, darling, I'm sure he didn't. But if you insist, I'll lock you in.
All right. Well, I want you to go now. It might not be safe for you to stay with me.
All right, Harry. I'll go to a movie.
Got to stay locked in until after midnight. Then even if I am hypnotized, I won't be able to do any harm. You do understand, Nora, don't you?
Oh, of course, darling. I'm sure you're wrong, but I'll do anything you say.
All right, now. Lock me in. And don't you come back until after midnight. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Another hour and then I'll know. Will I? Maybe I'll try to get out and I won't remember it. But telephone. Yes. Hello.
Oh, Harry.
Randolph.
Yes, my boy. I'm glad at least you don't say, no, it's impossible.
No. Where are you, Randolph?
That doesn't matter. I just wanted to warn you. And don't try to interfere with my plans.
But, Randolph, I thought... Hello. Hello. He hung up. That proves that I'm not the one. Then in that case, yes. That's the only possible answer. I know now what the truth is. Oh, I've got to get out of here. The door. I couldn't break it down with an axe. There's no fire escape, and it's 8 floors down to the street. They have it, the superintendent. I can telephone the superintendent, tell him I'm locked in, and then he'll come and let me out. Judge Dexter. First, Adams died, then Baldwin. Their names were the first 2 on the great Randolph's list. Your name is third.
And so you think that tonight I'm scheduled to die, huh?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
And you say you warned Baldwin last month just before he was murdered?
I did. And he laughed at me. But he died just the same.
And you're seriously asking me to believe that a dead man legally executed by the state is walking the streets tonight seeking my life?
I tell you, he telephoned me only half an hour ago. I recognized his voice.
You know, of course, that your story sounds like the ravings of an insane mind.
I know it. That's why I kept quiet this last month. I did try to convince the police, the district attorney, and all I got was laughed at. And then...
Yes. And yet, obviously, you're in earnest. I don't think you're crazy.
I'm not. For a little while, I thought that I was the killer.
You? How?
I thought that I was under post-hypnotic control, that Randolph had planted in my mind the impulse to kill his enemies. But that phone call proved that I was wrong.
And what do you propose that we do?
If we went to his tomb, perhaps then we'd learn the truth.
Wilson, what do you want to open Randolph's tomb for?
Don't you see? If we go there and we find Randolph is still in his coffin, then I'll know that the real murderer is my wife, Nora. I have the key right here. I'll have the padlock off in a minute.
Well, then hurry. The moon is bright. I'd hate to have anyone see us.
Yes, all right.
A very strange story, a man in my position prowling around the cemetery at midnight.
Oh, but we had to come, Judge. We had to make sure.
Well...
Yeah. Unlocked it. We can open the vault door now.
I'm rather sorry I paid any attention to you, Wilson. But we're here now, so let's get this thing over with. Now, I'm going in first. But don't forget, I'm armed.
Oh, don't worry about me. There, I've shut the door. Be safe to turn on the flashlight now. There. See? There's the coffin.
That's odd.
Huh? What is it, Judge?
The air in here is fresh. This vault has been opened, and very recently.
Then it must have been opened by Randolph.
Oh, nonsense. Open this coffin and I'll prove it. Here. How does it work?
This catch on the side. Can be operated either from the inside or out. There we are. It's unlocked.
Well, then lift the lid, man. Lift it. All right, I'll do it. There. There you are. Now, see? There's your precious Randolph, safe and sound, just as I expected. Quite dead. As he's supposed to be.
Still in his coffin?
Yes, and that proves that it... Wilson, shine your flashlight down on the floor. I just touched a body lying here near the wall.
Body? Oh, it's Nora. She's dead.
I don't think so. Here, give me that light. What happened? Why did you turn out the flashlight?
Something knocked it out of my hands. I can't find it.
Because I have it, Harry. That's why you can't find it.
Randolph!
Wilson, what are you saying?
It's Randolph. He's not dead.
Oh, but I am, Harry. But don't let that disturb you. I want to thank you for bringing the judge here to me.
Wilson, where are you? You're trying to play a trick on me?
No, I swear.
He's quite innocent, Judge Dexter. That's Nora. She merely came to make sure I was where I'm supposed to be. Just as you did. When I spoke to her, she fainted.
Wilson, get the door open. We've got to have some light in here.
It's no use, Dexter. I can see in the dark like a cat, and you can't.
No.
I have you now.
No, Judge. No, let go.
You're going to die, Dexter. Executed as you ordered me. Executed.
Randolph, let me go. I warn you, Randolph. I've got a gun. I'm going to shoot.
You're too late. You're...
Are you all right? Yes. Yes, I am. Now, see if you can find the flashlight. I think I've taken care of Mr. Randolph. If it was Randolph...
I think I have it. Yes, here it is. Jack, Randolph's body, it's still in the coffin.
I rather thought it would be.
Harry? Harry, is that you?
Oh, Nora. You're not hurt?
No, just my head. I came here to see your father.
We understand, Mrs. Wilson. And then someone hit you.
Yes, from behind. There was someone here in the vault. I just got a glimpse of him, and then he hit me. But who was it?
That's what we're just about to find out now. Let me have the flashlight, Wilson. Yes. I think he fell over here. Now. Yes, here he is.
But who is he? He was impersonating Father, but who is he?
Here he's lying on his face. You better turn him over. Carefully now. He's still breathing.
Oh, here. It's Miller, the guard from the penitentiary, the one Randolph said he made a friend of.
Yes, the one who was guarding him just before he was executed.
Oh, that's it. It was Miller. Miller, can you hear me? I'm afraid he's dying.
Before Father was executed, he must have hypnotized this man and ordered him to carry out his fantastic scheme of vengeance.
Oh, it was a trick, but it was a very cunning trick. By means of hypnosis, Randolph used this man as a tool, even though Randolph himself is dead.
He must have recognized that Miller was unusually susceptible.
I think we'll find that Miller was a psychotic to begin with. Otherwise, Randolph's hypnosis would never have worked. For no normal person can be influenced the way Miller was under any circumstances.
Isn't there anything we can do for him?
No. No, he's gone. And with him, the great Randolph has died, too. For good.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So the great Randolph is dead for good, is he? I wonder. After all, Miller wasn't the only guard Randolph had a chance to talk to. Oh, but he couldn't have hypnotized any of the others. I wouldn't give it another thought if I were you. Unless, of course, you were on the jury that convicted Randolph. In that case... So you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the Mysterious Traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. In tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Richard Coogan, Shirley Blank, and Bill Smith. Original music composed and played by Al Vanelli. All characters in this story were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
May I come in, Hetty?
Yes, come on.
Well, did you sleep?
Off and on. This is a queer place. Gets on your nerves after a while.
Yes, it is a bit gloomy. Never mind. I've come to take you out of it.
Where to?
A friend of mine who's away from London has left me the keys of his rooms. I know he won't mind you using them.
Supposing he comes back and finds me there.
Oh, he wouldn't do that without letting me know.
Are you sure? What's his name?
His name?
Yes.
His name is Edward Hyde.
That's a funny name.
Well, he's rather a queer person himself. Still, his rooms are very comfortable. You can be sure of not being disturbed. Look, I brought you some clothes. If you dress yourself in these, I'll go and get a cab. You can slip out the back door and into it, and no one need see you.
It's funny to hear you talk like that. Anyone would think you'd been helping criminals to escape all your life.
You're not a criminal, Hetty.
Oh, yes, I am. 7 charges of stealing against me. You can't wink your eye at that, you know.
Well, get yourself dressed and we'll be on our way. I'll open the door into the little lane at the back. You can come out as soon as you're ready. You'll find me waiting in the cab.
Say, there isn't any trick in this, is there?
What makes you ask?
I don't know. You just get used to looking for the catch and things after a while.
Oh.
Why should you bother about me anyhow?
Just to try and make you see that I'm not all bad.
No, I never thought that. I just know you're like all the rest of us. Didn't want to be found out, that's all. Say, this is a nice dress. Where'd you get it?
I went out and bought it first thing this morning.
Well, you've got a good eye for what's nice, I'll give you that. Off you go then, I'll be ready in about 10 minutes.
Well, here we are. Nobody here. Just as I told you.
Cool. This is a bit of style, isn't it? You Mr. Hyde must be a proper swell to have things like this. What's he doing with it in a mean little back street like this?
Well, I told you he was rather a queer sort of chap. He prefers this part of London.
Do you mean to say he won't mind me being here?
I'm sure he won't. Now, just make yourself at home and do what you like.
But look at the carpet and the furniture. Well, I've never seen things like that before out of a shop. Bit neglected, though. Look at all the dust.
Well, you see, he's been away some time, and you can amuse yourself cleaning it up.
And what'll I do after that? I can't stay cooped up here all the time.
Well, wait till tonight. After it gets dark, I'll come back and, well, then we can decide what you'll do. Can you put up with it for a day?
Put up with it? Didn't I tell you I've been doing solitary confinement in that hellhole of a prison reformatory?
I'll order some food to be sent round to you from the shops. The tradespeople know this place. There's a little box just outside the kitchen door. They leave everything there, so you needn't see anyone at all.
Gee, look at the sun shining outside. You can see it even in this dirty little street. It'd be nice to go for a walk, wouldn't it?
Oh, I don't think you'd better do that.
Oh, don't worry, I'm taking no chances. If you only knew what it's like to be shut up for months on end. The very thought of walking about among people again. Oh, well, no good thinking of that. You'll come tonight for sure, won't you?
For sure. You can expect me around about 10 o'clock.
10? That's late.
Well, it doesn't get dark till nearly 9.
Yeah, that's right. And you're just as anxious to keep out of sight as I am. Wouldn't do to be seen with me, would it?
Please, Hetty.
Oh, I don't blame you. Off you go, then. I can see you're on pins and needles. I'll be all right here.
Well, I'll see you at 10 o'clock, then.
Yes, at 10 o'clock.
Now, it's all right, little fellow. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you very much. Margaret, hand me over that basin of water and some fresh lint, will you?
What's the matter, Henry? Is he badly hurt?
I can't tell yet. Well, old chap, what happened? Did you get knocked down?
Yes, sir. I was riding along the street on a message from my mother.
And you got mixed up with a horse and dray. I know. The driver told me about it when he brought you here. Well, now, let's have a look at this leg of yours. Ooh, steady now, steady. Ooh, steady. I may have to hurt a bit.
Look, you hold my hand. Hold it hard, see? I don't mind if you dig your nails into me. There. Does that help a little?
Yes, miss.
Then you hang on for all you're worth.
Tell me, what's your name?
Johnny, miss.
Johnny, is it? I knew someone named John. He lives in the country. Have you ever been out into the country, Johnny?
Once, on a bank holiday. My mother and my father took me out to Hampstead Heath.
Did you like it?
Oh, yes, it was busking, miss. Merry-go-rounds and coconut shies, and then we seen a real good go in between two fellas down near the Bull Bush Hotel.
That's what you call a day in the country, is it? That isn't what I mean. I mean where you can see horses and cows and walk for miles and miles over the green fields and find birds' nests and go fishing.
Is that what the chap you know does?
You mean John? Oh, yes, he does all those things.
Oh, crap, I'd like to see a bird's nest.
John's got a collection of eggs he found when he was a little boy.
Oh, he's grown up now, is he?
Yes, he's a man now.
Oh.
Oh, but he still likes to walk along the hedgerows and look for nests. We found a thrush's nest one day when I was staying down at his place. He showed me the little mother bird sitting on her eggs.
He must be a pretty nice sort of cove.
He is. Poor little chap. Have you nearly finished, Henry?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. My hand must have slipped. I think I've got this wound fairly clean now. There aren't any bones broken, so I'll just have to bandage it, and then he can go home.
Oh, but he won't be able to walk.
Well, as soon as his mother comes, we'll get a cab and send him off in that.
Where is he? Where is my Johnny?
Oh, well, that sounds like her now.
Dr. Jekyll, the little boy's mother's here now. Will I let her come in?
Yes, I think it'll be all right, thank you, nurse. Will you be a good boy now, Johnny, and tell your mother you're not hurt much?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell her to come in, nurse.
Very well.
I don't think Nurse Peters quite approves of my bringing you down here, Margaret.
Oh, I hope she won't think I'm trying to usurp her place.
She's a grand person, but just a little bit touchy.
Perhaps I'd better go then.
Oh, no. Let her get used to the idea of you. I hope this won't be your last visit down here, Margaret.
Would you really like me to come?
Well, if you can bear the sights and sounds, some of them aren't very pretty, you know.
If I could be of any help, I'd come every day of my life.
Margaret, I don't deserve what you give me, you know.
When I see you working here amongst these poor, friendless people, giving so much to them, I feel ashamed that I ever doubted you.
You have doubted, then?
Yes, Henry. I have. Oh, forgive me, will you? I'm such a fool to have ever listened, but I won't again. I swear it.
The things you heard are probably true. There's more than one side to my nature, you know.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
He's all right. Look, he's sitting up as though nothing had ever happened.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, sir? They told me you were taking care of him. He's down at Dr. Jekyll's, they says. And I just thank heavens for that. For if anything can be done for my boy, it's Dr. Jekyll will do it.
Oh, that's all right, then. He's just been cut and knocked about a bit, and you'll have to keep him quiet for a few days till the wound heals on his knee. After that, he'll be running about as well as ever.
And don't you go letting me catch you hanging onto the backs of driving lorries anymore, young man, or I'll give you what's what, I will.
Oh, poor little chap.
Me, Mum, can't you give a fellow a chance?
Johnny's probably learnt his lesson. Now, I'll get a cab for you, and you can take him home. I'll call in and have a look at him this evening and see that no other symptoms have developed. Leave your address with Nurse Peters before you go.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, sir? You're heaven sent blessing to us people here. If only there was more of your kind, the world would be a different place.
Oh, you don't have to thank me. Just keep young Johnny away from horses' hooves in future, and that'll be enough.
You can trust me for that. If ever I catches him at it again.
Dr. Jekyll, there are a lot of people in the waiting room.
Oh, thank you, nurse. Do you think if we get someone to find a cab to take Johnny and his mother home?
I'll try, Doctor.
Good. Now, off with you, young man. I'll see you later on. Send in Mrs. Higgins next, will you please, nurse?
Yes. Goodbye, mister. Goodbye, lady. And if that cove you know has any of them eggs to spare...
I'll ask him the next time I see him.
Oh, Johnny, haven't I told you not to keep asking for things?
Quite all right.
Well, Mum, that's the only way I can get things.
I think you'd better leave this next patient to Nurse Peters, Margaret. It's a leg ulcer and not a very pretty sight.
Oh, if I sat away in the corner and just watched, would I be in the way?
Oh, you'd never be in the way, sweetheart.
I do so want to learn, and this is the only way I can do it.
All right, but don't be ashamed to say if things get too much for you. Many a first-year medical student has to rush out of the casualty room, you know.
Did you, Henry?
I did, and more than once. All the human frailties are mine, I'm afraid.
Mrs. Higgins, Doctor. Is that you, Henry? Henry, is that you? Why don't you answer? It's dark down there. I can't see.
That Miss Hetty Wilson speaking.
Yes. Who's that?
Don't be afraid, my dear. I'm a friend of Henry Jekyll's.
A friend of Henry Jekyll's? Did he send you here?
Yes. He wasn't able to come here himself, and he thought you might be disappointed.
Who are you?
In another minute, I'll be at the top of the stairs, and you'll be able to see me, my dear. Hold that lamp a little higher. It's very dark here. There now. That's better. Can you see me? My name is Edward Hyde.
Unsolved Mysteries. Act of Providence is a phrase so carelessly used today as to have almost lost the very significance of its meaning. But at no time has it held so much meaning as in the true historical case of the Crown versus John Applegate, as reported in the Newgate Calendar. The scene is the Sessions Court of the County of Middlesex. The courthouse fronts the village green, and the holiday attire of the villagers, the laughter of children, and the entire atmosphere is one of gaiety, a gaiety almost beyond our comprehension, since the occasion of it is a murder trial. Laughter gives way to excited chattering. Dame Rumor has it that the jury have reached a verdict. Justice Selden, white-wigged and black-gowned, mounts to the bench. The small square of black cloth lying ready to the sessions clerk's hand rivets the prisoner's eyes as he's marched to the dock.
Hear ye, the Second Court of the County of Middlesex now in session. Chief Justice Selden presiding. All stand while the justice and the jury have taken their places in the court.
Know ye then, John Applegate, that you must face the jury and prepare to abide by their verdict. How say ye, gentlemen of the jury? You find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
We find the prisoner, John Applegate, guilty of murder, as charged in the indictment read by the sessions clerk.
John Applegate, you have heard the verdict returned against you. Have you anything to say why the sentence of death should not be carried out upon you?
Your Honor, I'm not guilty. I swear it. I was never at the Rose and Thistle Tavern. I never saw the murdered man. I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty.
5 men and 4 women have identified you. You say that you spent the night in company with a gentleman of quality. But no gentleman, either quality or of the common has come forward to bear your witness?
I don't know who he was, Your Honor. I never saw him before. I only know I'm not guilty.
John Applegate, hear this. The sentence of death is to be carried out upon you. You shall be taken from this place to the place whence you came, and thence to the public gallows, where you shall be hanged by the neck until you be dead, dead, dead. And may Almighty God have mercy upon your soul.
Amen. In those days, public hangings were regarded as a legitimate entertainment, and the old men loitering around the gallows being erected by the public executioner and his assistants discussed previous hangings they had attended. In his dank cell, John Applegate prays incessantly for deliverance. His stuttered, broken sentences punctuated by the dull, ominous thud of the carpenter's hammers as the gallows grows stick by stick, beam by beam, and nail by nail.
It's time to get up.
What's that? Oh, yes. Time to get up. Odds fish. It's still dark.
You said to call you, sir, at 3 o'clock.
I did I? So? I don't remember. Where am I going that I must needs rise this early?
I don't know, sir. But you did say, sir, that you had to get to the village early.
So be it. If I did, I did. But I swear that it's beyond me. I don't know a thing of it.
Katie, have you waked the master? Yes, Miss Garrett. He'll be down directly. I don't know what's wrong with him, Miss Katie. What do you mean, wench? He swears that he doesn't remember giving us orders to wake him early. He's half asleep yet. Wait till he wakes, he'll remember. Come now, hurry and set table. Yes, Miss Janet. And remember, wench, though breakfast be in the middle of the night, pewter must be cleaned properly. Yes, Miss Janet.
I swear, I don't know what this is all about. I never said that I wanted to be about at 3 in the morning.
You've forgotten, sir. He came to my room last night, waked me and said, Janet, I want breakfast at 3. I must needs get to the village before 9.
But I have nothing to go to the village for. You, Katie, when did I tell you that I must rise early?
Last night, sir. Late it was, sir. I was fast asleep and you came and knocked on the door. You said, Katie, I must be up and about at dawn. I'll break fast at 3. You've forgotten, sir. Come, master. Breakfast is ready.
Odds fish, I haven't forgotten it. I tell you, I've not to go to the village today.
Horse be saddled and ready, master.
What's this? You too, Jacob?
Me too. What ails you, master?
Did I waken you two in the middle of the night and tell you that I must be to the village this morning early?
Indeed, and that you did, master. Don't you remember? I told you it was foolish, like, to be coming down to the stables in the cold of the night with no coat on your back.
Odds fish. It seems that I must have done.
Yes, master. You said that the best horse must be saddled and ready for the road at 3.
Come, master. You're not eating enough. If you're for the road, you can set saddle better on a full stomach.
Jacob.
Yes, master.
I never go to the stables in my slippers.
No, master.
Then if I did last night, there will be traces on the slippers. Bring them to me.
Yes, master.
It seems that I must, whether I will or not, be off to the village. I would that the good Lord would tell me what for I have no idea.
Aye, but you'll remember, master, when you're on your way.
Zounds, you act as if my memory were leaving me.
The slippers, master.
And clean as a hound's tooth and dry as a bone, I'll be bound?
Yes, master.
This smacks of witchery. But I'll go. I'll go to the village and see what befalls. Come, Bess. Giddy up. Come on.
Down the dark highway rides Kingsley. A strange feeling, half fear, half anxiety, drives him on. And ever and anon he mutters to himself about the foolishness of the journey. 3 hours later, the horse's pace slackens. The horse knows that around the next turn is the toll bridge, which he must cross to complete the journey to the village.
What a fool I am. The bridge will be closed, locked tight, and old Jerry doesn't open it till nigh on 9.
Mr. Kingsley, sir! Mr. Kingsley, is that you?
Jerry! Jerry! Is it you, Jerry?
Ride on, master! Ride on! The bridge is open! There he is! There he is! Riding the horse! The man, the gentleman of quality I was with the night of the murder! Oh, praises to God, sir! You've saved my life!
And so John Applegate did not hang. Mr. Kingsley, gentleman of quality, identified Applegate as having been with him far from the scene of the murder. So firmly did Applegate believe that Providence had intervened because of his prayers that he forsook the world and retired to a monastery, where until his death he was called Brother Jonathan, the man whom God had saved. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the toll bridge mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
Do you mean to say that you have an explanation of the toll bridge mystery?
I believe I have. Of course, you understand that I'm not an authority on the subject, but in consulting writings by world authorities such as Manhood of Humanity by Alfred Korsivsky, the files of the London Society of Psychical Research, and others, I've formed a definite opinion.
I see.
In the first place, further investigation of the mystery disclosed that the toll bridge keeper, old Jerry, had been warned about 12 the night before by Mr. Kingsley and told that he would be wanting to cross the bridge about 7 in the morning.
But didn't the toll gate keeper think that strange? I mean the idea of Mr. Kingsley riding that 3-hour trip at midnight and turning around to ride home again?
Well, naturally he thought it strange, but the very strangeness of it provides the solution.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, don't you see? It was impossible for Mr. Kingsley to be at the toll gate at midnight and at the same time waken Janet, Kitty, and Jacob, the groom.
Yes, of course. Kingsley couldn't have got home till 3.
It is accepted by many, and I think justifiably, that wishing precedes thinking, and wish forms precede thought forms. Now, Applegate, lying in jail and knowing that he was innocent, was wishing to be saved.
That's natural.
Applegate knew that the only person who could save him was the, as he said, gentleman of quality who would provide him with his alibi. He concentrated his every thought, his every wish on Kingsley, although he didn't know him. Since mind is everywhere, Kingsley's subconscious was aware of the dire straits of the man Applegate, and these thoughts in turn were directed toward the persons necessary to assist Kingsley in getting to the village.
In other words, Applegate's direct thoughts were taken into partnership with Kingsley's subconscious thoughts, and Katie, Janet, Jacob, and the toll bridge keeper
were awakened by the strength of these thought waves, rather than by the physical appearance of Kingsley himself.
Yes. And you must not lose sight of the fact that neither Katie, Janet, Jacob, or the toll bridge keeper had any suspicion that there was an execution impending, much less that their friend and master, Mr. Kingsley, had anything whatever to do with it. That is the final proof that the entire thing hinged on thoughts, rather than anything physical.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present transcribed Mr. Alan Ladd in Motive for Murder, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Remingchester, you look like a badly battered battery. A sorry sight indeed for an Autolite Stay Full battery man like me.
Wilcox, I've just returned from a safari. Been hunting camels in Kilkenny.
Camels in Kilkenny? Why, by St. Paddy, didn't you know that the last camel in Kilkenny calmly curled up and died when the first Autolite Stay Full battery landed in Ireland? He knew he couldn't compare with that teetotaling dispenser of pep and power, the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Such shenanigans, Wilcox.
Remingchester, Autolite Stay Full batteries give 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. And that's proven by tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards.
By the Blarney Stone.
And furthermore, Autolite Stay Full batteries have 3 times as much liquid reserve above the plates as batteries without Stay Full features. That's why they need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Say no more, Wilcox.
One thing more. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Motive for Murder and the performance of Alan Ladd, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Irish, you'd ask me? How is a guy a cop? You make with magnifying glass and bloodhounds. You make with facts, I tell her. You start with something you know for sure. Yeah, you make with facts. But when you're a cop and you've got all the facts, what do you do when they're going to arrest your own wife for murder? Even the reporters were nice. They didn't try to steal a picture of Mary, though there were plenty of them around. But I knew what they were thinking about. The little guy with the mustache sitting in my chair wearing a knife between his ribs. And about Mary, my wife, lying over on the Davenport with a bourbon breath could use for a cutting torch. Jock Dewson was handling it. My pal for 8 years. He was doing what he could for a brother officer and a friend. But I knew what would have to go into his report. You see, I've made out too many of them myself.
All right. Boys, wait out in the hall till the basket gets here. Go on.
Yeah, but, Lieutenant, I ain't finished dusting the place
Go
yet.
on. Get out in the hall, please.
Yeah, all right, sure.
Smoke, Dave?
No, thanks, Jock.
Well, she doesn't feel good. I'm going to ask you, Dave. You know who he is?
No, I never saw him before in my life.
His name's Hamilton. Victor Hamilton.
How'd you find that out?
You sat there and watched me frisk him.
Huh? Yeah. I guess I got some sawdust in my head. Seen a lot of dead guys, but not in my own place.
Well, I just thought you might have known him, Dave, that's all. Funny you don't know the guy. Oh, look, Dave, I'm sorry it's your wife.
Yeah, everybody's sorry.
I can foul up the routine for an hour or two, maybe, but Those guys from the DA's
I know. You're thinking of Second Avenue stuff. Spilled whiskey, broken glass, smear lipstick on dead man's cheek. She didn't kill him, Jock.
Irish. I feel funny.
She's awake now.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, hi, Irish. You're home early. Give me a kiss.
Hello, Mary.
Jock. Irish.
She's drunk.
Or drugged.
We'll find out later.
All right, Jock. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Look, Angel, I want to ask you something.
Huh?
Why was Hamilton here?
Hamilton? We don't know anybody named Hamilton, Irish.
A little guy with a gray mustache.
Oh, you mean the salesman. I ordered a vacuum cleaner. He had to give me a demonstration and cleaned the whole place. He was a funny little man. I gave him a drink for doing all my work.
Then what, honey?
And then I felt this hurt in my head, and I saw you and Jack. I don't feel right, Irish.
Baby, that set of knives in the kitchen. Did you use the chef's knife for anything?
No. You know those knives scare me.
Yeah. That's all you can remember, Mary? That's everything?
Yes, what are you two doing? Practicing cops on me?
Look, honey, the landlady came over to borrow a book. She heard the radio, but you didn't answer the bell. She got worried and used the passkey.
Irish, what is it?
We got trouble. Somebody used that knife on Hamilton.
Oh, Irish. Jock, what is this? Why, Mr. Hamilton's sitting right over there. Irish. Oh, no!
Medic says that bruise on Mary's head is something she could have done on a chair arm or a door. Skin isn't broken. The swelling doesn't amount to much.
So she was drunk and she fell down. Jock, you know she never took more than one drink. Let's hear the rest.
Lab ran tests. Not finished yet. No sign of narcotic on her so far. Plenty of whiskey. Prints on the knife for hers.
Well, why not? It was her knife in her kitchen.
You're a cop, Dave. You can't beat the system. Everyone's leaned backward on this all down the line. Everything's been checked a dozen times. The system says she's guilty, Irish.
You think she's guilty?
What I think doesn't count. It's facts. Hamilton sold vacuum cleaners. He had business cards in his pocket, but there was no order book at your house and no vacuum cleaner. Well, you can see what that does to her story about that demonstration. You better send a lawyer down to Harbor Precinct.
Not yet. I want to dig myself.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. She was slugged or drugged or both. And there was a third party.
That's right, there was a third party. He slugged Mary and shoved that knife in Hamilton. Then he poured whiskey down Mary's throat and painted lipstick on Hamilton's cheek. There has to be a third party.
Dave, I know you're trying, but you can't disregard what we found.
Look, I've been a cop a long time, Jock. I know a woman will shoot a man or stab him or poison him and then stand there and scream what a louse he is. But a man did this job, and I'm going to find him.
We gave the neighborhood and the house the works, and we came up empty, Irish.
Then you didn't look hard enough. I'm going to go take a look.
Wait a minute, Dave. I can't put you on this. The newspapers would crucify you.
Because she's my wife? Because I might want to destroy evidence?
Something like that.
All right, here's the badge. I wouldn't want to get the department any bad publicity.
Oh, now, Dave, please.
David X. Murphy, detective, second grade. It says I'm a part of the system, a cop. Give it to the commissioner with my regards.
Oh, no, wait. Here, take this back, Irish. As far as I'm concerned, you're hunting the gunsel that knocked off those service stations. How could you ask questions without a badge, huh?
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks a lot.
If there is a third party, find him, Dave. Find him.
There is. And I'll find him. You make with facts, I told her. You start with something you know for sure. I knew Mary hadn't killed Hamilton. For sure. Fact. Strangers seldom kill each other. 99 times out of 100, the killer knows the victim. Fact. Hamilton had been stabbed at my house where he came to demonstrate a vacuum cleaner. The vacuum cleaner wasn't in my house. Hamilton had been killed for that vacuum cleaner. Fact. A vacuum cleaner? Is that a motive for a murder?
Yeah?
Police, I want to talk to you.
The police have been here.
Well, they're here again. Victor Hamlin had an apartment here, and you're his landlady. I want to know about him.
You do, huh? What do you want to know?
The works, good and bad. Did he drink, gamble? Did he stay in nights or go out? Did he pay his rent? Start talking and I'll listen.
Oh, well, I know so much about a tenant. I got my work to do. Yeah, no maid to keep me. Almost breaks my back.
Yeah, come on, now tell me.
Oh, he lived like a monk. Paid his bills and kept to himself. I never saw no friends with him.
Go on.
I can't tell you any more about him. What do you think I am? Harriet, come here. Yes? What is it? This is a policeman. He's asking me about Hamilton. I thought you could help him, maybe, huh?
Oh, about Victor.
You know him, miss?
Yes, I know him. I'm Harriet Blodgett. I live in this building, too.
Do I get to go back to my house for you?
Yeah, thanks. Go on. Well, miss?
I wish I could tell you something, but I can't. I just felt sorry for Victor. Mr. Hamilton. He was small, and he had no car. He used to carry those cleaners all over the North End. Now and then I'd fix him something to eat and take it up to him.
That all?
Nothing like you, man. I guess he wasn't interested. It's no compliment to me.
What do you do for a living?
Hostess, Elgin Restaurant off Columbus Circle.
Ever meet any of his friends?
He was a lonely little man. No friends, no enemies.
You're wrong. He had one enemy. The next morning, I was on the third floor of the Morgan building listening to a man named Richards, the sales manager of the vacuum cleaner company.
Not house to house. Indeed, no. I'd like to have that absolutely clear. Our people work from lists supplied by us. We give the names of prospects, and they close the sale.
And make a fortune.
Well, not exactly. Take Hamilton. A bad back. Got pretty tired. Didn't have the old bounce, the old steam. A lot of sales got away.
Bad back?
War wound, maybe. I don't know. He didn't talk much.
You got his demonstrator here every morning, huh?
We assign cleaners to each salesman. Whenever they make a sale, they bring a deposit in and get another new machine.
Do they make reports?
Absolutely. Every call.
Give me what Hamilton turned in yesterday.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are. Hamilton's last report.
4502 Van Buren. 4510 Van Buren. 4515 Van Buren. No house to house, huh? Oh, you kidding. No friends, only one enemy. On Van Buren Street. That's where my killer had to be. Somewhere on a street that had its feet in the bay and its head in the clouds. From pawn shops to snob apartments, the 4500 block was middle ground. Somewhere in that block, Hamilton had put his thumb on one doorbell too many. I started to the top of the list.
Police! Oh, no, my Herman's a good boy. He took that bicycle back. He is a good boy.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton was here demonstrating a vacuum cleaner. He cleaned all my rugs. I promised to keep him in mind.
No, never let no strangers sell nothing inside of my place. No, never listen to what they got to say at all. Never.
I went through 25 like that. 26 was bigger than the others. A half block of lawn, stained windows, and brick. Built by one of yesterday's fortunes when Van Buren Street was young. There'll be money in it somewhere. Somehow, I said to myself. This was money. He was tall, slender, and pretty. The mustache moved first.
Please. My aunt's desperately ill.
Police.
But why? What do you want?
We're checking. A little guy named Hamilton came by here yesterday selling vacuum cleaners. He rang your doorbell with a lot of others. But he got himself killed. We look into things like that.
Oh.
Whose house is this?
My aunt's, Cecilia Breckenridge. That chap was here. Hamilton, was it? An impertinent little fellow. He rang the bell several times, woke my aunt. I sent him away.
You didn't get inside?
Oh, no, not past the door.
That's funny. These salesmen make reports. They list every house where they make a demonstration. Your house is on that list.
Oh, it's a mistake. I sent him away.
Mm-hmm. He didn't make any mistakes about his other demonstrations. He didn't lie.
A mistake?
But if you want it that way, I'll check the neighborhood. People see things. I'll find someone who saw him in here.
All right. He was here inside.
Then why the runaround?
Well, my aunt, she's very old. It's my duty to spare her any unnecessary excitement. That's why I lied. And anyway, there's nothing she could tell you. He was here. He made his little speech. He went away.
Mm-hmm. But I've got a report to make out.
I know, but couldn't you make an exception?
It's an imposition calling on people, bothering them. But it's better than having a murderer walk the streets.
My aunt is really quite ill.
I can be very gentle.
Oh, it's embarrassing. Do you know what a persecution complex is?
I read about them.
Well, that's her trouble. She's old, well, you know, senile. She thinks she's being kept a prisoner here.
Oh?
She's right, of course. If she weren't confined here, she'd be confined to an institution. She doesn't understand why. She's outlived all her close friends, and she wonders why no one comes to see her.
And that's why you let Hamilton and his vacuum cleaner in.
Well, I thought it would help. Instead, he made it worse.
I see. Are you Breckenbridge?
Well, my name is Dolph. Harold Dolph, her sister's son. I'm her only relative. I keep the place going. You know how old people are about family homes.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Let's go and see her.
All right. This way.
Celia Breckenbridge was sitting in a rocking chair beside a window that looked out over the backyard. She was thin and small, and she looked up at me out of blue, tormented eyes.
Don't tell her that he was killed. It'll upset her. Aunt Cecilia. Aunt Cecilia.
It's a beautiful day, Harold. A lovely day.
Aunt Cecilia, this man is here to ask a few questions about that vacuum cleaner salesman you saw the other day.
Oh.
Now be a good girl and answer him.
It's a lovely day, Harold.
Mrs. Breckenbridge, I'd like to know what time he came in to see you.
Sometimes she'll talk, and sometimes she won't.
Mrs. Breckenbridge, do you remember how long he stayed?
The way her mind is, it's hard to tell what to expect.
Do you remember what he did while he was here?
Oh, it's a lovely day, Harold. A lovely day.
That you, Dave?
Yeah, I'm in a drugstore at Van Buren and Hope. How's it coming on? Give me a hand.
What do you mean?
I spotted that third party. He's tall and pretty, and he's scared to death.
Autolite is bringing you Alan Ladd in Motive for Murder, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Remingchester, were you in Limerick when you were hunting the Irish camel?
Was I in Limerick? I invented the Limerick.
Ah, but not this Limerick, old pal. Listen, a good name in Erin is Slattery. So's Autolite's Stay Full Battery. Its watery needs a teaspoon feeds. Only 3 times a year is no flattery.
Alas, poor Limerick. I knew him well.
Well, you know that the Autolite Stay Full Battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Why?
Because it has 3 times as much liquid reserve above the plates as batteries without Stay Full features.
Is it the leprechaun in you, Wilcox?
Why, every leprechaun in Ireland knows that the Autolite Stay Full Battery has a fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate. That keeps the power-producing material in place, you see. In recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, the Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. And remember, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Get an Autolite Stay Full battery and be right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Alan Ladd, in Motive for Murder, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Start with something you know for sure, like the fact that Mary couldn't kill anyone. Then you go to people and you ask questions. You look for somebody who'll talk too much or not enough. Somebody like Harold Dolph in a big old-fashioned house in Van Buren Street. You meet his invalid aunt who only sits and dreams of 50 years ago. And you look at tall and pretty in his $30 shirt standing there. and you find out why, go out and kill a man named Hamilton and steal his vacuum cleaner.
All right, Dave, you've told me what you walked into. Now, tell me why you think Harold Dolph's the one.
Tried to cover up before I could ask anything accounted. He lied once.
Cut it, man. I've questioned people, too.
All right, but there's something wrong in that house. Something wrong about him. He looked like he knew she wouldn't talk before I asked her questions.
Explained she was ill, a little crazy.
Suppose she isn't crazy, Jock. Suppose she's afraid of him.
All right, Irish, suppose.
Maybe he's keeping her prisoner there.
Well, you said he admitted that much. She'd be in an institution otherwise.
But really keeping a prisoner in there.
Why, though? Why?
Money, of course. Her money. He explained it. Her family had money, not his.
You looked into that part?
No, Jock, but I've seen this kind 100 times. And gabardines that cost $250 standing around living off what another man worked hard for.
Oh, it's a reach, Irish, a long reach.
He's our man, I know it. He can stick around that house and torture that old lady by keeping her scared he could kill Hamilton.
Sure, but where does Hamilton fit?
I don't know, Jock. That old lady could tell me if I could talk to her.
You could be awful wrong, Irish.
I've been wrong before. All I want is a chance to talk to her without Dolph breathing down my neck.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, okay. If I'm right, I want Dolph where we can make the pinch. He'll come out of there sometime. When he does, you trail the guy. I'll talk to the old lady.
All right, Irish. Hey, that him backing the roadster out of the carriage house?
Hey, you're right. Check with the station anytime you get a chance. I'll do the same.
Right, Irish.
She couldn't answer the bell. I had to use my gun butt on the garden door. This time she wasn't humming. Just breathing slow, uneven. I lifted an eyelid and felt her pulse. Doped. Then I noticed her hands. Fine, long, delicately formed hands. But no rings. Yet marks that showed she'd worn rings most of her life. The pictures of her all over the place showed her wearing rings. Rings with big stones and old-fashioned settings. Money. I went from top to bottom then. Attic to basement, every room. No rings and no vacuum cleaner.
Harbor Precinct. Eddie speaking.
Jock Doosan checked in yet?
Who's this?
Dave.
Oh, Irish. Yeah, Jock checked in.
Well, give it to me.
I followed your man downtown to the Morgan building on 5th.
Morgan building?
Yeah.
Morgan building? No house-to-house canvassing, only from lists.
Hey, Irish, you all right?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. I'll call you back.
Right.
Oh, Eddie.
Yeah, Dave.
Send a car to 4698 Van Buren. There's an old lady down there, doped. Name's Cecilia Breckenbridge. Take care of her. Nephew's name, Harold Dolph. Don't let him get close.
Got it.
Mr. Richards left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed. All the salesmen were in for a big meeting today,
Let's
and
get the act.
Now, you can't go in there. I don't care if you are the police. You can't go...
What is this, Elsie?
I told him, Mr. Richards, but he wouldn't listen.
I left strict orders that... Oh, it's you.
Mr. Richards...
Later, sister.
Now, see here. Such high-handed methods of entering a man's office. I'm a citizen of the
And
city.
you're violating City Ordinance 116, Paragraph 5, Code 2. You haven't got a peddler's license, and your boys are doing house-to-house.
I distinctly told you we work from clients.
That's not what I'm here. Talking with the tall and pretty in the brown gabardines who came to see you a little while ago.
Huh?
Within the last hour, an officer from my division followed him this far.
The tall man, brown gabardines. But I...
What do you want?
Well, he just wanted to ask me about his vacuum cleaner.
What about his vacuum cleaner?
Well, I had to tell him the same thing I explained to you this morning about how we handle our sales.
What thing? Come on.
But about a sale. When they make one, they bring the deposit money in and get a new machine to deliver to the customer. They can't sell a demonstrator. It's used and worn.
Is that all?
Well, you see, he ordered a cleaner yesterday, and he said the salesman promised to deliver it, but he never got it.
What salesman?
He didn't know the salesman's name. He described him as a small man. Yes, a small man. All the man wanted really was a vacuum cleaner. My goodness, but
he wanted something else. What?
Well, he asked me for the address of that salesman. He said he wanted to talk to him about his vacuum cleaner that wasn't delivered.
You gave the address to him?
But I told you I don't know what salesman it is. Was. Just a little man, he said. So I remembered poor Hamilton. And I thought it might be...
You told him where Hamilton lived?
Well, yes. Yes, I did. Did I do something wrong?
Driving across town towards Hamilton's apartment, I kept thinking of Mary and her question about how a cop works. No miracles, no magnifying glass, no bloodhounds, honey. Just facts. Facts to find a killer. An old house built with one of yesterday's great fortunes. A fortune that dwindled down to a handful of wedding rings. Diamonds. $20,000 or $30,000 worth of motive. Facts. A tall and pretty who was money hungry and liked expensive clothes and cars. Facts. A vacuum cleaner salesman apartment without a vacuum cleaner.
Hey.
You held out on me.
What do you mean? What do you mean? This is a respectable
You
apartment.
know how to throw the hook at you? When I was here before, I went through Hamilton's apartment and there wasn't a vacuum cleaner there.
But I never...
Hamilton kept at least 2 cleaners here all the time. You kept still, hoping to grab one for free.
But I never saw any.
He didn't keep them in his place. He didn't want to lug them up 3 flights. He kept them somewhere on this floor.
I didn't think you'd care.
Where was it?
The hall closet in back. He had a key.
You'll give me yours now. And that's where I found the old lady's wedding rings. The sack on that demonstrator Hamilton used in her house. Facts. I had all of them now. A minute later, I heard feet on the stairs. I left the cleaner sitting there in the hall and stepped back into the shadows and waited. Waited for my killer.
Oh.
Hello, sweetheart. I've been expecting you. We got business.
Business?
About your aunt's diamond rings.
What are you talking about?
Murder?
Murder?
It's an old lady waiting to die, and you've been helping her with dope.
Well, that's ridiculous.
That's why you never let anybody in to see her. But you wanted some fun yesterday. Jokes. And you let a vacuum cleaner salesman named Hamilton come in and visit her.
Now, see here,
But
really...
as sick and as doped as she was, your aunt figured out a way so you'd never get those rings. She beat you, Dolph.
All right, you've got...
When you weren't looking, she took them off and threw them under the vacuum cleaner.
Now, we can come to some understanding.
She wouldn't talk to you. Remember the salesman? Trailed him all over town. And you found him at one place. Along the line, you stabbed him with a kitchen knife, sapped Mary, and did the
Mary?
covering up with a broken glass, lipstick, and liquor.
Mary?
My wife, brother, and it's my place.
Oh, well, now, look. I can get you money. $10,000, $15,000.
Thanks. That's what I've been waiting for.
Please.
He talked. Fact. Harold Dolph killed the salesman when he opened the cleaner and didn't find the rings. He didn't know that Hamilton had stopped off at his own place, where he left the demonstrator with the rings in the sack and picked up the new one he was delivering to Mary.
Irish, how did you do it? With a magnifying glass and bloodhounds?
You know, honey, you make with facts. You start with something you know for sure. The fact that my wife can't be a killer. You see, I love her too much.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Alan Ladd.
Say, Wilcox, I've decided never to hunt Irish camels again, Biggory.
Let me give you a tip, Remingchester. You'll do better going for those Autolite Stay Full batteries and the more than 400 other products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Ronald Reagan. The play is called 1 and 1's a Lonesome. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Motive for Murder was written by John and Ward Hawkins and adapted for radio by Jack Newman. Alan Ladd will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Captain Carey, USA. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Ronald Reagan.
You can buy Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This week marks the 38th birthday of the Girl Scouts. Autolite joins that celebration and sends its warmest greetings to more than 1 million Girl Scouts of the USA who today are learning to become the better citizens of tomorrow. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Ronald Reagan in One and One's a Lonesome, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Extraordinary, extraordinary.
Autolite spark plugs, I presume, Remingchester?
No, the Australian platypus, Wilcox. Simply extraordinary.
Why, it's not half as extraordinary as Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, the newest addition to the complete line of regular transport, aviation, resistor, marine, and model spark plugs, ignition engineered by Autolite.
You should have been on my big Australian platypus hunt.
Remingchester, have you ever hunted for special money savings advantages? Well, you can find them in the Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. You see, because of the built-in 10,000 ohm exclusive Autolite resistor, which makes a wider gap setting practical, you get double life under equal conditions compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. Greater gas saving, too, smoother performance, and faster starts in cold weather.
Evidently, platypuses do not interest you.
Oh, yes, they do. But I'm fascinated with the Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plug. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with One and One's a Lonesome and the performance of Ronald Reagan, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
My name's George Belloc. Right now I'm on a trip. Not alone. No, I've got company. She's a few days behind me, but we're getting off at the same stop. Her name's Marie, but don't let that tag fool you. She's as U.S. as the American League. I haven't seen her since yesterday, and I don't know what she's wearing. But 5 will get you 10. The outfit's silk and covers her body like a cellophane wrapper. I met her about 2 weeks ago, right after she married the guy I work for, Henry Grover. He owns a lumber yard just outside of town. He'd been working hard and figured he was right for a vacation. He hired me to manage the place while he was away. I put him on a train one night, didn't hear from him for 2 months. I was sorry to hear from him then. I'd put a few improvements in, and the take was making me forget I ever had any money troubles. I got a postcard saying he'd met a nice babe and married her. I tossed off a couple of drinks in honor of the occasion and relaxed. I figured she'd talk him into staying in the city, and I could buy the shop. That was before I met her. I've never been so wrong.
There he is, Marie, honey. Hello there, George.
Welcome home, Henry.
It's good to see you again, boy. Well, here she is. Marie, this is George Belloc. George has been managing the office for me.
Hello, manager.
Hi. Here, Henry, let me help you with those bags.
Oh, thanks. How's business? I told Marie all about the place and some of the things I got in mind.
Pretty good. Guess you'll be building that new house now, huh, Henry?
Oh, not this year. Thinking about painting the old one, though.
I have a few ideas, too, you know.
And pretty good ones, too. I wouldn't be surprised if the place didn't pick up and make some money.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't suppose you'll be staying on now Henry's back, will you, George?
Well, of course he'll be staying.
I don't know. I haven't thought much about it.
Lumber yard doesn't need 3 managers.
Well, Marie.
Does it need 2?
When 2 is 1, that's different.
That's right, George. 1 and 1 makes 1, you know.
No, that's when 3's a crowd. You. Come on in. Want some coffee?
Yeah. Thanks.
Thought you were with Henry.
He's over in the warehouse.
Alone?
Yeah.
I don't think you're glad to see us, George.
Why should I be?
My name's on your check.
Your husband's name. Listen, tell me something, will you?
Like what?
Like how come you two got married?
Love.
It hits you fast.
Sometimes.
Planning to be with him long?
No.
It's a top-heavy contest, and he's outclassed. That's nothing to me.
That's good.
How'd you happen to bring him back here? Why didn't you keep him at home?
I felt like a change.
He'd bail you out?
Yeah. Out of a dance hall.
I suppose you just sold the tickets.
Not exactly.
Okay, slave to queen. How's it feel?
Let me ask you one. What are you going to do for a job now?
Manage this lumber business?
No, you're not.
You don't own it.
Don't believe everything you read on a piece of paper. I own it. And there's no room for you.
You know, your new husband's in for a kind of a surprise.
What kind of a surprise?
I mean, when he hits the warehouse.
What about it?
There's a room over in the back part. One of the walls is holding up a row of slot machines. A couple of tables on the floor that weren't made for checkers.
Gambling?
That's right.
Henry didn't mention that.
That's the surprise.
Well, I guess I don't have to worry any about getting rid of you. Henry will take care of that.
You think so?
How's business in the back room?
Like a girly show on Iwo Jima.
Where's the money?
In the bank.
Your bank?
My bank.
George, can I see you a minute?
Sure, Henry.
Come on in here, why don't you?
Well, I'd rather handle this alone, honey, if you don't mind. Come on, George.
Oh, you told me I could help you. Now something's come up and you're shutting me out of it.
This has nothing to do with that. This is something new.
You may as well let her in on it. She knows all about it anyway.
You told her?
Sure. I figured I was telling the manager. 1 and 1 makes 1. Remember?
All right. George, I left you to run a lumber yard. I didn't want any improvements. Especially I didn't want any improvements like I just saw over there. Dice tables, slot machines, I don't know what all. I don't see how you moved it all in 2 months.
2 days. But you're right, it wasn't easy.
George, when I came back, I thought we'd all work together. There's a place for you here. And I'll go on paying you the same salary. Huh. Wouldn't be much compared to what you've been making on the side, is that it?
Business has been pretty good. Up till now.
Well, then it's all over. And this is goodbye. I'm sorry.
No easy money for you, huh?
Not when it's breaking the law. You can stay on here tonight, but in the morning, get those machines and dice tables together and get out.
They're not going anyplace, and neither am I.
But you're breaking the law. Tomorrow morning, I'm throwing out all that stuff.
Where are you going to throw it?
Out, anywhere. I don't know. I don't care where.
If you throw it outside and leave it, somebody will see it and talk to the police. If you try and have it moved out, I'll call them myself. Any way you look at it, they're going to want the owner of this place for gambling. And you're the owner.
George, you bought the stuff. I didn't know anything about it. I don't even know where you got it. I've been away. I can prove that. You don't scare me.
In your name I bought the stuff, and in your name I ran the place. I'm just a hired man working here. They'll want the boss. And you're the boss, just like always, Henry.
Well, then you're closing down tomorrow. If I can't run a decent shop, I won't run any.
All right, close down. But if the police get a tip, they'll think all you do out here is gamble.
Oh, what's got into you, son? 2 months ago I gave you a job, and you were glad to get it. What's got into you anyway?
He found a way to make some money.
Yeah, a lot of money. The take is good here. When I got your postcard, I thought I'd seen the last of you. I was going to pay you for the place and let it go at that. How about it? What's the price?
No price. I'm not selling it to you or anybody else.
How about $15,000?
In cash?
Sure, cash.
You haven't saved that much from this place in 2 months.
I'll get the money. Got about $8,000 now. A couple of months, I'll have the rest.
I wouldn't trust you for a 3-cent stamp.
Never mind, Marie, honey. Now, look, I'm not selling, George, and that's the end of it.
And we're partners.
Not in anything like this, we're not.
You'll like it fine when the money starts coming in.
I don't want anything to do with it.
Okay, you won't have anything to do with it. You take care of the lumber business. I'll handle the rest.
I told you now, for the last time.
Hey, listen. We don't want any trouble with the police.
There isn't going to be any trouble with the police.
The way he tells us there is. He's got us over a barrel.
I've been clearing pretty near $1,000 a week. There isn't much I wouldn't do for that kind of money.
We better think it over, honey. We better think over what to do.
Well,
That's the idea. Think it over. Think it over, both of you. The minute I saw her, I knew that was the way I was going to have to play it. I knew I wouldn't get far with him. But with her, it was different. There wasn't much I wouldn't do for that kind of money. There wasn't anything she wouldn't do. I knew I'd planted the seed, and I knew how it'd grow. I knew how she'd go to work on him that night, almost as though I'd been in the room.
Henry, what are you going to do about George?
Oh, I don't know, honey. He's a good man. He must be in with bad crowd, that's all.
Yeah, that's likely. He's played the angles so long they're round.
I like George. That's why I hired him. If he's in with the wrong bunch, that's all right. He'll come out of it.
You going to let him go on gambling?
I don't know what to say. You said yourself he had
Henry, you could take him up on it.
On what?
His proposition. At least for a while.
Oh, but I...
You could pretend to.
Oh, no, I don't like that. Anyway, where would that get you?
It'd get you a 50-50 cut on $1,000 a week in the meantime.
No, Marie, I don't want it. I don't want any part of it.
You heard what he said. He said he'd do anything for that kind of money.
Oh, he didn't mean anything.
No. I know what I'd do. I'd put a bullet in his head.
Oh, now, Marie, don't talk that way. That isn't even funny.
What are you going to do? Let him take over your business right out from under your nose? He's a gambler and a thief. Henry, if you called him on it, if you had it out with him and he started anything, it'd be self-defense. But no jury in the world would hold you on it.
What are you talking about?
I'm telling you.
Don't be silly. I'm certainly not going to do anything like that.
All right, don't. See what happens.
I wish I knew what was going to happen.
Well, I'll tell you. You want to know?
Oh, just let me try to think, can't you?
Think. What do you suppose he's thinking about?
Well, he said...
I know what he said. Listen to me, Henry. It's him or you. Don't you see that? Freeze a crowd. That's what he's thinking about. Murder.
Yeah, I knew pretty much what they were talking about in there. I knew this dame pretty well. It only needed a day of knowing her to know that a word like murder was part of her natural-born vocabulary. To know that she could cut a guy's throat and think no more of it than clipping one of her fingernails. I didn't know just then who was going to get murdered. I found out.
Autolite is bringing you Ronald Reagan in One and One's a Lonesome. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Harlow, I saw lots of kangaroos in Australia, too. Why, their tails are...
You don't say. Why, Remingchester the kangaroo's tail is as unique in the animal world as the wide gap Autolite resistor is in the spark plug world. It's the newest addition to the complete line of regular transport, aviation, resistor, marine, and model spark plugs ignition engineered by Autolite.
Wilcox, you ought to see the starting power of those critters.
Man, they've got nothing on the wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They give fast starts even in cold weather, smoother performance, too, on leaner gas mixtures, greater gas saving, even double life under equal conditions compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. And it's all because of the 10,000-ohm Autolite resistor built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug to make a wider gap setting practical.
I said you should see.
Your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Ronald Reagan, with Kathy Lewis in One and One's a Lonesome, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The night after Henry and his new wife came home, I didn't open up the back room in the warehouse. I put in the new table and counted out the profits for the week. I took a fair share over to Grover, but he read negative all the way. When he turned down that money, Marie tried on a face she must have been saving for Jack the Ripper. She knew he wasn't going to change his mind. She could see I was set to pocket big money on a 4-hour schedule in the back room, while their take after 16 hours in the lumber yard would look like a piggy bank night before Christmas. I said goodnight and left them alone to what promised to be a rotten evening for both. I went over to the garage where I'd fixed myself up a little cot. I was mixing the paint we were using on the house the next day, but I hadn't been at it more than half an hour when I had a visitor. This is a surprise.
I broke my fingernail. Thought you might have a nail clipper. See it? Isn't it pretty?
Yeah?
Do you have one?
What?
A nail clipper? On your keychain, maybe?
Sure, here. Wait, let me do it for you. Long and pointed, like a pussycat.
They can scratch, too. Like 'em?
Sure. There you are. What'll I do with the victim?
Keep it for a souvenir. Do you mind my coming to see you?
Not if your husband doesn't.
He doesn't? No, I'm here.
He will if he thinks real hard.
I don't care. I wanted to see you.
Need more light?
No, this is fine. Henry's not strong, you know.
Well, he wasn't wearing a lion skin when you married him.
It all happened so fast, and I wanted to get out of that dance hall.
Oh, yeah, the dance hall. Well, that's the price of love. Or have you changed your mind?
Yeah, I changed my mind.
That's easy to do when it's all over.
Is it all over?
You married him.
He's not strong. Maybe something will happen to him.
Not likely. Nothing ever has.
I did. Don't you like me?
Huh?
I like you.
I like it here. I don't want to leave.
I don't want to go anywhere.
I don't want my head turning into a home for your husband's bullets.
This, paint you're using tomorrow?
Yeah. Your healthy husband and I.
Using ladder?
No, we'll swing a couple of platforms on pulleys with ropes. Why? Want to learn to paint?
No, thanks. I'm worried about Henry up on one of those things. He's not as strong as you are.
Yeah, I know.
Happen to fall off, he might be hurt.
If he fell on the cement drive, might break his neck.
That's right. Do the ropes ever break?
Not often enough to make the odds good for betting.
Could you make them break?
Huh?
Could you fix the ropes so they'd break when he got to the top?
Not on your life. I'm happy with my little racket. I'm not taking any chances killing anybody.
Then he'll kill you. Take your choice. How long do you think he'll watch that money going into your pocket? How long do you think he'll take that gambling?
Keep talking.
It'll be accidental, no murder at all. When he's dead, I get the warehouse. And the house. You get me.
What's in it for you?
You are?
As simple as that.
And I'll take a cut on those backroom profits.
Go on.
Henry's been talking about painting the house. I got the idea when he told me about a fellow doing the same thing who fell and was killed. If anything like that ever happened to him, he said, I wouldn't have to worry. Everything was taken care of.
Why do you cut me in?
I told you. Because I like you.
And because you couldn't cut me out.
Can you fix the rope so it'll break when you want it to?
No. But I could fix it so it would break. It'd have to be somebody else here, a witness, to see it was an accident.
I already thought of that. A friend of his, Jim Brandon.
You figured every angle, haven't you?
You'll get your chance.
Okay. The rope will break.
Get it fixed up tonight?
Okay.
Where'll you leave it?
There'll be 2 platforms, one for me, one for him. I'll take them both over to the house tonight before I go to bed.
Put the one for Henry by the office. Put yours by the house.
Yeah?
I don't want you to be around tomorrow when Henry and Brandon set him up. That way nobody can say that you had anything to do with it.
Don't worry. We won't have any trouble.
We better not. I'm risking a lot for you.
I won't forget it, baby.
Don't. This is what the movies call love. You like it?
I'm getting to like it. It's easy learning. I hope I won't have to forget.
I'll worry about that. Let's talk some more.
You got more to say?
Mm-hmm. Lots more. Things are going to be different around here after tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Just you and me and the backroom gold mine.
Think we'll make you happy?
I'm willing to take a chance.
I better be getting back to the house.
Sure. It's Grover's last night.
Good night, Georgie. Don't disappoint me.
Is that hard?
Thought I had gloves with me when I came in here.
You did. Here they are.
Oh. Well?
I think I'll keep them.
What's the idea?
I want a souvenir.
I'm not going anywhere.
Maybe I'll tuck them under my pillow. This is what the movies call love. After she left, I sat there thinking. Those gloves didn't help me clear my head any. They smelled like the powder room in the Club Paris. I liked the way she handled Grover. Sure, the kid was bright. The plan looked surefire, with a payoff in fancy living written especially for happy homes. I strung together a couple of ropes and a pulley on 2 wooden boards and called it a platform. The next one took more time. I spent a few minutes burning the rope where it would rest on the pulley when the platform was up near the top. I pulled it apart a little with my fingers, made sure it wouldn't hold much weight for long. I fixed it just the way I wanted it. Then I slipped it through the pulley, anchored it on the boards, and had myself another platform, different from the first, but looking just the same. I put the good one by the house and the other next to the shop. By the time I was through, it was nearly daylight, and I lay down in the cot. The next thing I knew, she was shaking me.
Come on. Come on. Wake up. Come on. They're ready to start.
Who?
Him and his pal. They're out there now waiting for you.
Oh, yeah. Where are they?
Out in the yard.
The platforms?
Yeah, they've already got them set up.
Okay. It won't be long now, baby. Are you nervous?
Sure.
Like a sack of laundry.
Don't let me fool you. I'm scared when the time comes it won't work.
Forget it. That rope won't hold 100 pounds 5 minutes. And anything that hits that concrete will be dead before you catch your breath.
How'd you fix the rope?
I burned it. Nobody will notice it. I pulled it apart a little. It's just enough to hold it together while he's getting to the top.
We'll let Brandon pull you both up.
Nobody has to pull us both up. We can lift our own. There's a rope from the pulley that'll hoist her lower.
Okay. Come on.
A few minutes and you'll be the new owner around here. And I'll be talking about marrying my boy.
Yeah. That's right, George. A few minutes, things will be swell.
Which one of them picked up the rope by the shop?
Brandon, his pal.
Then it's on the right side of the drive. That's the bad one. Are you sure?
Sure. That's the one for Henry.
Wonder how long it takes to fall 3 stories. 3, maybe 4 seconds?
I don't know. When the rope breaks, you count it.
I'll be busy trying to look surprised. I want Brandon to go into town telling everybody about the accident we had out here.
Well, don't overdo it. You're no actor.
I'll keep my eyes on you, baby.
That's a good idea.
Matter of fact, I'm going to make a habit from now.
Hi, George. You bring the paint?
Oh, yeah, Henry. Right here.
Oh, you know Jim Brandon, don't you?
Yeah, we met.
Hiya, George. Hello, Mr. Grover.
Hello.
Well, might as well get going. With all this waiting around, I've kind of lost the mood for painting.
It's like gambling, Henry. Once you begin, you feel like you never belong anywhere else.
Yeah, George, I got a couple of things I want to talk to you
Not
about.
now, Henry. You've been talking about nobody being ready to paint. Now we're all ready, so let's paint.
All right. But when we finish, George, come over to the house. I want to talk with you.
Sure, Henry. Maybe I was a little hasty last night. Right after we get through, I'll be waiting for you.
George must think he's a pretty fast painter. Gonna be all finished in the house before you get down over the platform, Henry. Well, we'll see about that. I've done my share of painting, too. You'll have to jump some to beat me, George.
I guess you're right.
You two gonna stand there all day?
That's right, Mrs. Grover. Neither of them can paint well enough to make this old place look any better.
Oh, I don't know.
I was telling Henry this morning, it's time he bought a new house for his pretty new wife.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Brandon. But as long as we have this house and the paint's right here, we may as well go ahead and paint, don't you think?
Oh, sure.
Oh, you're right, honey. Well, come on, George. Let's get going.
Can I help you, Henry?
No, thanks. We can pull ourselves up, can't we, George?
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, let's stand over here out of the way, Mr. Brandon. I want to watch this.
Yeah, sure thing. You ever seen house painting before?
Oh, yeah. Never anything quite like this.
Yeah? Well, they're pretty good at it.
Hey, this is kind of a rickety contraption.
Is it going to hold?
Oh, sure. What's the matter, George? Having trouble?
No, just watching.
Well, now you've seen how it's done. You come on up in the sky.
Be right with you, Henry.
Say, Brandon, when I get to the top, can you tie this rope to the bucket of paint and pass it up?
Right, Henry. Keep pulling, George. He's beating you up there.
Hey, easy does it, George. That's no elevator. Don't worry about me. You got your own problems. Okay, Jim, pass up the paint. You ready too, George?
Hey, I think the rope is slipping on the pulley.
I don't feel anything. I don't see anything wrong with the pulley.
It's breaking at the pulley!
Like I told you, I'm on a trip, but it's no honeymoon. A couple of hours ago, 170 pounds of Henry Grover hit the cement driveway. Then I got the surprise of my life. It lasted just 2 seconds before I hit too. I thought I was as safe as a glass of water, but I was just another fall guy because both platforms gave way. I'd never thought of that angle. 2 partners make more dough than 3, but one owner without a partner makes the most. No, I didn't think of that, but I had thought of a couple of others just in case. The fingernail, for instance. They gave me maybe half a day to live. So I told it to them, the cops, almost the way it happened. And when I got through, I didn't even have to hint at those other couple of angles. They found it out all by themselves. And then they brought in Marie.
Oh, George. Doctor, is he... Will he...
Skip it, baby. They know all about it.
So all about what?
My name's Williams, Lieutenant, Homicide. These your gloves, Mrs. Grover?
Yes, sir.
We found them in sort of a funny place. In the tool shed where all those painting platforms were fixed up.
I don't see how that...
Did you know those ropes were burned and frayed? Somebody pulled them apart and burned them.
George did it. It was all his idea.
Sure, funny guy wanted to bump himself off. Let me see your hands. Nice hands. Nice nails. One of them's broke off, huh?
What of it?
We found it. In the rope where somebody pulled it apart. We want you for murder.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going on a little trip any minute now, the doc says. But she'll be right behind me.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Ronald Reagan, with Kathy Lewis.
Say, Harlow, it seems to make no difference whether I'm talking about kangaroos or platypuses. It always reminds you of Autolite.
Well, that's as natural as you're a naturalist, Remingchester, because Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye, seal beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Joseph Cotton. The play is called Blood Sacrifice, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. One and One's a Lonesome was written for radio by Nelson Sykes. Ronald Reagan may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers production The Hasty Heart. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Cary Grant, Dan Daly, and Arthur Godfrey. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Joseph Cotton.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
An investment in boys is an investment in America's future. This is National Boys Club Week. Support the Boys Club in your community. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.